Four rays,
single I ever
85,000. Battle. 5 folds.
bought this
Old
CD in grade 5. Loved it.
Downloaded on floppy disk.
Floppy disk. I remember when CD burners came out. That was changed everything. I had a rich friend, his dad bought him one for like probably $500, in 2000.
Burn my own mixtape right now. 6 re-rays, 190,000. Seven folds.
It's like rods. 9 re-rays all in. 1 fold, 2 folds, 4 folds.
500 on the top.
6 golds. Shut down.
Well, Taylor.
I was thinking straight away, for sure, a cooler.
Could you beat those?
So that close.
Oh, that's brutal.
King of diamonds for a sweat.
It's 500.
I still gotta double check it.
Straight, as soon as I looked at it, I was like, for sure,
500.
yeah, but
Need another 50, thank you, sir. You're running 44. Five folds.
1.15.
6 folds.
Plus the
7 folds. 9 folds. Nine, 1 fold. 2 folds.
any regrets staying out late?
Four check. Heads up. Four check. 1 check. Heads up. Four check. 1 checks. Heads up. Four check. Okay.
I like the limp hunt. It's pretty good. Could be worse.
Six folds. Seven folds. Nine raise, 80,000. One fold. Re-raise, 220,000. Four folds. Five folds. Nine re-raise all in. Two folds.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick off this Sunday Fun Day with some beast flips. So,
Seven folds.
first beast flip is almost sold. If you are playing the main, yes, you can multi-table. That's the first question that gets asked. Yes, you can multi-table. Also,
Nine raise, 80,000.
if you're running deep in the main,
One
you can
fold,
on-sell your ticket to the next one. So, if anyone wants the last two seats, let us know.
Four
Stick your hand
folds.
up, guys. It's $100
Five
into
folds.
the beast flip. Got a couple waiting for that flip to get done. Greg Davidson, Chris Skinner, Klaus Pickers, and Mike.
Six calls.
All in that flip.
Heads up. Six checks. Nine bets, 60,000.
Klaus, you in the room? Yep. Thank you. Anybody else, guys? $100
Six
flip
goals.
into the beast. You're in the beast.
Heads
You're in the main, you can onside.
Queen.
6 checks.
Good.
Nine bets. 150,000. Six folds. Nine folds. One fold, two folds.
Yeah.
Four folds. Five raise, 80,000. Six calls.
Yeah, insane.
10 folds. Heads up.
Ladies and gentlemen on the floor, we are off and running for the first flip of the Sunday Fun Day.
What's his name?
This is the beast flip that had 3 left over from last night, and we're into it now. Brian, Mike, Klaus, Chris Skinner, Greg Davidson. Let's go. So Greg has Jack 8 in C1.
6 bets,
C2
55
has Jack 3, Queen 7 in 3, Jack 5 of spades in 4, 3 5 of clubs in 5.
Five folds.
And Brian has King 9 of hearts. Let's go to 5. Queen, Deuce 9, Queen 7 takes the lead. King 9 has a second pair, 3 5 has a club draw, Jack 8 has a straight draw. Well, it's pretty juicy. Let's go. Clubs on the turn. So, C5, who's C5? Mike. Where are you? Mike has clubs, but C2 has a higher flush redraw. So, let's go to the middle. Mike has C5 and
One raise, 80,000.
Cliff Taylor.
4 folds.
Congrats, brother. He did the beast, but he's got a re-entry.
5 folds.
Good to go. Anybody else? Anybody else want to jump in the flips, guys? I'm taking interest for 6 by $100 beast flips. We're doing a
6
16-person
folds.
flip fest Sunday finale. A $100 lays, a $200 lays, and a $500 lays. They are 16-person tennis tournaments. Tennis style flip tournaments. Let me know.
7 re-raise all in.
Before. They are a link. Bit of fun on Sunday.
1 fold.
And Mike, C5, where are you, brother? You're on another. C5.
Folds. Four raise, 85,000. 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 9 folds. 1 folds. So can you just pop your pink chips just down the front? Legs can't see it. Thank you.
Chad's watching tabling too. Chad, I'm watching him run back.
12 folds.
Like he's
Sprinting.
Get his step in for the 5 folds.
He loves it though. Like he loves it for sure.
Well, Jelly will be down the same. Just have the 5 go.
Yeah, he loves it.
6 folds.
He'd be like on the farm table, probably one of regular just fun.
7 folds.
Barely started, so it's kind of pointless, right? We just want to do like seven left.
Nine raise, 80,000. One re-raise, 320,000. 2 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds.
Yeah, it really is.
I'm just shocked that he's bothering playing that, man. So funny.
5 folds. Six folds. Seven folds. 9 folds. One raise, 85. 2 folds.
Don't forget too, guys, we're going to come check out the administration desk. We've got all the ABC merch up for sale, end of year sale specials for the merch. Come have a look at the front desk. Hats, shirts, backpacks, all available up the front desk. You can come have a look, you can grab them all with the amazing crew at the front desk. All those 3 are available in a pack for $125 as well if you want hat, shirt, backpack, all combined.
1 bet, 70,000, 70. Four raise, 195,000, 1 fold. Six folds. Seven folds. 9 folds. One raise, 80,000. 2 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
All right, guys, 2 sold, 40 go on the second base flip. Who wants them? $100 flip into the beast.
Seven folds. 9 folds. 1 fold. 2 folds. 4 folds.
All right, finger plays in the base. Your blinds are up. Blinds are now 100, 300 with a 300 big blind ante. That's all finger plays in the base. Your blinds are up.
5 folds. Option.
Every morning. It's kind of cold here. Like in Sydney, it's like kind of cold, right? So you don't really want to do it.
6 raise, 120,000.
Sometimes in summer, that's nice. It's nice to have cold cars, not that. When it's like winter, that's when you push.
5 folds. What's that? Five checks.
I do. Yeah, you got everything.
6 bets, 85,000.
How much you got now?
Anyone else, guys? 3 down, 3 to go in the beast flip. You're seated in the beast. You can use it as a re-entry if required. We can on sell. Anybody want to register their interest for the flip finales as well later on. They are going to be some serious fun later this afternoon for those that haven't seen them. They are juicy, they are delicious, and they are plenty of fun.
Five rays, 275,000.
Into the beast.
Six goals. What's up?
Yeah, but it's better to be here at least than you're like, yeah. Was it big rookie guys?
5 checks. Six bets, 275,000.
So guys, those flip finales are selling up fast. We're going to do a 16-person $100 flip finale, a 16-person $200 flip finale, and a 16-person $500 flip finale. If you haven't seen them, it will be very special come later on this afternoon. Get out of the whole special. Let us know.
Five rays all in. It's 85. $685,000. Six goals, shut down. Sorry?
It was a little scary.
Small, big one, Anthony.
Thank you. I waited a while to win my first hand for day 3, but it's a good one.
See you, Rod.
See you later. All right.
Have a good day.
9 folds. One fold. 2 folds. Four raise, 85,000.
All right, big players in the national championships, your blind should be up 4,000, 8,000 to 8,000 big blind ante. That's all poker players in the national championships, your blinds are up.
Five calls, 85. 6 folds. Just clarifying, for the race at 85. 6 folds, 7 folds. Heads up. Check. 5 checks. What's up? Four checks. 5 checks. What's up? Four checks, 5 checks, shut down. Ace. Too fair.
What a hold.
Good all the way.
Good all the way indeed. Glad you didn't have Jack 10 or something. You pushed off my hand. When? When will it end?
Just hold that pressure.
Mine.
Yeah, 100%.
If I know you're just gonna check down and let me win, then I like calling.
I thought I had ace.
Alright guys, flip number 2.
I feel that it's super.
If you believe it.
That would be funny.
It was no side, so it could have been aces for sure.
5 folds.
Had the right suits.
550
6
all
raise all
day, all afternoon guys. Heaps of late reads, so if you manage to bust in the main, you can just slide over into the beast. Or be cash in the main, you can
7
slide over
folds.
into the beast.
9 folds.
Let me know what flips you guys want to flip into. Like that, so I think I'll do a 5 by $2 flip into a camel burger. Alright. So 6 players, flip up here on table 18, you've got to have a
Is it
look.
actually a
If
thing?
not, we'll let you know whole guys.
Apparently so.
Apparently so.
It's a burger made out of camel.
Carolyn.
It's
Exotic.
not exactly what
Yeah, a bit obscure.
There's apparently a lot of camels in Australia, right? I heard it's like the
There's
second
over a
biggest.
million wild camels in Australia.
$1 million.
In step 2,
That's
ace king in 3,
insane.
queen 7 in
They live in the
4,
desert,
ace
right,
8
in the middle?
5,
Wow.
and jack 9 in C6.
No, they live in the
Let's go,
metropolitan.
Jason. Flop it
Sorry.
out,
In the metropolitan, they live.
I've never seen one, but I've never been to the
Yeah,
guts.
the area, yeah.
No, there's over, yeah.
Over $1 million.
Nobody has any pair, nobody has anything.
Big raise, 80,000.
Ace into the turn,
4
so
folds,
ace
wild.
king,
5 folds.
looking pretty good. And we get the river to king as well. Chris Skinner, you have won your first flip of the week. I think he's been in every flip.
6 folds.
Chris Skinner, he's in the beast Saturday out the front and he's into the beast.
Seven calls. 9 folds. 1 fold. Heads up. Two bets, 100,000. folds.
Where's Chad? It's like, where's Waldo? Where's he going? Where is he? He's playing his main hand. He's looking over, playing his main hand. Looking.
I reckon he's trying to focus more on the main.
Oh my god, it's so funny.
What would be like the play? You'd like, like,
I would
Can't
just
miss a
sit
hand,
that
yeah.
out. I'd sit that out.
like,
4 folds.
do you reckon he's going over and playing properly as well?
5 folds.
I would just be jamming it. Like, coming on the block.
But you have to specifically see if you're right.
You know, you have to wait for it.
Is it? Then it just starts there.
You mean deep structure, you mean? Not deep as in deep. Yeah, not deep in the corner.
Yeah. Oh, he's pretty deep in the main. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
6 raise all in.
The bag is stacked, right? It's an 8x starting.
7 folds.
Oh, wow. Alright.
9 folds. 1
There'll
fold.
always be one guy who like complains
Two
about
folds.
like, he's not meant to do more. It's like, yeah, he can actually. There's someone will always be like, he's not allowed to do more. Always, right? Like, it's always someone like complains. They're like, no, you can.
They just made an announcement. They just made an announcement again.
Yeah, yeah. And there'll always be someone, no, it's
That's
not
good.
fair.
I like.
It's
You
like,
should be able to. Why not? Because
it's only to your advantage.
I would say probably shouldn't be allowed in self-dealt because then you're missing your dealer button and someone's got a deal for you and sometimes it'll slow the game down. But in a dealer dealt, why not?
It's actually better for everyone.
But,
Like, no, I want him to play. It's like, dude, you actually don't want to play. You get
Or you want it to come back and just go all in blind or whatever, which is what some people do. You know?
no, that's like when he's going all in blind. No.
I don't want to
Buckle
flip
up,
my
buddy.
whole stack.
Buckle up. Buckle up. What can they?
It'll be hand to hand for one year, so it'll be alright. It'll be hand to hand about an hour anyway.
I mean,
5 raise,
the
80
pause,
folds.
just like,
6 folds.
wait for hand to hand.
7 folds. 9 folds.
Sometimes you can just through.
1 fold. 2 folds. Every time.
Big pair.
4 folds. That's your big lineup.
Thank you.
Biggest all day.
Yeah. Oh, he's vibing. You still think you're in the nightclub, huh? Look at him go.
Actually, like 8. Yeah.
You were still in the club before?
Oh, you guys, you grew up during that lockout shit, hey?
Yeah. It's still going.
Yeah. Is it just the one area? It's the whole city still? It's so draconian, man. It's crazy. Melbourne. I mean, people chewing their face off at 9 a.m. in Melbourne, you know. So, different involved, yeah.
It's weird that Sydney's so strict. Like,
It's because they had all that street violence. A bunch of young kids got back, like injured, died. But that's the wrong response, right? It's the wrong response.
ASAP, we're going to go to the 4th break.
they get
Also,
filthy
after
with
the
casinos, like,
main event lunch break, we have a very special announcement to make
Yeah, that's genius. The casino's the only place with a
7
license.
folds.
in regards to the
Genius.
APT start.
Who got paid off for that one, you know? Somebody got paid off.
If anybody wants to cash in on their massage credits, now's the time. There's some massage credits there available for those who have won second place in the flips.
5 folds.
Give you a win. First win, Kia. There you go.
yeah, baby.
Nice, man.
7 folds. 9 raise, 80,000. One re-raise, 205,000. Two re-raise, all in. 4 folds.
I put out too much.
Can please.
Sorry, it's on.
5 folds, 6 folds.
How much do you have to use that? Roughly.
Can't watch it.
1.63 million.
How much?
1.63.
Very good.
So mutant.
9 folds. 1 fold.
No, thank you. Teach these whippersnappers how to do it, huh? It's nice to have it, yeah, it's nice to have it.
Chilling waiting for aces. As always. Aces, kings, ace, king. Like it's. I'm gonna see a flop. Yeah, just enjoy, relax.
9 folds. One raise, 80,000. Re-raise, 400,000. 4 folds, 5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds. 1 folds. One raise, 80,000. 2 folds. 4 folds. 5 folds.
Hey mate, how you doing? Yeah, doubled up.
6 folds.
Good luck today. Scam spot.
7 folds. Nine folds.
1.31.
Nine check. One bet 70,000. Nine volts.
Wait, either yours. Wait, who comes by? We're meant to say not soy. What happened?
How will
Not
you know?
yours, not soy.
Folds. 2 folds, 4 folds. Five raise, 80,000. 6 folds. 7 folds.
All right, players in the base, your blinds are up 200, 400 with a 400 big blind ante. That's all poker players and dealers in the base, your blinds are up.
9 re-raise, 300. 1 folds. Five folds.
Let me make sure you're gone. I raised it.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, you have a new dealer coming in.
Thank you.
Guys and girls, good luck for the remainder of the tournament.
Hopefully see you later.
See you later, guys.
Always go back. Always leave on that. Not on the gun. Like the fake under the gun. Yeah, because like, if you
That's
miss
it,
a hand, you're
always.
going to miss on the gun, then you're hopefully back. Like, you should be back to the gun.
Alright. What do we have here?
Investment.
Develop.
It's like you fold, and you miss that hand. Okay, yeah. I think it's 5K.
Old sports leadership.
Well, yeah. Must be nice. That's so cute. John Perry. How is that?
How you can see.
Seven votes. 9 votes. 1 vote. It's a loose ball. Good that you called it exactly the same man.
All players in the national champs, be at your seats, please. All players in the national champs, please be in your seats. All dealers, do not deal another hand, thank you. All players in your seats, please.
Papa. So, 7 runs on him.
I think he came in. Decided. Felt like it. Maybe not. I mean, I hate to review anyway.
Whatever you want, mate. You're the boss.
What's that?
360. 380. Oh,
Everyone else.
there we go. Have guns.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the National Championships Day 2. What are you doing? This is quite possibly the quickest bobble in main event history. We have 80 players remaining and 80 players are getting paid. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. We literally have 3 bust outs in the span of like 30 seconds. I didn't even get a chance to pause the clock to do a hair process. So congratulations, you are all in the money. From here on out, when you bust out, you'll go and see your tournament director on the floor, either myself or Sheridan, for your payout card. Your blinds will be recommencing at 4,000, 8,000 with an 8,000 big blind empty. Dealers, please deal up, thank you.
Raising to 345, 1 point.
I think you got snap all this. That's it. I'm just all this. Just beating the top.
I was calling.
sucks. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh fuck.
You would have had
Back
30.
club. I'll give you Darren Castro.
you would have had 30% at least.
Question mark? I was like, is that alright? The all in. Yeah. No. Then you can go back clubbing today.
I reckon
You can't actually lose.
You know when he emphatically
Go back to
says
drinking, like-
all in, when he goes all in, I reckon he gets more folds for sure. Yeah, puts the fear of God in people.
What?
The Thatch man staring at
All
you.
the sun running as well, right? The sun running aspect. The man can't lose a flip or an all in hand. Then it's going to be fearful. Yeah, but I think yeah, it was spicy, but 90.
4 raises to 90,000, 90.
I told you what he said to me after he won the ace 10 off against Kings. Did I tell you? No. Yeah, he goes, get that thing. What these guys don't understand is guys would be so unlucky for him to have Kings minus 10. I just lost it. It's so funny. I got to see it.
Heads up. $300 from Zachary. Four folds. Thank you. Nine folds, one fold. That's 80,000. Four, re-raising. That's at 215,000 total. 215. Six folds.
All right, ladies in the vault, your blinds are up. 25,000, 50,000, the 50,000 big blind ante. That's all poker players in the vault, your blinds are up.
7 folds. Pick up. Heads up, heads up. Two check.
The old triple check raise, Ripper. Yeah.
Four bets, 165. Two folds.
All right, just a reminder to all national champs players, When you bust out from here on out, you need to come and see Sherman for a payout card, otherwise you will not get paid.
Blinds are up 50-50. Action. One, folding. Two, fold. Fourth folding. Five folds.
End the mob, baby.
Congratulations.
Six folds.
Great. Red Bull?
Seven.
Can we get it?
Okay.
One free red at a time. One Red Bull at a time. One Red Bull at a time. One free red at a time. You're yawning, you're out.
All players in the national championship make a
750.
and go for a 30-minute break. That's all for players in the national championship. You're on a 30-minute break.
See the chip lead or the top?
Anyone else that called it?
You've seen what I showed last time. I'm not bothered.
I heard of it.
Well, sweet sound just what
Folding. Two folds. Four raises. 105,105. Five folds. Six folds. Seven folds. Nine folds.
I was thinking after the Kings, I was like, I hope they bust two and I get moved.
405 total. 405. guys will win.
Good luck, boys.
Huh?
Do you remember what
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No board.
Just a little bit.
Fair fault. Fair
Don't
amount.
want force ID.
Oh,
Five things.
oh, Brad. Cool.
Too many apps on the turn.
Yeah.
Just in one go, you kind of like, you know what I mean?
1,170,000.
Ace King, so
Just one.
1 million. So what? Kick shot.
Chuck on his
Oh, I didn't see.
That's one. And then how much more?
170.
3 bet.
1,170,000. There's 70 more.
Yep.
I just see.
he raised and the other guy was falling and then
Full bit.
Don't tell Sportelli that you want a hand with Ace King.
Four folds. Five rates for 100,000.
Mate, of course I am. What do you expect?
6 folds.
I just ran into the only the mid.
7 folds. Nine folds. 1 fold. Five bet. 110. 2 folds.
Back on, Josh.
Okay. Five raises, 100,000 total. 100. 6 raises all in. Nine folds, 1 fold, 2 folds, 4 folds, 5, 6 takes. Seven folds. 9 folds. One fold. Two raise, 100,000. Four raises. Five, seven, five. 5 folds. 2 folds. 4 folds. Line to account. Seven folds. Nine raises for 100,000.
All poker players in the beast, your blinds are up 300, 600 with 600 big blind ante. That's all poker players and dealers, your blinds are up 300, 600 with the 600 big blind ante.
Like 1.2, 1.3.
Two calls. Four folds. 5 folds. That should be 6. 6 folds. I'm all in. 6, 9 raises all in. 1 fold. $1,260,000.
Jacks, queens, ace king. Which one? Jacks.
Getting frisky with ace jack.
Sorry.
Actions with 9 guys. Nine folds, 1 fold, 2 folds, 4 folds.
All in.
5 raises all in. Six folds. Seven folds. One fold. Four folds. Five folds.
How good is that? I love it.
6 raises all in.
So that's stack of 20s, so 620.
7 folds.
Can I get it? Just to make sure.
$6.20.
620.
Really?
Sorry.
He called off.
We have. At least you didn't have ace king. At least you have ace king.
Oh my god.
Suited.
What a cooler.
I think you got more. I think you got more.
Sure, that's right. 620.
I'm too lucky. It wasn't mine.
Never easy.
Red.
Orange.
Yes.
Everything was red.
When you smell it, I thought you were slow rolling it, like ace 5 or something.
Good thing you didn't have ace king. You would have ace king.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I think it was that. 2 folds, 4 folds. Five raises to 100,000. 1, 0, 3. 6 folds. Seven folds.
All right, can I please have all white dealers in National Champs Day 2 return to the tables, please? All dealers for the National Champs Day 2, please return to the tables. Thank you.
Nine goals. 120. What's up? Non-check. Five bets, 125,000, 125. Nine raises to 300,000 total. 300. Five goals.
Dealers for the National Champs at tables, thank you. I need all players just to stay out of the area for the time being.
Non-check. Five bet. I got 345. 345 is a bit. Nine fold. Protection.
Be curious to see what I'm not sure about.
Four five. Five raises, 100. Six folds. 7 folds. 5 folds. 1 fold. 2 folds. 1 fold. All in, 5 bet, 6 bet, all in.
We're gonna actually have to fall. I thought you'd fall. So overrated.
It is overrated.
Maybe he's not, he doesn't know split value well enough.
Block is a fake though. King Jacks. Super fake.
Fake turn though. No heart, definitely. 100%. Offsuit.
5 folds.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Shit, why do they think it was just four-sided again? No, yeah. Offsuit. It was only 10 and jack, right? And the heart. Too many outs and the heart.
Nine raises to 100,000. 1 folds, 2 folds, 1 fold. 4 folds. Take it. Line 6 bet.
No, I think enough.
Where can you watch the streams on Facebook?
KPT Live.
After a night out, it's tired.
Yeah.
Tiredest guy.
6.
Alright, all players remaining in the National Championships Day 2. Please start making your way back to your seats, please.
7 folds.
That's all the players remaining in National Champs Day 2. Please start making your way back to your seats in 3 minute
1 fold, 2
4.
folds. 4 folds. 5 folds, 6 takes it. Take it. Buttons and 4 here. Okay. You got any music today? Usually it's me, yeah. 7 folds, 9 folds, 1 fold, 2 folds. Five folds. Raise 650. Right. 5 folds, action 6.
Especially I know he's got a squeeze there.
I'll turn it on. Yeah, you're good. Should be on.
Alright, all players for National Champs Day 2, it's your 30-second code. Please return to your seats. This tournament will restart with or without you at your seat.
5 folds. raises to 100,000.
Alrighty, all players and dealers in National Champs Day 2, please shuffle up and deal. Lines recommence at 5,000, 10,000 with a 10,000 big line ante. That's 5, 10, 10, National Champs.
One back to 600, 775,000. Yeah, 5 folds, 6 folds. 775,000. Seven folds, 1 fold.
He's trying to get me his chips back. I do it like the hard way. You do it the easy way, just gamble basically.
Playing real poker.
One raise, 100,000. 4 folds. 5 folds. 7 folds. 9 folds. Check. 1 bet 75. 1 bet.
How's the parquet going either? How's the parquet?
2 folds.
Good fun?
You got it in behind, mate.
You mean you're on break or everyone else?
4 folds.
You're on break or they are as well? Oh yeah, you asked for a longer break, I understand. Makes sense.
5 raise.
So yeah, I mean obviously, evidently. They don't want the champ though. They don't want the champ though.
Wages all his chips. 7 folds, 9 folds, 1 fold, 5 folds.
I'll tell you one thing.
7. Nine raises, 100,000. One fold.
How much is it like?
1.3, 1.4.
I think it's half now.
Two calls. What's up? Two.
Oh, I'm moving. Yeah, Gotcha. Good luck, everyone.
T-shirt.
All right, players in the BC, your blinds are up. 400, 800 for the 800 big blind ante. That's all poker players and dealers, your blinds are up.
Good luck. Yeah.
Good luck.
Keep photo here. In the finger. Really loves it.
Oh, it's on the bottom.
Two bets, 300,000. No. Luke. We got third move 6. 206 overall. Fold. Seven fold. Nine fold. One fold. Two goals. Quarter. Two bets, 1,000. 6 folds, 2 folds.
Now we get some views. You don't jack 10 when you have jacks? You have jacks? Like he always has jack. Basically, yeah, it makes sense. He always has jack. He said, "Oh, I was dead." Like, he obviously always has a jack in hand. Like, I was thinking like
1 fold.
maybe he had maybe ace, maybe. When he jams and then he says he folds. In general, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
2 raises to 100.
Yeah. At least you have the
4 folds.
10 live. Yeah, actually, definitely Jack 10 more live than Ace Jack. Oh, obviously, Ace Jack's good. Better. If you hit the Ace with an Ace King and Jack, you can't hit the Jack. You're just screwed. Those 10 you have like, no, you're still screwed. You hit trips either way. With more chance to make a straight.
6 folds. 7 folds.
Yeah. They just want to pick off. Oh.
2 raises, 100,000. Go. 6 check. Two check. Bet 245,000, 2 balls.
That club killed me, but otherwise I would have got some more.
Otherwise, it will bluff for Uber.
Of course, I know. That's why when I seen the Ace of Clubs, I was like,
One raise, 100,000, 2 balls. Four fold.
Coffee.
6 fold. 7 fold.
APT Sydney and Bankstown Sports Club. Can I grab your eyes, ears and attention for a couple of minutes, please? I've got a couple of special announcements to make here for 2023. So on behalf of myself, I've been with APT since the beginning and I'm really proud to work with these guys. To the people in the room that have been here from the beginning, I'm standing next to two of them, Rob Zarowski and Lee Northrop. So on a personal note, I'd just like to thank all the guys on the floor. So I love working with you guys, I respect what you do. Brian Wen, Smurf, Stephen Dean, happy birthday, brother. Alex Hansen, Luke Pearson, Adam Maguire, Kate Osborne. I love working with you guys, I respect what you do and I value what we do on the floor. However, that leads me into this special award that we're about to present, special award presented to the 2023 Spirit of the Staff Award. So this person has been fantastic throughout the course of the year as our unofficial superstar of our team. And for 2024, she will receive free massages at every APT series in 2024. So just some of the things that she does are phenomenal. She goes above and beyond what we expect out of our staff on top of working monster hours, of course. Some of the things that she does throughout the course of the week is wash people's clothes, wash some towels, provides food for all the staff members, and she will be cleaning up some chips and stuff this afternoon. So she's fantastic. She's on her dealing journey, and she's improving every day. She goes above and beyond, puts people on the floor in front of her, and that is of course Sydney Tamahana. So thanks Sydney. She wins the Spirit 2023 Staff Spirit of the Year Award. She gets free massage at all series, and she has no idea what I'm talking about because she's concentrated on dealing. Thanks guys. Well done Cindy. Watch that video later, Cindy. Right, just a quick announcement again to all APT staff, including dealers, TAs, etc. When you get a chance on your next break, you need to go through the staff chats. There's been a link put in there. It is important information that you guys need to know. So when you go on your next break, please go through the group chats in the staff pages to see the important information that you guys need to know for the end of the series.
4 calls. Check. I'll bet 25,000. Four calls.
Alright folks, I've got the $1,100 big PLO due to start. I've got currently 2 players seated and waiting. I need at least a 3rd player registered for us to kick off this tournament. So I need 3 minimum players registered to kick off the big PLO. I need at least 1 more to register now. We can kick it off straight away.
We'll bet 140,000, so one call you. One call.
Also, folks, happening out in the foyer area, we got the $200 Kings Playing Cards Super Freeze Tournament. So 200 buy-in, 75k star stack freeze out event. So if you do bust from the main or the beast, you can roll on into that. Or you got the big PLO, 1100 buy-in, need at least 1 more registered to kick it off.
Full bet 675,000. Break up his hand, guys. 7 foes. 9 rates for 100,000. 1 foes, 2 foes. Kelly.
All players in the vault, day 2. Finish your current hand and go for 50. 15-minute break. That's all players in the vault. Day 2, you're on a 15-minute break.
No, I bet 75,000.
1.1. Have you got 1.1?
No, I did 1. I'm break, guys.
There you go.
All players in the national championships, your blinds are up. 6,000, 12,000, 12,000 with the 12,000 big blind ante.
On a roll here.
That's all poker players in the national championships. Your blinds are up. 6,000, 12,000 with the 12,000 big blind ante.
$1,355,000.
Perfect.
475.
Yep. So essentially this last one should be perfect.
Well, that's to be right. $1,275,000.
Yep. Nice.
It's the final day of the Australian Poker Tour. We just thought we'd give you a bit of an update before we head back to the vault, which you've been following this morning. Harvey Silver, Aidan Glenn. Good to see you, mate.
Yeah, it's been a very, very long week. We've had some amazing guests, some amazing commentary, some amazing poker. I'm glad we're getting to the end, but I always love tour. You know, this is your first experience. How have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, look, it's been great, and it's as long as it's been, there's always going to be a little bit of a void, bit of an emptiness when it finishes, but we've got plenty of great play today.
Yeah.
Be many, many hours of poker for you guys to watch for the rest of the day, but we just thought we'd update you on where things are at, because there's quite a few simultaneous events happening and a couple coming to their conclusion. Obviously, the Vault, which we've been watching this morning, 11 left in 11, that.
Yeah, and hopefully they bring out that beautiful bracelet as well, put it on the table. That's something that you'll never, ever forget winning. The beautiful thing, though, Harvey, is that after we've run through this week, the Australian Poker Tour, we estimated a prize pool of about 3.5 million. We are only a few players short, off the cuff. We're not there yet. The beast is still open, of a $5 million series. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's been outrageous. The numbers that have rocked up here, the feeling in the room, and it's been a really terrific week. Again, encourage you, if you're in the Sydney area, there's still a few hours to go. Even if you want to just come and rail and see what's going on, it's a lot of fun here at the Bankstown Sports Centre. So just before we go back to our feature table, maybe you're in a position to just update everyone on where things are at. We've got the 5K coming towards its conclusion.
Those boys are currently just hit the cash, Harvey. I've actually gone around the room, had a look at a few of the clocks for everybody. Let's see here. So the first one that I got was the Vault, mate. They got 11. You're 100% correct there. Over $500,000 in prize pool for the Vault. Then we've also got the Beast. That's also at level 6. Couple more levels to go. I think we need 107 to get that $5 million mark. I think that's the golden number.
Okay.
That's currently got 69K in that. The big PLO has just started. It's underway. Level 2. Blinds are at 2 and 4. 17,000 in that particular prize pool at the moment. Only 18 runners. Still very early, and I still think a lot of players will fill into that. And then we've also got the National Championships, Day 2.
Well, that's the one I thought you'd keep till the end, because that's our big field, isn't it?
That is the big field. Many flights there. 679 entries, Harvey.
Wow.
And 398K, 745. So a lot of poker going on. I've forgotten one. The Extreme High Roller.
Yeah, the Extreme, yeah.
That's it. Those guys are down into the cash. It looks like there's only 4 of them left. 58K up top. Okay. That was a 5K entry. And our mate Jack's on there too.
Yeah, our mate Jack's he's short stack, but he's still on that table. So we're going to might have a look and see if they're back yet on that feature table on the Vault. We'll get you back there. The boys have just sat, and girl, I should say, have just sat down to resume play here.
All right, let's switch across.
Yeah, we'll switch across. We'll leave you guys with it for a bit, and I understand we've got a number of guest commentators coming in. Really enjoyed people like Didier and
100%.
Angel and some of our other players who'll be popping in and out through the day. Adam,
Harvey, the feedback has been sensational. The players love this setup. We enjoy having them come into the booth. Their analysis is second to none. It's making everybody at home feel like they are watching something that is really entertaining. They're learning. They're getting to see the action. This is the Australian Poker Tour. This is, well, I'm biased.
The pinnacle.
I'm pinnacle.
It's the pinnacle. We can say that.
Yeah.
So, yep, we're here just to help carry it along for you and answer any questions. Don't forget that there's plenty of opportunity to chat there, not only on Facebook, but we're on Twitch and on YouTube as well. So if you've got any questions, you've got any feedback, let us know. But
and also congratulations to Naj last night winning the 10K for the Lord Poker Tournament. Massive structures, these tournaments, and got to have the patience to do it. But he's probably one of the best in Australia, and he's proved it last night. He's got the trophy, he's got the ring. Nudge, just doing Nudge things. I think you went and did an interview with him
Yeah,
as well.
we'll run that a little bit later on. We
later.
caught up with him afterwards. It was pretty late last night. He'd had it. He was absolutely stuffed, as all the players were. That was a really, really long final 5 on that table. Went forever.
Yeah.
But we got 5 on this table at the moment. Yeah, it's 5, isn't there? 5 or 6. And we're happy to leave you guys with it to enjoy the poker. And as I say, we'll drag a few of the players in once they're done with their break or on their table. We'll be going right through till pretty late. We'll follow this tournament all the way through to its conclusion, and then we'll probably move the national champs on here, I'd imagine. I'm not too sure what the schedule is for the feature table. It really depends how long this one goes for.
Yeah, it's really dependent on that. This is the bracelet event. This is the vault. This is the one that's gone all around the country running flights to get a ticket into it. It's now going to be one that you're always going to want. Look at this, Harvey.
And we've come on at a really good time. McCulley with the ace-10.
Yep, Rip City.
And you've got to think.
Yeah, he might be.
The Queens are going to call here.
Yeah, big tournament life move here. Not knowing that his opponent from the hijack has the ladies.
You know, even in this spot, it's interesting that it's not just an insta-call, is it? Oh, hang on, we still got to play behind, that's why. I thought we'd folded around here. It's because we were chatting away and not watching the poker.
Yeah. So McCulley's only got 60k. Oh, he's 3-bet to 1 point.
Yeah, so
it did look like he ripped his stacking, but he might have kept a little bit behind.
We've seen that a little bit here, haven't we?
That's the second time.
Just a small amount of chips left behind.
It's a really good situation here, having those these two hands clash. If Aaron Suffield comes in to call Josh McCulley's bet, because those queens are so strong, only leaves 2 aces in the deck. And he's got a couple of blockers for the straight draws, and yeah, you got to be feeling good waiting your turn here, being Kovash.
It's a really tough one, isn't it? You've played for so long.
Cooper's in the chat calling for the time.
The consensus in here is he's probably going to fold here, but just because he's got players behind him, but it's not to know that he's got queens on the hijack. He does fold. You see,
7 points.
he's also out. Daniel's out.
2 girls, 7
There goes
girls.
3 aces.
I was going to call it.
Queens.
Yeah, I was ahead, yeah.
Goes straight in.
I thought, that's why I thought the shove was weak.
I think we were calling.
Ace Jack.
Yeah. I knew you were ahead of him. And he was expecting you to raise.
Yeah, I was like,
There's only 1 ace live left in the deck after one's been already folded. So, Josh McCulley hits his 10. And the Queens get there.
If I call it, you're still going for chips. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's what I was
So that's
thinking.
a
I
double
think
up
you can't
there.
have ace king, ace queen there. You would have just.
We still
Yeah,
have
yeah,
11
like
players
raised up
going
a bit.
around in this one. So as I was saying, we'll drag a few of the players who are wandering
So
around
excited,
or
but I was
finishing
just
up
like,
playing
you know what?
outside back into the commentary.
Just calm down.
Everyone seems to really appreciate that.
Yeah, we're going to really, we like to turn the commentary up when we get to the final tables here at the Australian Poker Tour.
I'm still happy with the front.
But that's not to say it's always good having Harvey Silver coming into the box, and we get to talk about just the little things and all the extras of that's happening up and around the place. And
Yeah, you're certainly not getting me analysing play here. There's some really, really good. We have actually had some amazing play. It's been fascinating just to actually sit here with the microphone off and watch these guys play. I really enjoyed it.
I can't help myself when I go back to bed at night. I always turn some of the stream on from during the day and try to find a few action hands and listen to the calls. And there's been some good moments, especially early on in the week. But big thank you to everybody who's taken the time out and just wanted to get in here. And it is a fun place to be. And if you've got good company, you can be in here for hours.
We started a week ago. Does it feel like a week to you? It feels like a month to me.
Yeah, it's a long time.
We've had some...
pretty much running on adrenaline at this point.
Yeah, we had some big tournaments too. We've had a 25k, the 10k, was really interesting to watch. Went for so long. The 5k finishing up now outside. I think there's 5 left in that one.
And it's all, and I guess one of the cool things is to Harvey, we get to call a 25k and a 10k tournament. I mean, between us and the pros that have come and done some analysis, it's not many tournaments outside of a casino have probably had that opportunity. So very, very grateful for it.
So that push all in from Lucy gets through. Can't wait to inform you about what's happening in 2024. Got some really big plans. If this week's any indication, we're going to have a number of weeks like this next year.
Yeah, Harvey's 100% correct. Stay tuned. Watch this space. McCulley wakes up with pocket 4s under the gun. Just gets a double up. Interesting. Might come in for a min click or could just chuck him straight in the bin. Oh, Rip City. Josh is like, I'll just take blinds. Got 4 more to act. Let's hope nobody wakes up.
7 folds.
There's 2 folds.
5 folds, 1 fold.
No one did.
Yeah, extra 150k on top of Josh's stack there. There's the room. I believe that is the beast. The table below is the other table with Bert Perry.
That's the secondary
vault
table.
Yeah, geez, he runs good, Bert Perry.
Yeah, we've seen him a lot up here on the feature table through the week.
Yeah, he's one of Australia's best poker players. I think somebody said his DPI was like top 5 or something. Yeah.
Tens on the button.
Just to the right of this feature table is the extreme high roller. A couple of big voices out there. I'm sure for those who are watching at home might be able to pick it up who it is.
we're going to get a little scan of the room here now.
Yeah. I was enjoying myself playing with the cameras earlier, Harvey. It's just, I do love seeing a full poker room.
I've said so many times this week, it really felt like Vegas when you walked in here.
Yeah.
And so that side of the room with the beast is very busy. Down here,
Even though it's too loose. Even though it's too loose.
I'm going to pan a bit little further around, but we don't want to miss the hand.
Yeah, I think it was going into the main event.
Yeah.
National champs.
And one room does empty out pretty often because they've split up all the breaks on the different tournaments. So you get a couple hundred people pick up and leave. And, and then all come back and another 50 get up and go. And it, be like taking tickets. It's like being on the metro.
I'm not sure if you've seen that that meme, Harvey, where it's the guy, he's like, brace yourself. That's what the bar staff are doing. The poker players are coming.
Josh is going to push this all in from the small.
He's left a little bit behind again.
Oh, he has too.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have him all in ever, I think. If he's pushing, he's always leaving a little bit behind. 630. And he's pushed in 610 of it.
610.
Yeah. He's effectively shoving like 10 bigs.
Aaron not to know that he's got him crushed here if he decides to call this.
Yeah, sure, man.
Yep, Josh McCulley's opening the floodgates and collecting blinds. Is going to keep chipping his stack back up and no longer last on the chip count. He's now sitting with 13 bigs. 780K.
I know he's shoving there with anything.
Not anything.
But just feel the blinds, of course. There's too much in there.
That's it. The players at the table, they know he's stealing. So Josh might change gears at this point. You never know.
Alright, yeah, 120. 9 rows to go front. 1 fold, 2 folds.
Raise under the gun with the fours from Daniel Klinger. Do you know Daniel? Is he a
No,
regular?
haven't met him personally.
Okay.
Wouldn't mind taking some time to introduce myself once he runs deep in this.
Just wondering if his nickname is Max or Corporal.
Corporal?
Corporal Klinger.
Oh, what that?
MASH.
MASH.
Corporal Max Klinger. He's a cricketer, Victorian cricketer. Whose surname was Klinger and his
I
nickname
think we're
was
going to
Max.
see a shove here.
Could be.
I like this because I don't know if the Klinger will hold on to these fours.
6 folds. 7 folds.
He may.
We got 755. How much? 755,000.
He's still holding on to those couple of chips behind, isn't he?
Yeah. Look, maybe it's just a personal thing. He always just wants a stack in his hands, a shuffle. And he's put enough chips in the pot to say, look, if you want to flip, we can flip. So he'll just leave the option with Daniel if he wants to get it in. Because he's 3-bet enough there to say 755. If you're going to call that, then we've got 3 streets to run. It's going in anyway.
Yeah, I don't know if Daniel's calling this though.
No, I don't think so either. And I don't blame Daniel for having that feeling, sitting there with his little pairs. But
Well, I'm sure he's thinking at best he's flipping and at worst he's way behind with a pair of fours. So it's a tough one. They have been playing for a long time to get to this point.
You can hear those chips go click, click, right next to the mic. Oh, he's made the call.
Wow.
I haven't put all in.
Oh, okay. He said I haven't put them all in.
Yeah,
He's only got 25, so.
You can bet in the dark I'll call, but
Do you think he exposed his hand? I'm not too sure. Or if he
no,
said it.
I don't think. I think he said call,
Yeah.
thinking that he was all in. So rather than saying all in, so.
Dealers in the National Championships. Lines now up. Lines now 8,000.
He's going to hold on to his 25k behind.
Lines are now up. Lines now 8,000. 16,000 with a 16,000 big blind ante.
oh, it's gonna fall for you.
Where's it flick it in now? There it is.
Okay, so
6 outs, mate. 5 outs minus the hearts. Queen of hearts that was previously folded. Oh, there it is.
wow.
He folds the fours. McCulley goes into 7 figures, but he doubles him up, and now he's second in chips, mate.
Many times, and I just get there again.
It's not the first time we've seen Josh McCulley on this feature table. Absolutely
Was it the dust off?
Oh no.
running a muck.
I think he's almost pitched his tent at this feature table. We've seen him on a number of tournaments. He's obviously had a really fun week here.
Yeah, his local customer comes in quite a
I'll
lot.
come after.
Lots of fans, you can tell on the chat. There's a lot of Go Josh on some of the previous events. And those fans will be happy. It's that king on the turn to give him a very big pot.
Oh, no more lunch then.
Cripples Max Klinger in the process.
As we welcome Johnny to the table, new dealer.
Leave the dust off and eat, and then I get these. What's correct?
See up in the top corner there, we've got 12 players left in this event.
We might, I mean, Josh is picking up chips here. Cut off. The aggression is just not stopping.
Aaron reaching for chips.
3 bets. 280k. It's interesting because Aaron's gone into the tank a lot here. I think he's been waiting for the right hand and moment to be able to 3-bet Josh McCulley.
But he picked the wrong time, didn't he? With
he's walked into aces.
But he only has a very small stack left, Daniel. So it's still going to be interesting between the other two where they go here.
Josh can just get away from this pretty,
surely.
Knowing that he's created this chaos.
Is it not that he gets out of the way to let these two fight it out?
Yeah. Be interesting once we see the open. I'd like to see McCulley's face. All right, will the aces hold? I've already lost a king. Oh, there's the king here. All right, so we 2 pair, aces, 10s. Got one. Still 2 pair.
Needs one more.
Queen.
If the king game was a 1-outer.
And just needed a king and a king only.
A lot of time to wake up with them.
Oh, a beautiful time to wake up with bullets. That's the roller coaster of poker, isn't it? You can make the call off with 4, lose a bit of stack. Perhaps if he folds those 4s and then 2 hands later he gets the aces, Josh McCulley's in a different position. And Klinger's got a lot more chips, but look, he's got enough chips to continue battling on here now, and it's a roller coaster up and down.
I'm always behind, but if you're a pair or ace, no.
So let's make note of that figure up on the top right-hand corner. So there's now 11 left in this. So 473 starters. When we get down to 9, we'll move everyone onto this feature table. But that could still be a while, the way this is yo-yoing backwards and forwards, Aiden.
Yeah, yeah.
C6 folds. C7 folds.
And Daniel Klinger's woken up on the small blind with ace, jack, and
Folds. Roughly 700.
he's moved all in. Time to heat up the cards for Daniel Klinger.
Like I said, I calm down. They've moved the lunch. I've got another 40 minutes. So I can calm down for a bit and then see what happens.
This week has definitely been characterised by a lot of table talk, hasn't it? Every time we put the feature table on, we'll have a wander around outside. Everyone's very, very chatty.
That's all players in the base. Your buzzer up.
A really good feeling.
That's a really good thing for those at home as well who love to hear what the players have to say at the table. Just any type of conversation at a poker table can be quite good if you use it as a weapon, Harvey. Some people try to use it just to be persuasive. What's it? NLP, Neuro-Linguistic.
C7 folds.
I'm sure what the piece stands for.
Some people just can't shut up, so it depends. So Josh has to push that in as well.
Yeah.
So he's been incredibly active, Josh, in the last little bit. Won a couple of pots pushing, and then hasn't been able to call raises with just inferior cards. So it is a marathon, this, 473, I should say. Started this 2 days ago. We're down to our final 11.
Two to go to our final table. Bert Perry on the other table as well. Keep your eye out for him. He's coming in charge for this Vault bracelet.
Yeah, so the Vault is the only event here that's offering a bracelet in addition to the trophy. The other ones have been rings, beautiful rings. I'm not talking them down at all, but the bracelet is something special. We've both had a really good look at that, the diamond encrusted bracelet.
I think it's the only bracelet on offer.
That's what I'm saying.
Currently in Australia.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the one everybody wants.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I certainly believe it is at the moment.
And again, record-breaking numbers for this event, as we've had for virtually every other event that we've played here.
Yeah. I don't think he was going to make that call. I think Josh really wants the lead here. Lucy Lee gets that through. She picks up the blinds and the antes.
Blinds out. It's very nice hand, but you can't really call it a lead. Yeah, yeah.
All right, Aiden, I'm going to have a little walk out in the room and see if someone might want to come in and have a chat with you. Talk about their experiences out there. And keep the variation going for our viewers. Hope you're enjoying it out there. Bankstown Sports Club, Australian Poker Tour. It's our final day. We'll be going right through to the end of the National Championships tonight. Could be a late one for us, mate, but
yeah, will be.
Every night's been a late one, so why will this night be any different?
Well, you're lucky you get to miss out Bump Out.
If anyone wants to come and help with Bump Out, you're more than welcome. There's a lot of stuff to carry out of here. All right, I'm going to go for a little wander. I'll catch you guys soon.
Thanks for the call, Harvey. All right, looks like we got Daniel with Ace Queen Spades on the hijack. 1 million in chips. Rip City all in. Aaron Sheffield. Could be a collision here. Aaron hasn't had many of these premium hands, and there is. He's made the call.
Show your cards.
And we can go for a chop here. At best, Daniel wants running spades. He's got the edge. Got pair for both. That is the chop card. We'll take a 3. No, we'll get the 10.
It's enough, okay?
Spare?
Run aces into me twice.
Oh, yeah.
Chop twice.
Am I wearing it? Yes. Do I have spare? No. You're trying to say you need I need something?
Quite timely with pocket aces again.
Not that.
But even if you had ace rag there, you still would have got straight on the board, so.
You think I think of Filthy Boy. Filthy Boy. I think you're a filthy boy, mate. Big fault.
Aaron wakes up with the pocket 3s. Him and Lucy talking about how many times Daniel Klinger's had the aces. Doesn't want to keep walking into his premiums.
6, 7, folds.
Shows the pocket 3s, gets blinds.
Button's good.
We get a real man's hand. I know, but I got very lucky. Sportelli's a real man. Is he still in? Wow, that's spicy. He's a naughty boy.
I think 2 raises and 100,000.
Chip leader finds a hand to get back into the action as he's been sitting pretty dormant for the last 10, 15. McCulley in the cutoff. Wakes up with ace 10. Can we get a 3-bet here? Uh-oh. He's ripped it, and as normal, keeps those 3 chips from behind. Super aggressive, just constantly attacking while there's 2 players to go for the final table bubble. Reminds me how Pudge was playing the other night when he won. Same spot, same aggression. Keep building stacks, Josh. You're doing well.
Seat 2 folds. Seat 4 folds.
Aaron's really thinking whether he wants to attack these blinds here. That's reaching.
Seat 6 raises to 120,000.
Bin clicks 120k. Lucy puts
Seat
it in the
7
bin.
folds.
Blinds to
9
come.
folds.
Malcolm wakes up with pocket 2s.
What do you do? Re-jam? Actually? Pre-flop? That's definitely copy me. It's like your uncle smackers. You need to smack it if you keep having ace king when I'm all in. You kind of respect the main pocket queen. That's fair to be all. Ace king, that's a drawing hand. You need to learn better. Well, mine's a suit. Not a drawing. I'm not drawing.
I got 2 more slots. One seat 4.
That's fair.
Raise 125,000. Seat 6 folds. Seat 7 folds. Seat 9 goes all in. Seat 1 folds.
Count please.
Seat 2 folds.
975-ish.
With the donation.
Seven, 8, 9, 9, 20. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 920,000.
Not pocket fours.
Sorry?
Pocket fours? Like the sick. Like your hand.
In my hand?
Pocket fours?
What was the happy revenge goal? To give you chips. The reverse revenge, the donation. I had a feeling, I had a superstition that I was losing that ball. My call. Serious? Alright. Absolutely. Have you been watching me? I didn't feel good about the ace-10 one. I was the one I didn't feel good about. That was the one when I was whoops. That was 6-7. I kind of like whoops. Respect. Yes. Yeah, I like it. I haven't seen it. So. It will show on the stream, right? Oh wait, yeah. Well, I'm a crazy animal, right? So. There. Absolutely, yeah. Played enough. Yeah, we're in the streets. We like to battle. Absolutely.
You can't even tell a proper lie.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget if you didn't pass one of the main or the boots, still got a couple of tournaments running and another one due to start soon. We currently have the $200
I would be out.
Kings
If I raise the
Super Freeze, 200 buy-in, 75k starts like freeze outs. We've also got the $1,100 big PLO happening, 2 tables currently running that one. And we've also got the PLO 5, the absolute DGen game for all DGens. The $250 dealer deal PLO 5 tournament kicking off a bit later on. Also at 4 o'clock, event number 31. We've got a, I guess you can call it a satellite, $250 buy-in. There's one Vietnam poker package.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, back here on the call. Just got Braden Jinx coming into the box. Needed a partner in crime, so we got a little bit more to talk about, as Braden is pretty much one of the technical minds. And Braden, welcome to the call, mate.
Thanks for having me. Had a good time yesterday on the call with Lockie. We were in the room for about 2.5, 3 hours. It was good fun. So
It's a long time to do a call.
I thought I'd come back in.
Yeah.
Me and Lockie could talk about it all day. So
Lockie's a great kid. And probably one player to definitely keep your eye on.
Oh, he is for sure. He's starting to get some bigger results, some bigger 5-figure results, and you know, he's really a student of the game, and he plays very well. He's a smart kid, so we'll see a lot more of him.
Yeah, well, I'm from the north side of Brisbane, where the same place where Lockie's from. I've always liked watching him. I said to him when we were in the call, when he comes second in the main event for the Australian Poker Tour. I said, "You're my pick."
Yeah.
But I have to admit that it's always been tough for me to choose who I've liked the most out of Lockie and Adam Thagard. But Adam Thagard, he just runs pure, gets WSOP rings, and pretty much scoops a whole mystery bounty field. So
yeah, I was there for that. You had to see it to believe it. To be honest.
boy.
Sometimes, I mean, that's what makes the game so great. There's sometimes, you know, it's very rare, and you could play tournament poker for 30 years and it will never happen. But sometimes you can go into a mystery bounty, you can win it, you can claim the top 4 or 5 bounties, and you know you're set up for the next God knows how many years.
Yeah,
and it happened to him, and you know he also doesn't need the money. It's not like it's going to really change his life. You know, he's got quite a successful career, but he's such a great guy, and you know, couldn't have happened to anyone better.
Yeah, dead set. Adam's just one of those guys who, heart of gold, nice as pie, probably would help anybody. We've got an all-in rip here with pocket 2s from the button. Pressuring the blinds. Lucy's with pocket 3s with a decision. Not much behind. So here she comes.
Yeah, Lucy's only got, what is this, 3.5 big blinds? 3.5 big blinds in a pair. You won't see too many better hands than that. And she's one of the rarest spots in Hold'em where she's going to be dominating her opponent with pocket 2s.
Yeah. And that's good. You don't see the board pair. That makes it even more safer for the 3s.
Yeah, I mean, well, she would hold because we should hold with actually 3 high depending on the run out, but she's.
There it is.
There it is. Didn't matter. She didn't need it. Back to 9 big blinds. Anything can happen from there.
Yeah, this is the bubble. 11 players left.
We do have 11 players left, and
sorry, 2 to play.
We've got the other table. You know, this is going to be a stacked final table, depending on what happens on the other non-feature table. We've got Bert Perry on there, Natalia, Chad. You know, there's a lot of really great players left. It's probably got the makings of a really amazing final table, especially with who we've got here. So, you know, Josh is the best player in the country. Malcolm's not far behind.
McCulley is he's really, really good to watch. I've just been sitting here for about the last hour, Jinxie, and the aggression that he's been putting on in these short-handed moments. Like he was the lowest in chips, like, and now he's within an hour built that stack back up to great heights.
Yeah, he's the best. Just always makes the right decision.
But the other thing too, he's been opening up with like strange ranges. Like there was a hand there before, and he was in the cutoff. He was under the gun. He's opened up with King 3 suited, walking into bigger hands and creating chaos to a hand that it was like Ace Queen versus, to which was a 3-bet to the 3-bet walking into aces, and McCulley just walking away laughing. You know, like.
Malcolm flopped the world here out of the big blind, but I don't see he's probably not going to get paid too much. I think that for the perspective of the viewer, you're going to find a lot of really good regulars, open hands, low suited kings, King 4 suited, King 5 suited, King 6 suited. King 3 suited is a little greedy, but I think if we're 5-handed, it's, you know, he's opening from the low jack, so you know, McCulley's always going to take every spot that he possibly can, and low suited kings come into that. Yeah. Not having seen the hand or stack distribution or anything, but just from a general perspective, you know, it may seem like a crazy open, but you know, he can get away with it. You know, he might only open that 20% of the time, and this is the 1 in 5 time that he's chosen to open the hand, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Really nice size here from Malcolm. Obviously a kid that doesn't make too many mistakes either. And we're going to go that size with a lot of our bluffs as well. Just so happens that Malcolm has it there. And interesting here from Malcolm. I did note that he may have been out at the bar or the club till all hours last night, and he's here battling away. He was here on time. He's just got the stamina to do so. Not sure we have that anymore.
Did you have it or did you bluff? Exactly. He's a young kid with a dream. very, very good. Or just
T4 fold. T6 fold. T7 fold.
Pretty standard here from both players. Malcolm's going to limp a lot of his range, sub 30 off with a hand like this. Trying to induce a raise from a lot of the trash that the big blind's going to have.
Yeah, standard defensive call. He could bet here as a continuation, which looks like
it just went limp check. So you know, Malcolm's going to limp a lot. I mean, basically all of his hands there, I would say. Kivesh has had a stab. Malcolm will call. We'll see a turn.
Yeah, he's definitely going to wipe that off, see if he can catch up.
He's still going to be a lot ahead of a lot of, it's easy to say when you can see the cards, but he's going to be ahead a lot of the stabs that the big blind has. You know, especially with his turn and the ace of spades in his hand, you know, I think we might see, depends if the big blind wants to realise his equity, but after stabbing the turn, after stabbing the flop, we very rarely never stab the turn here, so he's going to bet. With the ace of spades is interesting. I'm not sure if...
As in Malcolm's hand never really stabs a turn? The check is something...
No. Well, because he's limped his whole range and he's checked the flop. So he's going to continue to let the big blind bet his range.
Okay.
So his hand is now just a bluff catcher, but it's a good bluff catcher. He has the ace of spades. You know, having the queen in your hand on this board texture is not great. You want your opponent to have, you know, some queen nines, queen jacks. But...
oh, look, yeah, Cabash.
He's definitely just going to go check here and take his showdown for sure. There's no point bluffing anymore. He's got enough showdown value. Well, he's kind of value, but I think I'd be surprised if he did here, to be honest. I really would, but you know, he's still ahead of a lot of the, you know, maybe an ace-2 that Malcolm's had. You know, king two of spades that Malcolm might have caught the turn with, but he's always going to go check.
Yeah.
Malcolm's not going to like what he sees, unfortunately. You know, that would have been an interesting. Let's just say the turn is an offsuit 5. You know, Malcolm will check. The big blind's got a very good candidate to bluff. He has no showdown value and knows that. And knows that he can't win the hand. So.
So do you think if Malcolm was in the white hat, right?
Yeah,
so
Malcolm is in the seat one.
If that river hearts up, that really gives him some more. So maybe a bluff there as well.
I think. Yeah, he would bluff hearts. Obviously, if he hits his spades, he's got the nuts. Oh, he's the relative nuts. But there is a lot of hands that he would have to bluff. You know, an offsuit 9, an offsuit 7, straight completers, random 2-pair completers. Like, there's not too many cards I can think there that he wouldn't be bluffing. But just because he's hit his pair, you know, he's got showdown value against ace highs, random 2s, king 2 suited, queen 2 suited.
Lucy wakes up with aces, the short stack.
Aces off 9 big blinds. You're not going to find a better hand than that, obviously. I really like just the mint. Oh, I thought she's gone the min raise there, which I really would have liked, but
yeah, she's going to just collect here. She's over it.
It's not, you know, it's really frustrating with 9 bigs. Just there with Lucy, having aces there off 9 big blinds, you know, we're going to have some bluffs there off 9 bigs. We can raise, fold hands like King 10-0, Queen 9 suited. Actually, we'll probably jam that. But having aces, we don't have to balance our range too much. We can just raise to, you know, 2 big blinds, and Josh has to defend basically drawing dead. But, you know, we also don't want to jam a hand as good as aces for 9 big blinds. We want our opponents in the hand when we have the nuts. So not sure what the 4 big blind raise there was about, but we've got some action here. Daniel in the hijack off 20 bigs with 6s. You know, I think what we'll just find here is Josh will just be 3-betting and Daniel will fold. Daniel is, yeah, so Josh comes in with a 3-bet jam off 22 bigs effective. Daniel will probably tank for a little and just be letting this one go.
Yeah, whilst we are on the decision of Daniel, we've got the 5K Extreme High Roller. Gorn heads up there with Sean Oy and Joe Sandav. So 3rd place was our Queenslander Sportelli.
Adrian Sportelli.
Adrian Sportelli. And 4th place was Jacques Ramsden.
Yep. Just here, Josh is going to have 3 bets with, you know, lower pairs. Daniel has made the call. He's run into the top of range from Josh. You know, Josh is also going to have, you know, ace king, ace queen, ace jack. And he's also going to be finding jams here with, you know, pairs that he dominates. He's just run into the top of Josh's range. And a queen in the window for the great man. We could potentially find a fold there with the 6s. I'm not too sure. We dominate some hands, but maybe not enough hands off 20 bigs.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because Daniel Klinger did pretty much the same sort of call off with pocket 4s about 30, maybe 30 hands ago.
You know, I would prefer we jam the 6s from the hijack off 20, to be honest, and use our middling pairs to deny equity instead of raise calling off. It seems probably, you know, not the greatest option available to us, but, you know, Daniel's new to the scene, and I've been playing with him quite a lot, and he's very aggressive, and he takes all of the spots available to him.
Yeah, and that's good. That's a good quality on a poker table.
It is.
You just got to tune it, right?
It is. He does have fine tuning to do, but he's got the right people around him, and being naturally aggressive when you first come into the game is a lot better than the other way. You know, just trying to survive. It's easy to win tournaments when you're aggressive and you can accumulate chips.
If he's running as deep as he is, keep an eye on Daniel. Big things to come. He's probably...
Oh, for sure. He's been in the mix in some big tournaments, and you know, he ran we were very deep in the main event on day 1 in the last level, and he ran an insane triple barrel against me, and I nearly peeled him off with 2nd pair because I know that he can. I didn't have it in me, but I know that he can. You know, he's capable of really putting his opponents to the test if he so chooses. Yeah. So, and he's there to accumulate chips. He's not there to, you know, navigate his way through. He's always got some type of relatively large stack, and that's why he's decided there to raise call off the 6s. You know, he's definitely a player to watch.
It's close. Like 1 off 1. Yeah, on the phone. I don't think
down to 11. This is the bubble of the final table. Okay. 1 to 4.
Let's see your stack, people.
This is actually going to be a great final table. We've got Bert Perry on the other table with Natalia Rozova. She's such a great player. I think Chad's still in too, as I said before. If, you know, that all of those players make it to the final table, we're in for, you know, that could be a final table of a 10K or a 5K, and we're in a 1K here. Often when we're watching 1K fields, you know, a lot of players can sneak through to the final table that are either relatively new, and we're going to see an all-in and a call here, blind versus blind. This is all very standard.
We'll bring the hand at risk.
You know, we're looking at sub 10 big blinds effective. King Jack versus Ace 10 is just always going to get in here.
Here comes the flop.
Ace 10 at risk for Lucy. This will definitely be her biggest spot. It's going to be hard for her to not double up here. soon as I say that. 110's been folded, so it's 3 outs once. Definitely Lucy's biggest spot, I would think, that she's been in. You know, great to see her running deep.
Yeah, well, that's 3 double ups. That's definitely put her back into contention with a dangerous, building a dangerous chip.
Let me
Liam
just make
Jubic
sure,
just jumped
4,
in the
5.
comments there for you, mate, as well.
620.
Can we get a BAC reading on Malcolm, please?
I did mention, I'm not sure if Liam was listening to the commentary about 10 minutes ago, but I did mention that Malcolm was seen out very late on the town last night, and it was not looking good that he'd be here on time, but he made it.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure he must have had quite a go. He had quite a few drinks, and you know, rumour has it he still wanted to stay and party as the club was closing. But he's here now.
And for those that are at home that don't know what BAC is,
blood and alcohol content. So
Okay,
so you know, random breathalyzer or any type of alcohol that's in Malcolm's system. But you know, he's not driving a car; he's playing cards, and you know, he's playing well.
At the end of the day, everything's fine.
yeah, he seems to be holding up.
Poker is the only endeavour, sport in parentheses, that you can still play to a relatively good and successful level. You know, if you're out and hungover, you would never do that if you were playing sport professionally or cricket professionally or football.
Well, I don't know about that. C-grade cricket.
Yeah, C-grade cricket. But Malcolm is
got the stubbies on the field.
Malcolm is one of the best.
Yeah.
You know, this is his job.
There we go.
And we've
All in call.
We're all in a call. We've just heard that Malcolm had best on ground on his last night at the nightclub. So hopefully he can take that good form to the $150,000 prize of the vault.
Yep, and then this one. Here comes the flop.
An easy jam and an easy call here. It's all very standard. Malcolm in the big blind peeling this off for the extra 3 big blinds.
We are looking to catch up, but that's giving him even more outs.
It's 11 outs once for Malcolm. And that good form does not continue here. An ace, pair of aces will hold. You know,
Divvy and White says Malcolm is actually my hero.
Every time you're in the hand, you're whispering it.
Yeah. 40-80 with an 80.
How about you, Jinxie? How do you do after a big night back at the poker table?
I tend to struggle now. I've always been I always like to go out and have a drink with my mates, and I've always been a partier, I guess. But I'm 33 now, and I tend to pull up quite ordinary. I can still have a big night, but I can't have multiple in a row, and I definitely can't back up the next day. So if I think. Liam commenting, this is obviously a spot for Malcolm that, you know, I know there's $150,000 is a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but Malcolm has been in many bigger spots than this, especially online, and, you know, although $150,000 up top is a lot, maybe to Malcolm at this point in his career, it's, you know, it's kind of just another day at work for Malcolm. He's been he's had so many big scores online, and he's such a great player, and maybe that's why he feels like he can disrespect the game a little bit by being the one closing up the nightclubs in Sydney on a Saturday night. Very good-looking, strapping young man too, is Malcolm. So I'm sure he'd do well. Liam's stating that I am a sucker for a cold one. I am. Just like being around the guys. There's such a good community of players in Australian poker, especially us Victorians. All the Victorian players are quite close because we don't have any poker to play back home. So we're always traveling, and we always travel together. You know, I do all of my travel and staying and accommodation with Liam and a couple of other guys, and you know, the Victorians are a close bunch, but we have to be because we're always traveling together, flying together.
Wait, is Liam from Victoria?
Liam's from Victoria.
I
yeah,
thought he was a Queenslander.
Nah, he's Victorian through and through.
Ah.
It's just a lot of people.
I just see him a lot up in Queensland.
No,
that
so
makes sense.
many. I've probably had since I started playing in Sydney about a month ago. A lot of people are like, "Oh, well, you know, what are you doing down here?" What do you mean down here? I'm not. Everyone just assumes that we're both from Queensland because we've spent so much time there in the last 12 months. But that's only a function of the fact that we have to play in Queensland because we have nothing. We can't play poker in Victoria.
Yeah. Well, I knew that you were a Victorian because Mike Maddox originally came up, and that's how I met you.
Yes.
Through Mike. So.
Yeah. But no, Liam's Victorian through and through.
We're not doing for hand.
They said no hand to hand.
Yeah, Liam's Victorian through and through, and you know, both played for the same footy club, and you know, he's a good fellow. But as I said, I think we got. I think that, as I said, it's a function of, you know, even, you know, Sean or Ian, all the Matty Jen, all these people that we have to travel with, but it's such a great group of people, and you know, we're very lucky that we're all at these series together, and it's a shame that we don't have a choice. Like, we have to travel and play. You know, there's no options for us to play back home. And
would you want it any other way? But like, look at the good times you've had.
I know that is true.
House
that
full
is
of grinders.
That is true.
Yeah.
It is, but I think that, you know, being away from home does impact a lot. You know, and it's a common struggle for the professional poker player, is that even though it is great, you travel around, and we're mostly traveling to good places. We spend a lot of time on the Gold Coast, Brisbane, Townsville, you know, all these really nice places. But, you know, not to get a little bit too deep, but it does affect, you know, your friendships and your relationships.
This is what I think needs to happen. Jinxie, Liam, all the Victorians, maybe get 3 of yous. We start a race up to 500k. There's enough tournaments to see who can make 500k first inside of a year. You think it's achievable?
Within a year, my goal this year was 500 is probably. Well, of course, it's achievable. I mean, collectively. Collectively,
yeah.
I think myself and Liam would probably have that collectively already at AUD. Liam would know that. I'm not too sure, but I think that. I mean, it's very achievable. You could just win a tournament next week. I mean, we could go to we could win a tournament next week, and Liam could win 200,
You like that old
300K.
TV show? Did you ever watch 2 Months?
2 months, 2 million.
Yeah.
I did. I loved it. I've watched it a lot. I've watched that many times. It's on YouTube.
I actually hung out with one of the main characters at Crown back in the day. He used to come down for the Aussie Millions. I've got a photo. I'll show you.
Yeah. Which one?
He's the short, blonde-headed guy.
No, Brian Hastings.
Brian.
Yeah, Brian Hastings.
Brian Hastings.
Yeah.
And I also love that they had a rage room.
That is true. It could 5 months, 500k or something. If that was like a live stream TV show with me and Liam, people would watch. It would be quite entertaining.
Yeah.
Not
just what's happening on the felt.
No, off the felt.
Liam
adds a lot to your life off the felt. There's always something going on.
Yeah. So there it is, coming soon. 5 months.
5 months, 500k. That's quite funny. So Malcolm's jammed. Oh no, sorry, blinds are up here.
I'll show you the picture. You'll be able to recognize him.
Brian Roberts, sorry.
Roberts.
Brian Roberts,
Yeah.
not Brian Hastings. Apologise for that. Aaron in the blender here with 10-9 suited. He's got 7 big blinds versus a cut-off jam from Malcolm. You know, I think we want to use our 7 big blinds. We want to utilise our 7 big blinds to be jamming and not call jams. But I think that, you know, 10-9 suited is going to have so much equity against a lot of hands. That's why Aaron's been thinking for so long. You know, good general rule off, our 6 to, well, he's going to make the call. Yeah, don't mind it, but, you know, we always want to use our stack 2 jam and make our opponents make the decision. But, you know, 10-9 suited is just going to have so much equity against Malcolm's range, which includes all these under pairs, you know, king, queen, hands like that. Don't blame Aaron for putting in the money here. It's definitely not a losing decision, I don't think.
Good club. Opens him up with the jacks, the 10s, the 9s.
It's a very good card for Malcolm. Takes away a lot of heart and takes away a lot of outs for Aaron, and he's going to be
eliminated there, and there he goes off to the rail, and I think that brings us down to
Final table.
9. That's our final table, Jinxie, I think.
I'd love to see. Well, that's going to mean that Bert Perry, Natalia Rozova, and Chad are all. I'm not sure who the other fella is on that table, but we are in for one of the best 1K final tables that we're probably ever likely to see in the country. That is not an exaggeration. We have 3 of the top 5 players in the country on a 1K final table. Like this could be a 25K final table, or a 10K. You know, it's a 1K, and a lot of the times when we're playing a 1K, you know, we're going to have a lot of players that get through that maybe in their first big tournament or first really big spot, but you know, this is going to be a mostly professional final table. You know, Kivash has won APL Millions before. He's in the mix. You know, so we'd be tuning in to watch this final table because it's going to be an absolute cracker.
There is one man missing from this final table. I'm not too sure if he actually took part in it, Jinxie, but he did win the 10K last night, and we got an interview with him. Actually, we got Lockie to go down and do the interview, so I'm going to switch over to that, guys. Whilst the final table has been made up, cross over to you now, Lockie.
All right, I'm here with Naj after winning the 10K TLPT Championship. Naj, how are you feeling after you win?
I'm feeling stoked, mate. It was a bit rocky there for a little bit, but a lot of fun. I enjoyed myself. It's been great. I mean, what can you say? Winning a tournament's always just spectacular, like the most fun form of poker.
Now, Naj, you've been around the circuit for a long time. You've obviously experienced, you know, some high stakes cash games, some tournaments, you know, a lot of big stakes. What would you say you prefer winning? Do you prefer winning a massive pot in PLO, or do you prefer winning a trophy in like a 10K?
Definitely the trophy in the 10K. Like in the PLO, it can go either way. You could be winning and losing 100,000, and you don't really feel it that much. But winning this is like way better than winning like a 300K pot in a cash game, which I've done before. But that's different as winning this. Like this is a way better feeling. It's just so nice.
Yeah, fantastic. And there's been a lot of talk about your engineering and construction of your chip stacks. Is there any tips that you can give us to create some incredible, you know, constructions like that?
Yeah, the first tip is get lots of chips. That's the hard part. Once I had a lot of chips, I was like, okay, maybe I would build my spiral. I had done it in Aussie Millions like a few years back, maybe 2018 or something. I have it there somewhere, the picture. And yeah, I just thought I have a lot of chips. I was having fun and I was just enjoying myself. So I thought, why not do something fun with it? And it created a little crowd. You know, everyone was like taking pictures of it and stuff. It was a bit of fun. And then that's why I did it again for my winner's picture, you know, just because when I did that, I had a feeling I was going to be doing it at the trophy, you know. I knew I was going to have a good run with it. I don't know. It's just a weird feeling.
Yeah, that was a fantastic photo that we saw with you with the construction of the chip stack. Now there was a little bit of ups and downs. You came in with the chip lead today.
Yeah.
You know, you lost that hands, the 9s, queens, kings.
Yeah, that was a tricky spot.
How did you feel coming back into that after losing that pot? You know, readjusting. with the stack depths, you know, not being chip lead anymore. How did you adjust going into the final parts of the tournament?
Yeah, it definitely. I was a little upset with my call after they roll over queens and kings. Obviously, I mean, the kings waking up behind me in the big blind was, you know, unfortunate. But I didn't expect the first guy. He jammed like 22 bigs. Oh no, 24 bigs, something like that. And I just didn't expect him to jam queens or jacks, just open ripping. So I ended up making the call. I was like, I'm only really losing to tens here, and then I'm flipping against ace queen, ace king, and all that. But obviously I was wrong, and as you are in poker, sometimes you're wrong. And maybe it was a spot I shouldn't have taken because I had the chip lead and I could have bullied the table a lot more if I still had the chip lead. But after that, Luke kind of took command for a little while. I was still battling with Luke. I was still trying to hold my own and make sure I'm still in the game and not just dwindling away. Like me and the other three guys that were left, we were sort of had to play by Luke's rules at that point a little bit. So, but I was happy to still keep battling. I mean, I'm here to try and win first. Even those battles didn't go my way a few times, unfortunately, but in the end, we got the job done, so happy days. I ran super hot heads up. That was insane. I hit a set of threes. I hit quad sixes, 2-pair 8-9, so that helps. You know, Luke's a very good player, and helps that I ran hot against him to get the job done, but yeah.
Do you have any celebration plans after tonight, or are you going to come back, play anything tomorrow, or what's the plan?
I will be here for the PLO. It has been a great series. Like the 25K got a huge turnout. This thing got 90 runners for a 10K in Bankstown. Like the venue is really nice as well. Like the Bankstown venue, there's been we didn't even know how big this place was. It's just been amazing. They got a rooftop bar and restaurant and stuff. All the restaurants down here are nice. It's just been an awesome venue for what we thought was going to be not that great, to be honest, in Bankstown, Sydney, out west. But it's actually been awesome. The venue's great. The players came from overseas, built up the prize pools. So it's been a fun week. I mean, I had a rough start in that 25K. I was in for 3 bullets into that, so this makes up for that. So happy days.
Well, congratulations, Naj. You absolutely deserve it. Obviously, you know, a lot of cards went your way, but you played extremely well as well. So you deserve it, man. Well done.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Cheers.
So, yes, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Lockie with a great interview with Najim, mate, probably one of the most dangerous players in my eyes in Australia to play on a poker table, and a really nice guy as well. We're not so far away from the poker final table coming back now. The dealer's just running through the cards, what I can see on my vision. The players are making their way back. It's probably less than 1 minute. I'm going to run a couple of ads. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. This is the National Poker Championships right here live at Bankstown.
photo from the other
Can we have a fun photo as well?
Yeah, probably.
Oh,
But I can't. But
whatever you want to do.
You want a fun one too?
Yeah, of course. We're all having fun, are we?
Yeah.
Fun?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know
Fun
how
like
to
a-
have fun.
Come on, man.
Yeah, gamble! Let's gamble, ladies and gentlemen. We're all a family.
You guys can leave.
Because this is a big one, guys. We're going to do it properly. Just one in the middle every time.
Break, please. Once you have finished your hand, I need you guys up.
You're a big guy.
Get yourself up and out of the area for me. You come back for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Who's in next?
Let's get you safely over this way, please, away from further instruction.
Do whatever you like. Alright, who's in next? Who's in next? Let's go. Guys. Next.
Literally no one else. Do I smile?
Up to you, mate. A nice smile, so let's do it. Alright, Chad. Different to the winners first, alright?
Well, not unlucky. I wouldn't even do it for myself. Why are you always on my left? Always, baby. Always. What's going on? Oh, we got it.
Familiar photo.
Yeah.
Seen you a few times
You
up
have
here.
indeed. Thank you.
When?
When?
Going in.
Here at the ATP National Champs with Jack Ramsden. Jack, welcome here to Bankstown in Sydney. It's great to have you here. You hail from Watford in the UK. Can
That's correct, yeah.
Tell us a little bit about your poker journey to date thus far, prior to coming here?
Well, I've been playing poker now for like probably 15 years. Started like everyone else, perhaps like playing for £5 with like friends, like for like 10 hours at a time. Then moved over to Australia, met a good friend of mine who actually works with you guys.
Aidan, that's right.
Aidan, yes.
Yes.
Then started running pub poker games. He adopted me when I was homeless and had me stuck on his sofa for about 4 months. And from there, just sort of progressed, played a few smaller buy-ins, played some cash games, and then started to do quite well. And then started playing slightly higher buy-ins and seem to be doing okay still.
What's your favourite form of poker, would you say? No limit hold'em kind of guy? Do you like Omaha?
I'm a bit too much of a degenerate for Omaha. I'm a bit too much of a gambler and aggressive, so I tend to stick to playing hold'em.
Okay, nice. And can you tell us a bit about what events you've entered here this year and how you've gone?
So I've played 3 events so far. Obviously the last one, the 2.5k, came 4th. Super happy with that. I was fortunate enough to play the 25k. Unfortunately didn't manage to get in the money there, but it was fun to play with all the big names. And then I played the opening $1,500 event as well and didn't quite make the money there either.
Well, great result just then nonetheless. We saw you come a great 4th there.
Yeah.
And look, I think you've done considerably well here in this series. And look, good luck for the rest of the series. Are you going to play in the 10k?
I will probably hop in the 10k for like late registration tomorrow. But all the structures from the tournaments have been absolutely fantastic. And the venue is really awesome. And you guys are going to see a lot more of me on the APT for sure.
Well, we can't wait. You've been so fun to watch, a real character at the table. We've really enjoyed commentating your table, so
yeah. Thank you, that's very nice.
Great entertainment, so thanks so much for joining me, Jack, and we'll see you soon.
See ya, bye-bye.
Yes, I do. You take these.
Oh, is this done on seat number? Yes. I don't want to spell spell names wrong. Joined here by JP, also known as Podge, in the online gaming world. Congratulations, you've just won the Goliath, where you've gone up heads up against your mate Yukia, both from New Zealand. Must have been so awesome getting to the final stages here with him.
Yeah. We came back to day 3, there was 16 left, and we did the odds. We said there's only 1 out of 240 chance we make a heads up, and it came in. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, it was entertaining to watch for the most part until the heads up. I feel like it dried up a little bit there towards the end. Not too many big hands, but look, the chat was going off in the commentary box. We learnt so much about you in such a short time. So I hear you can do the haka. Can you tell us a little bit about that? And also a Chinese dance as well, someone said.
Oh, yep. Well, I'm from New Zealand and my family is Māori, so that's probably all my Māori family wanting to cheer me on and, you know, celebrate by doing the haka. And a Chinese dance, I did Chinese dragon dancing when I was younger, but I can't really do that because there's not many instruments or anything that needs to go on, but yeah, that's what it's about.
Wow, that's so cool. I'd love to see you rip that out one time in a tournament. I know it's probably an ambitious ask, but maybe one day. Look, you've had such an excellent month really in poker. I've heard you've had some awesome results. Are you playing in any more events here at the APT series?
Yeah, I'm looking to play the 10K. Maybe I'll register that tomorrow, see how I feel. Definitely play the Vault and a few other. And there's WTOP coming up in Gold Coast, so I'll be looking to do that. And then other than that, not many plans, yeah.
Awesome. And just a final one here. I've heard as well through the grapevine today that your mum is also an exceptional poker player, and your grandma. In fact, your mum won a WPT tournament in the Gold Coast.
Yep, she won
just recently.
WPT ladies tournament.
That's awesome. Runs in the family.
Yeah.
In the genes. Well, thank you so much, JP, for joining me, and congratulations again on such an awesome victory.
Thank you.
I'm joined by Yeeta. He's just won the TLPT 25K here at the APT National Champs. Firstly, Yeeta, congratulations.
Thanks.
As soon as Andy busted there for third, you were left with Didier, your good mate, I hear.
Yeah.
And you did a deal. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
So it was like 80 big blinds heads up, and neither of us could really be bothered to play for another 6, whatever it was, 3 hours, 6 hours, whatever it is. So we just decided to do a deal.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, just save a bit of time.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
3 long days of play. How have you found the tournament?
Yeah, really good actually. Structure's been amazing throughout. So 60 minutes from day 1, and then 90 minutes from day 2. Just really a lot of scope for play, and a lot of scope for sort of for the skill to really shine, as opposed to just sort of getting it all in and seeing who wins, kind of thing. So yeah, it's been really good.
Oh, awesome. And look, lastly, a few more tournaments here.
Yeah.
Do you reckon you'll play in maybe the 10K?
Yeah, so I was planning to play the 10K tomorrow, and then I've qualified for the Vault on day 2 of the Vault, sorry. So I'll play that as well.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, see how it goes.
Well, very short and sharp, but congratulations, Didier. I saw you had a Corona there.
Yeah.
Go enjoy with your mates and Didier as well, and enjoy that brand new ring and trophy.
Thanks, Lucy.
No worries. Joined here by Lockie Crilly and Liam Jehu, respectively 3rd and 7th in the Goliath event that is still running now, heads up. Firstly, Liam, congrats to coming 7th. How did you find that final table? It's obviously quite difficult. We were just talking before of the standard. It's really awesome on that table. So
yeah,
how did you find it?
Yeah, it was actually probably one of like the toughest final tables that I've seen like in these sort of live Aussie circuit sort of FTs. Like usually you get probably a little bit more like recreational sort of players or fun players, as we say. So obviously having some really good pros like Lockie and Jared was like quite difficult. At the end of the day, obviously card distribution is the most important thing. So it just wasn't my day, but nonetheless, still, we'll take the result every day. So
you obviously had a really good result though. Earlier, you won the Monster Freeze, and I just had you also in the commentary box with me just then.
Yeah.
And we commentated the last 5 or 6 players there, and so you got to commentate your good mate Lockie. How'd you find that experience?
Yeah, it was fun. Like obviously, it's so cool seeing like really good players battle, and obviously like seeing the whole cards is just so entertaining because like you're always thinking about like the next move and any sort of analytical sort of, I guess, stuff that I can sort of give to everyone or, express my thoughts and opinions. I'll, happy to do that. And it was great. Obviously supporting Lockie on the FT and seeing him do really well. It's been like we were talking about it before. Like it's been a long time coming for Lockie, especially just to have like a really big result in like a big tournament because like we've both done like really well in the sort of like 500 to 800 sort of region, and then getting like to watch like Lockie have his breakout sort of score in a 2.5K tournament is like obviously really cool to see, and being first hand there as well was great. So
really nice words from you there, Liam, and of course you both are good mates like I touched on earlier, and you swapped action in this one, so you would have been really happy to see Lockie do so well. Lockie coming in at 3rd place, how did you find the final table experience there, and can you tell us a little bit about how you played the last few hands there?
Yeah, it was a pretty awesome experience. Like obviously going deep in the tournament with a close mate, and we had another mate who was final 2 tables as well. But yeah, like Liam was saying, like the level was very good. It was very strong. Good thinking players who've been doing well on the circuit like Jared, and young up and coming players like JP who just foot to the floor, balls to the floor.
Yeah,
but I think the level was very, very good. And the final few hands, like it was good to get a double, which put me back in the game. Just feeling confident. Those 2 guys are very good mates and very good people. So I knew it was going to be tough against both of them. But yeah, it would have been nice to win the flip. It puts you chip lead for obviously a lot of money, but you can never be upset with a score like this. You just kind of go into the next one.
That's it. Oh, look, an amazing result nonetheless. I think you pocketed nearly 50Ks, which you'll be sharing with Liam, of course. Are you going to be entering, lastly, are you going to be entering any other events here at the APT National Champs?
Yeah, so Liam and I are here for the rest of the week, so we're trying to play as much as we can. We just got a ticket into the vault, so no rest. Straight back into it, and
I'm falling asleep at the table, but I'm going to be in there as well.
We got a couple of Red Bulls. So
I thought you said you weren't going to enter anything else.
No, you're straight back in.
Has to be done. I got my arm twisted to get straight back into it. It's the tournament's literally called the grind, right? So it's about grinding it out. Like the series is only a week long. You just got to push through and play as many tournaments as you can to try and have as many deep runs as possible. So
and of course you both are such good players, you're professionals here in Australia. Thank you so much for joining me, and good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Liz. Appreciate it.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of fantastic interviews done during the week there by Lucy Lekic. And, mate, some of your mates there, some of the greatest poker players in Sydney as of this week. And I've really enjoyed all of those interviews that Lucy's have gone and done out. And hopefully we'll see a little bit more from her.
Yeah,
So,
Liam and Crilly, they're two good mates of mine. It was quite a good interview. It was good to see them get that final table in the 2.5K as well.
yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. And all the best to the Victorians, but we all know the Queenslanders are the better ones. So go Lockie. Let's cross down to the table now, mate. Looks like the final table is making their way back. We've got the tournament director on screen, and chips are coming out. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Jinxie for a moment. We're going to see if we can get some other pros coming in the box. Love to see clash of minds. This is the final table of the vault. Take it away,
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing your final table for our vault tournament. In seat 1, sitting on 1,745,000, we got Malcolm Traynor. In seat 2, he's the heartthrob of these parts. Sitting on 2,530,000, it is the one and only Josh McCulley. Reigning from Russia, now living in New Zealand, over here to have a great time in seat number 3, sitting just under 1.5 million, Natalia Rozova.
Alright, we are back here at the vault final table. Just to explain for the viewer, this isn't a regular, this is not going to play like a regular tournament. We had a $150,000 guarantee for first. Now, with the amount of runners that the tournament got, that now skews the payouts just a little bit, quite substantially to what a normal tournament would be. So we're looking at $150,000 for first, $50,000 for second, and $37,000 for third. There's incredible ICM, implications for all of the players here, and I believe there's a gentleman in seat 6 who has declared that he will not be dealing heads up with anybody. So that'll be $100,000 heads up match if he makes it. But we'll go to Smurf and introduce the players that come into that tournament.
Basically, you were 5, everyone else was the same.
Alrighty, guys.
Great spinner.
Great table. Yeah, a couple of people didn't agree to it, so we're just going to take them out and make it a bit later. Hey, so?
Not the area for mobile phones you want to use, only outside the cage.
Oh, okay.
Not working.
Hey?
Yeah? No good here?
That's one side not using it.
Oh, yeah.
No watching the screen while on the screen.
Oh, we'll go heads up with shot.
Okay?
Yeah.
So, Luke's going to be looking after you guys. Any issues, call him over. Alright, best of luck. Right. Still 40, 80, 80. We gets the money. No, we drew through it.
Unbelievable. That's the favourite.
Tournament director, Mr. Dean, running through all of the rules with the players. We're in a really big spot here. It's important that everyone does the right thing. $150,000 to the winner. And what a final table we've got. Natalia, Malcolm, Chad, Bert. We're going to see, and of course, you know, one of the greatest in the country at the moment, right on screen now, Mr. Josh McCulley. We're in for a ripping final table here.
C2 raises to 155, C3 folds, C4 folds. C5 folds. C6 folds, C7 folds. C8 folds, 165.
Sorry, that one more time. One more time.
Oh, yeah. I got to step away.
Quick update from outside the room. They're heads up in the 5K. the great Victorian Sean Oy heads up against Joe Sandow, who's one of the best players we have in the country too, and two of the best are going at it heads up. I just had a quick look out there. It looks like Sean Oy's got quite a substantial chip lead. And he's going to, if he wins that, he'll be adding a 5K victory to his APL million score for 560,000, which he won only a month ago. Incredible run for Sean. Such a great goal.
C9.
What?
Standard here from both players. We'll be chopping it up.
That's crazy. You know, like
I'm okay with that.
In this area.
Even when you're on the hand.
And we just got to look at our stack distribution here. Bert Perry has a substantial chip lead over the rest of the field.
Left front.
Now, anything
very
can happen in
distant,
tournament
long
poker.
distance.
The stack distribution from second to ninth makes this really interesting. So if Bert continues to surge with this chip lead, we may get into a
ladies and
position
gentlemen, good luck. Have fun.
that we're playing for 100 buy-ins heads up. 150,000 for first and 50,000 for second. If a player as good as Bert Perry goes into the heads up match with a substantial chip lead, I don't think he's going to make any ICM deal. You know, the talk through the community throughout the week with this payout structure is that depending on who gets to the final 4 or 5 or maybe even 3, there's going to be an ICM deal because there's such a discrepancy between first and second. But we are now in a position where one of the most accomplished players in the field has a significant chip lead. So this could lead to a really interesting short-handed final table, and it's a spot where, you know, if Bert goes into that with 3 or 4x second in chips, we may be playing for $100,000 heads up in a 1K, which is, I mean, it's just completely unheard of, especially here in Australia.
160. C8 fold, C9 fold.
We're in for a real treat too. We are, but Bert is just so good to watch. And you know, with this chip lead, with 30% of the chips in play, with 9 left, you know, I don't want to speak too soon, but it could be the Bert Perry show for the rest of the day.
Jigsy, I've just gone out and seen Lockie, just he's gone on break into his thing, and he said he's just come across one of the most funniest things. A guy from Melbourne wearing a Richmond hat has moved all in, whilst his opponent is currently making his decision upon that all in. He said, I'm just going to read a book. You take your time. I'm just going to show everyone at home what that book was. I think that is an absolute cracker of a photo and the best way to
not real.
All in.
Oh, that is not real.
So that situation happened. I thought I'd quickly run back into the commentary to show everybody that. But yeah, I'm going to continue my search to find somebody to come and give a great, because this is a jam-packed table, and yeah, let's see the best of the best.
Yeah.
Thanks, Dixie.
No worries. I'm not sure that gentleman's name. He's a regular on the tour. I've played against him quite a lot. He's a funny man, but I thought I'd seen it all in this game until I've seen that. Just noted very quickly.
Heads up.
I think I saw Bert Fold. I'm not sure. I just had Aiden come to the booth. Bert Fold clean on a spade versus Chad on the gun. We'll move on. Now, Chad opening under the gun with Queen Jack suited, obviously standard. I'm not really sure, actually. I'm not sure about this flat here with ace 10. You know, this is just really not a hand we want to be playing with ICM and even with chip EV. Ace 10 just doesn't play well versus versus under the gun
250.
range, especially on a final table, but we've got probably the spiciest flop we could have asked for with these two hands. You know, it's really interesting that Lucy's, you know, we don't do a lot of check raising, especially on this board versus under the gun. We think about how our range looks versus our opponents. You know, just check raising here makes our strategy a little bit difficult on later streets, but we are pretty shallow. Not a hand Lucy should typically have in this spot. Chad's just running through what could really be going on here. He might have been getting it in here with this SBR, which is now down to, well, you know, we're looking at an SBR of 0.6.
All in.
Snap jam
Sit-8
from
all in.
Lucy. Chad is he looks a little bit bewildered, and you know, to the casual viewer, he's obviously he's wondering what's going on here, and you know, he's just run into, you know, Lucy probably in the biggest spot that she's been in, you know, arriving to that node with a hand she probably shouldn't typically have, but it's worked out well for her, and she spun up 3 big blinds with 12 left. She got it in pocket 3s versus pocket 2s for her last 3 big blinds, and now she's in with a shot.
Thought about check shot.
We could redesign it. Next to the new ones.
Just think about how our strategy looks there. If we're flooding, you know, really strong hands there in the cutoff, as Lucy. Once we flop a hand so good, I know that we can see Chad has Queen Jack of Hearts, but we don't want to really think about poker like that. We, you know, we've basically flopped the nuts, and we want to keep Chad's worst hands in. We also want to keep, you know, Chad's Queen Jack of clubs in, King Queen of clubs in, and you know, it's not we don't typically do a lot of raising there on an A-side board, but that's the decision she's chosen to take. You know, it's usually we block a lot of our opponents' really good hands, and we just want to keep our opponent in there with calls and you know, let Chad bet 60% on the turn and jam the river, and you know, if he gets there, he gets there. But it just affects our overall strategy in the long run when when we check raise boards such as that.
Okay.
Got a new voice in the commentary box, Josh, if you want to introduce yourself.
G'day guys, Josh Monk here, Director of Poker, APT.
2-5 raise.
Good to be back in the saddle.
165.
The second time today.
Now, this is interesting. Chad under the gun with aces. He's what are we looking at here? So we've got
Popped it
Chad
up to 165k with the aces. Action back on David Hurst. Pocket nines here, pretty interesting spot. Trying to just decide whether or not he wants to put in the 3-bet. It's in position here.
Seat 6 raise. 415, 415.
so the function of this 3-bet here, especially now to this size, is he's 3-betting Chad to get it in, and you know, that's a really interesting spot. I wouldn't mind call, I wouldn't mind fold. Call is a little bit funny with the stack sizes as they are, but you know, Dave's just decided to 3-bet, get it in here with nines, and I can't blame him. You know, nines is a hand that benefits from a lot of protection as well. It doesn't play great post.
5 all in.
And now he's got no choice but to call her off. Chad's in 1.2. Did he? I thought he had 1.1 behind.
Difficult spot now with the pocket nines. It's likely he's up against 2 overcards or a better hand than pocket nines here. Not exactly pot committee, he can still get away from it.
Yeah, so I thought he was. I've misread this. So once Chad had raised. I thought he's had a little less than that. He can get away if he wants, but you know, it's just such a shame to 3-bet fold a hand as good as 9s for sub 20 big blinds. You know, that's just with ICM, it would seem like a cooler in chip EV. With ICM, it could be a little bit different. You know, ICM spots are very difficult, but you know, I think that.
Look, I think in this spot here, putting his tournament life essentially online, pocket 9s here, I think he might get away from this hand. I certainly would. But I don't know enough about David, so don't know how aggressive he likes to play. He could be putting his opponent here on Ace King.
I mean, that's just what he's weighing up. You know, Chad's bottom, but the bottom of Chad's shoving range here is Ace Queen off. You know, there's not going to be too many bluffs here in Chad's range. You know, I think that you know, David's made a good fold there. Just, you know, we could fold 9s there with ICM. We could call and we could raise. You know, just in this note with the stack distribution the way they are, I'm not sure of the 100% correct decision. It just does feel like intuitively not great to 3-bet fold 9s sub 20, but also, you know, Chad has no bluffs here, and he likely isn't rejamming 7s or 8s. You know, he probably just folds or call. He probably calls 8s. The bottom of his range is Ace Queen, and obviously 10s plus. So 9s is dominated there a lot. So don't blame David for the fold. It just hurts.
He's picked him up again. You can't make it up. He's picked him up again. The old pocket 9s back to back. There we go, under the gun this time with the pocket 9s. Very unlikely situation to go 9s back into 9s, but it does happen. About 220 to 1 chance of picking up a pocket pair. Slightly more when you're picking up the same pair twice. Anyways, he's raised it up. He's made 160k under the gun. Folded all the way round.
Now, I would be very surprised if we didn't get this in sub. He's going to call. Yeah, obviously. Okay. Now, I think that. This is obviously a flat with ICM considerations given the stack distribution here. Thought we could have had a 3-bet call off.
And Kavash just wakes up with the pocket queens. Great spot for him here. He might move this all in, which he will.
Easy jam.
Funnily enough, David's back in the same position as he was the hand just before. Essentially with 9s versus the overpair. This time it's the queens. Malcolm there with the Ace Queen. It shrinks up a little bit there after an over-the-top jam for 1.5 mil.
He still has a decision, so I think folding 9s here, I would think with ICM is an easier decision than the 9s he's had previously. Malcolm Moore has a decision now because, you know, a lot of the hands that the small blind's going to be jamming here, this is extremely strong jam, but we're looking at most likely 9s plus. It obviously has 9s. We're looking at 9s plus as a range. Ace Jack suited at the absolute stone bottom. Ace Queen. So when David folds here, I think he will. Malcolm does have a decision, but with ICM, I can see him finding a fold, which he will. Yeah, it's just such a strong jam out under the gun raise.
Absolutely.
Malcolm's flat there. You know, Malcolm entering the pot with these stack sizes is very, very strong no matter what. You know, he doesn't have 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited. He doesn't have any of those hands with how the stack distribution here is with ICM. So the flat is extremely strong. Givash knows that. It makes his jam even stronger. So Malcolm makes a pretty quick lay down there with Ace Queen. He still has a little decision, but he's obviously also he's made his mind up fairly quickly. We've just got a couple of
questions in the chat.
And we do have the payouts here. Now the payouts, as I said, are very interesting. So we had a $150,000 guarantee for first place. Now it is $150,000, but with the amount of runners that this event's got, it's skewed the
top end.
The top end for it's skewed the top end obviously for first place. Now its first is 150,000, second 50, third is 37, fourth is 29, fifth is 23. So note we have I've just spoken about this before, but we've just had a question in the chat. So we've got $100,000 gap between first and second. That's a function of our guarantee for first place.
Heads up.
How that's going to impact how this table plays is a lot of these middling stacks are going to be playing extremely tight. Now, a lot of the chat through the week was most people are thinking once it gets to 4 or 5-handed, there's going to be, you know, some type of ICM deal because there's just too much to play for. Heads up, we don't want to take that variance as professional tournament players. However, things have changed. One of the best players in the country has all the chips. So the problem here for the other players is if Bert Perry goes into short-handed play with a big chip lead, he's in no way incentivized to do any type of deal. We might have the very rare scenario where we'll be playing for it all. Playing for 100 buy, well, it's 12.50, so you know about 80 buy-ins heads up in a 1K is just completely, you know, unheard of when there's such a big discrepancy between first, second, and third. But you know, Josh isn't too far behind. You know, let's just say, for example, he doubles through Bert, that changes. But you know, Bert's not going to be someone that relinquishes that chip lead easily.
Yeah, I totally agree there. He's almost got, what is it, 5.5 million in chips?
Yeah, he's got about 30% of the chips, I think. Just
30-40% of the chips in play.
Yeah.
You won't be doing anything silly here, I can't imagine.
ICM's so difficult. I've spoken about this on every time I've been on commentary this week. There's so many very good players and professional players that you know aren't that adept in ICM. You know, which seems counterintuitive because ICM is the decisions are so important and all the money is up top, and we might know what we're doing in chip EV in terms of our decisions, but ICM changes everything, and a lot of people don't put a lot of time into ICM, even though that's where all the money is. You know, all the money is top end in tournaments, especially this tournament, and the ICM implications for this specifically is going to be, you know, nothing like we've probably seen before. To be honest,
totally agree.
C5 raise, 400.
So Barbie here has raised it up in the cutoff to 160k.
Six-fold.
It's like a flat call. Sorry, pardon me. A 3-bet to 440 with the ace-deuce of diamonds on the button. Bert's picked up the king-queen off in the big blind. Again, this is a spot where this hand is most likely going to be folded. Not going to risk playing a multi-way pot there with king-queen, especially with his stack.
So I think that we spoke about this on the 10K final table. We had, you know, Andreas, you know, such a great player. He was finding 3-bets with hands like this. So, you know, to the viewer who's watching, just to have a think about, you know, what we're doing here. Now, Chad has run into the top of the cutoffs range, but we want to have 3-bet hands such as ace-2 suited, ace-3 suited, and he's just folded. Okay, so Chad is going to have bluffs there.
Hey, look at me.
Those bluffs contain specifically what he had, and a function of that. A function of being able to 3-bet ace-2 suited, ace-3 suited, ace-4 suited, we fold out a lot of better hands and a lot of hands that have really good equity against us. Say, for example, we've folded out king-queen from the big blind, a hand that has 50% equity against us. We folded out tens. We get to 3-bet a hand that has a deuce in it and fold out tens. It makes it such a good hand to bluff. I'm surprised the tens hasn't rejammed their cutoff first button. Quite surprised, but you know, he's had so many good scores. He's an APL Millions main event winner. I'm sure he'll have his reasonings for that, but we just don't get to that spot with a better hand than tens. Surprised to not see that go in.
So we see Malcolm here raise it up to 160 here in the +1 spot. Josh McCulley's picked up the ace-jack, which has dominated against the ace-queen of Malcolm. Trying to figure out hand ranges here, whether or not he wants to put in a 3-bet and get some information.
I think ace-jack O is a ace-jack off, please.
Really pondering a decision here. I think both the plays are pretty good. You can 3-bet here or you can fold. I don't like the idea of flatting here, even though you are in position. He will go for that 3-bet.
Yeah, look, ace-jack is such a good hand to be able to 3-bet fold here versus versus Malcolm. We get to put. This is actually very interesting now. I think +1 versus +2. This is a very polarised 3-bet. We just saw the ace-deuce 3-bet cut off first button. But this is a completely different spot. We're in +1 versus +2. You know, Josh's intention here is to 3-bet fold the hand. Malcolm knows Josh is one of the only players here that's going to have a 3-bet bluff. So I won't be surprised to see jam, and I won't be surprised to see fold. And he has folded. See, the ICM is making... ICM is really making...
sort of dictating how they play.
It's dictating how they play completely,
Absolutely.
more so than anything else. Like, the 10s fold prior is, you know, surprising. I can see the ace-queen being, you know, it's less of a surprising fold because those ranges are so strong. But Malcolm and Josh play online against each other all the time. You know, Malcolm's going to know that Josh has some bluffs there. But, you know, the 10's hand not going in surprising, but I'm not really too shocked by Malcolm there. But I think that, you know, I wouldn't have been surprised to see a 3-bet jam just through the function of how the ranges work versus Josh specifically. So ICM's dictating everything just with this top-heavy payout structure. It's so interesting to watch how these great players are navigating.
Josh McCulley here just picks up the Cowboys hand straight after the ace-jack that he just won the hand before. Picks up the Cowboys here under the gun +1, raises it to 165.
165.
Round to the hijack here, Chad and the hijack. Card's not registering at the moment on the old RFID table. So unfortunately, we don't know what Chad folded, but that's okay. Back round to David. David's picked up the king-queen, which is monsterly dominated in this particular situation. Might elect to flat here and see a flop. Don't think it's a 3-bet raising range, especially with players behind.
This spot, it could be a good hand to use as a bluff because it has very good blocking properties, but I don't mind just a fold verse with ICM just versus +1, especially at this stack depth. But you know, it's
Lucy in the small blind here with Queen 5 suited clubs. She's most likely going to fold out here too, out of position, if you will.
So they fold.
Rongi Chen has picked up the ace-10 suited, ace-10 off, pardon me, and has elected to call the 85. We're going to go to a flop.
Eight here. C9 check.
Pretty interesting flop here. It's given Rungji the straight draw with any 5. Also backdoor nut diamonds, which would actually be a bit of a cooler situation for Josh if it happens to run out that way, because he does have the king of diamonds in his hand and most likely will pay off if it comes running diamonds.
C2 bets,
Josh will C-bet here of 140. Mr. Chen will call. Off to the turn, here we go. Turn card's an offsuit 8, doesn't really change the board much at all, if anything. Josh will continue firing.
just with this diamond club run out, I wouldn't be surprised to see a jam SPR less than 1. We could also opt for small, but Josh will obviously know what the correct thing to do here is. I'm interested to see how he approaches it. You know, I wouldn't be surprised to see a
trap here almost. He could check this here if he really wanted to see if he could trap.
I'm not sure. He does have the king of clubs and the king of diamonds, but I don't. I just think that's having those cards is more of a function for us to jam instead of trap. You know, we don't want the big blind to realise their equity on 2, 3, 4. You know, with random. I mean, he's not really defending with random nonsense with ICM here, but so there is a comment. I wouldn't mind addressing. So, hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but because it's so top heavy, shouldn't you want to take an extra risk to accumulate chips? So now things are a little bit different with Bert having all of the chips, but what players are thinking now, what's likely going to happen is their stacks are now all worth quite a lot of money. if we do an ICM chop in the top 4, say for example, you know, 4th place is going to be whatever it is, 27th. I don't have the patch phone, like 27,000. But once we get to top 4 and know that we can potentially deal and make 60 or 70,000, 60 or 70 buy-ins, we're actually incentivized to play a lot tighter with ICM, because 99% of the time in this very peculiar spot, we're not going to be playing heads up for 100k.
C9 all in.
ICM deals are done with normal payout structures. Just going to, I mean, we should be seeing an all-in and a call here, but just to finish the question. So I think that, you know, we're actually incentivized to play a lot tighter. So, and that, what all the wizards are telling us now, especially we've got really great tools like GTO Wizard and particularly HRC, is that you know, we're probably playing too loose as a population with ICM on final tables such as this. However, this is a different set of circumstances completely with this 100k gap between first and second. So now we look at the 4th as 27,000. Our stack is worth so much. These stacks are worth so much real money. Now, once we get, I would be surprised if we didn't have a deal if these stack distributions evened out in top 5, because we can lock up 50, 60, 70 buy-ins and then, you know, play for the trophy. So we're incentivized to wait for other people to bust. Yes, we still need to accumulate chips, but a function of ICM is we just need to play so much tighter than what we would usually.
Chad here under the gun +2 raises it to 165. It seems like a very common bet size, the raise. Round to Bert Perry, who's picked up the Queen 10 of diamonds, the hijack. He's contemplating his decisions here. He does have 5.3 million chips. He can afford to splash around a little bit if he chooses to. Wouldn't be surprised if he does one or two options here, which is the 3-bet or fold. Could potentially also limp in, although I much prefer either or the other. He has elected here just to call and see a flop.
So I think that, you know, such a good hand to call, as you said, call and see a flop. We might want a 3-bet hand like, you know, a hand like Joshua has here, ace-4 suited, or you know, if Bird is feeling a little frisky, Queen Jack offsuit, he probably wouldn't be 3-betting that.
Right.
It's a disaster to 3-bet fold a hand such that plays so well like Queen 10 suited. You know, we want to 3-bet our worst hands, but you know, this is such a good hand to be able to flat and see a flop. We don't want to see diamonds, because particularly for a Bird.
Absolutely. Anyway, off to the flop, 3 runners. McCulley with the ace-4 suited, the ace-king off by Chad. Bert Perry with the Queen 10 of diamonds. The flop comes Queen, King 8 with a king and 8 in spades. Bert's picked up a second pair with a 10 kicker, and Chad's picked up top pair, top kicker. Manning lead in this pot. 82% probability of winning the hand at this point in time. Chad will elect to c-bet here. Bets 280k. Bert in a little pickle here. Might elect to peel one off here actually for the bet size on his stack side.
Has to definitely peel. You know, you know, Chad's going to continue here. Multi-way is a little different with Josh calling out of the big blind, but Chad should still be continuing here with hands like Ace Jack, Ace 10 with a spade.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
You know, and Bert's currently ahead of a few of those hands in Chad's range. He's running to the top of it here, but you know, I feel as if Chad really wants to try and get stacks in. SPR now is 1.5. It's not actually, this is actually a really good card for Chad, but you know, how he's going to set the SPR up is going to be interesting. We could opt for, let's just see,
5 bets. 595. 6-7 fold.
I was actually going to say. I also feel like, I know double flush draw, but I feel like Just with ICM too, we could bet, 300, anywhere between 3 and 5. 300 is probably a little too small, but Chad wants to set the SPR up for around, pot or 0.8 size river jam.
On such a wet board, you know what I mean? On such a wet board, there's straight draws, there's 2 double flush draws there down. I really like his sizing. He could have gone a little bit less, but obviously he's happy to bet a little bit more with his top pair, top kicker, which is most likely going to be the best hand there, and take down the chips and move on to the next hand.
It's funny too, the function of chip EV versus ICM. We've harped on it, but with chip EV there, we're basically going pot on that turn specifically with our specific hand. We don't hold a club. I don't think we had a club or a spade called that, but so we're going we're going 80% plus, but just with ICM and the stacks being more shallow, half pot does get the job done compared to what a pot size bet would do in chip EV.
Bert here's picked up the big slick suited ace king of clubs.
All in, sit 9 all in.
He's popped it up to 160 and all in the cutoff by Mr. Chen for $1 million. He's got the ace jack. It's absolutely dominated against the ace king suited.
Yeah, Bert's a very active player. He's got a lot of chips. Ace jack here is an easy jam. He's just running to the absolute top of Bert's range. But a lot of people think Bert runs very well, but he does tend to lose these high equity all-ins, so it's interesting to see if he holds, and he does. We're down to 8.
Tough spot there for the ace jack. Obviously, he's only got one play to make to move it all in. He just happens to move into the top end of the range.
I just think that, we have 12 big blinds with ace jack versus a Bert Perry Open. There's probably no time in, there's no thought. There's no world. There's no world where we don't jam there.
Dude, put it in.
Most of the time, we're just going to take that down and move on to the next hand. But the great Bert Perry just has the ace king suited. Keen to see Natalia get in on the action here. She's a very aggressive player who likes to play a lot of flops and see a lot of hands. And, she hasn't really had the distribution here to get involved, but don't discount Natalia out. She's a, she's a very, very good tournament player. She's a great cash game player. Very adept in pot limit Omaha. But, just as good in no limit Hold'em, but definitely a pot limit Omaha specialist. So she does like to get involved, see some flops and see some hands. But keen to when the distribution changes around, keen to see her get involved.
Bert here's just going to pop it up to 160 under the gun +2 with the queen 10 off. It's been folded all the way around to the big blind. A Barbie here. Let's look down at the old 10-8 suited. Probably worth limping in here. Which is what he does. We're going to often see a flop.
That's bad.
About a 60-40 flip here between the hands. Let's have a look.
Your other half would agree.
8-6-6 flop. The Barbie here out flops Bert Perry.
We're still going to see a c-bet here from Bert. He's got the 10 of clubs in his hand, and we want to do a lot of betting in ICM on pair boards. We just fold out a lot of, sometimes we fold out a lot of better hands, and ace high does peel, but we fold out some king highs sometimes, and we want to just shut down some equity that our opponents will have, especially with the 10 of clubs in our hand. But I think it's probably just going to go check back call. Be some interesting turns. If we find a high club turn, I could see Bert barreling again to really put the pressure on Barbie. But I don't. What's our SPA? Yeah, so we're just going to see a check back call, and interesting to see what Bert does on the turn.
You in the beast, Henry? You in the beast?
A Barbie here knows that he's most likely got the best hand. He's just trying to figure out which options he wants to take here. Got the option here to flat, see what the turn is, make a decision from there. Can also raise here to see where he's at in the hand.
Yeah, his hand does benefit from protection, most certainly. Just with the stack, just with how the SBR is going to work here on later streets, I think a raise really, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for a raise. This is just,
I like this.
Yeah,
I really like this play here.
It is a function of his hand benefiting from protection. You know, once John jams here, you know, our hand. Let's just say John has Queen 10 of clubs. You know, and we have to fold 10-8 suited. You know, three betting in there to get it in. We're not comfortable doing that, especially with ICM. We're really not comfortable 3-bet calling off a hand. We want to do so, but his hand specifically does benefit from protection. So Barbies, that's why he's gone for the check raise there. Don't blame him.
No bluff.
We just call myself, but
Felt like a bluff.
it felt like a bluff, and he's saying that it was a bluff, obviously.
No,
Sorry, when I say John, my bad. When I say John, I mean Bert. Bert was his real name, but notice on the telecast, Bert is spelt wrong. It's been pointed out by my friend multiple times, so he's copying it in the group chat for having his name spelt wrong on the telecast.
Assuming it's B-E-R-T. Yeah. Like Bert and Ernie.
Like Bert and Ernie,
there
correct.
We go. So Lucy Lee here's picked up the pocket 8s, Snowmen, under the gun plus 2, and she's walked straight into the aces of Malcolm here in the hijack. Great position to have this hand.
All in, see one all
And
in.
has decided to elect to move it all in.
Yeah, but he's just got 12 big blinds.
Have to, yeah. No other choice.
Five fold.
Folded back around to Lucy Lee here. Lucy with 1.8 million in chips. Big decision here. Malcolm in the hijack here could have, you know, bottom end of his range could potentially be jamming here with ace-jack suited and above. Probably the top 7-8% of hands. Lucy's just trying to figure out whether or not a pair of 8s is going to be good enough to run it out. Tough decision, wouldn't you think?
It is, especially versus Malcolm. I would struggle to fold here, but you know, just 8s versus a 12 big blind jam just performs so well. I feel like a broken record, but just with ICM, she can let this go if she wants it. And she's going to.
Yeah.
It is on the tight side. She knows she needs to be tight, but I mean, I can't recall ever folding 8 sub 12 big blinds in my life. But this is a spot that we can do that in. Unfortunately, unfortunately for Malcolm, he just gets that one through.
Like you were saying before, with those top end payouts, you know, you are flipping cards for big amounts of money.
Yeah, I mean, here's how close that is. I'm never folding 9s there, like ever, versus Malcolm specifically. I just can't fold 9s for 12 big blinds. You know, I can't fold 8s either, but I can't fault him for it.
Let's have a look. That's why we're in the booth.
Mate,
There you go.
I was commentating the 10K and the 25K. I'm like, they're there for a reason, and I'm in here. I'm in
100%.
here. There was a hand Andreas played versus Naj. Naj raises under the gun 5-handed with 10s, and Andreas has ace king. It's like sub 50. And me and Crilly. Crilly's such a great player as well. Like, you know, Crilly's such a great player, and we're just like, oh well, you know, we're getting this in. You know, and Andreas, who's 20 times better than us, he just flats and somehow gets away from it. You know, it's a king high board with a 10 on it. He just gets away. And me and Lofty were saying, look, we'd both be out.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'd both be out. That's why Andreas is on the 25K final table, and we've got
big hand brewing
bit of
here.
spice here.
Josh McCulley and the hijack here is raised at 175K with the ace queen of hearts. On the button here, Barbie's picked up the Cowboys, the pocket kings. Stacks are 2.1 mil effective.
This will be interesting. I know it's 25 big blinds, but
Barbie very likely to put in a 3-bet range, raise I should say here.
Josh isn't going to be stoked to get this in.
No, absolutely.
At all. We might just see a call. Actually, this is really interesting. I might just leave. There's no way I can be in the mind of, you know, the greatest player in Australia currently, Josh McCulley, and it's going to be so interesting to see what approach he takes here. It is going to be the correct one because it is Josh McCulley. I'm excited to see what decides to do. Just because we are suited with ace queen, I would be surprised if we don't just see it just a call. You know, usually ace queen suited for 25 big blinds just performs so well. Hijack versus button, but just a function of all the things that have been happening on the floor with ICM. It's you know, it changes a lot, and I'm very interested to see what Josh does.
Very smart player, Josh.
He's the best.
Yeah, he's very, very smart. You know, I commentated on the 25K when he was on the final table there. See him play throughout the week. Very smart guy. Trying to just calculate what he should do here. He's got a few options up his sleeve. Most likely, like he said, he will choose the best one.
All in?
Yeah, I don't blame him. I really don't blame him.
Just snap called here by the Kings. Sorry to cut you off there.
No, of course. Yeah, I just, look, I mean, I can't see, it's very hard to get into their mind with how ICM has dictated this final table, but, you know, nearly in every scenario, we're not going to see, you know, we're going to see ace queen get in versus kings, sub 25. Kings are going to hold.
That was close.
That is a monstrous pot. That's really evened up the distribution here. And, you know, it's not going to sound good, but a lot of the players are really happy now that Josh is probably, you know, that Josh has taken that hit. He is still alive, but, you know, if Josh wins that pot, anything can happen in tournament poker, but it's going to be very, very, very difficult for the other players. But, you know, it's just the momentum swings that we have in no limit hold'em tournaments, and that's just what can happen. You know, Josh is definitely the most accomplished player at this final table for sure, and we just lose ace queen suited versus kings in a standard spot. There's nothing that he can do.
That's it. Totally agree.
No, it's in order.
Might take a little moment to give a shout out to my daughter back in Melbourne, Camilla, who's doing year 12. I want to say that Daddy loves you so much and he's very proud of you.
Year 12?
Yeah, year 12, yeah.
You only look like you just finished school.
Yeah.
Goodness me.
Yeah, I'm 38 years of age. She's just finishing up year 12 at Kew High School. So I just wanted to give a little shout out to her if I got back in the booth. So
it'd be around exam time, wouldn't it?
It is. She's doing her year 12 exams. So just a little shout out to her. Daddy loves you so much, and he's looking forward to seeing you when I get back. So Malcolm here's picked up the ace king of diamonds, raised it to 160, which seems to be the stock standard raising size.
Yeah, I mean, just when stacks are shallow, you know, when we enter close to the money bubble, and then when antes are in playing close to the money bubble with ICM all the way to the final table, this is the only size that we're ever going to see.
Correct.
It's the only size we should see, I should say. Natalia's distribution has been horrendous. I think I just saw 0%. She's played 0%. She's the only player at this final table that hasn't played a hand, from what I've just seen there. That can happen in tournaments. You can just sit there for hours and have to fold. It'd be quite frustrating. John just contemplates. Sorry, I keep saying John's. I'm a little bit biased, but it's one of my very close and good friends. I keep calling him John because I see that I'll just stick to that. But he's got a few decisions here, but just you know.
C7 raise
with
415, 415.
His decision is never fold. It's call or raise. Ace 7 is such a good hand to be able to 3-bet here. Now the function of that is because we just don't have a good hand that plays well post. And we have a great hand that has very good blocking properties, I should say. So we block some of our opponent's best hands, and we have a hand that doesn't play well post flop. He's just running to the top of Malcolm's range here, unfortunately. But just to give the viewer a bit of an insight into how, why John's decided to 3-bet a hand such as this. You know, we would flat ace 7 suited, for example, ace 6 suited, ace 8 suited. Because they just play so well post, and it's a disaster to be able to 3-bet and have to fold those hands. But we don't mind 3-bet folding ace 7 off, just because we just don't have a hand that we can has much maneuverability post flop.
So obviously Malcolm here is most likely going to jam this all in pre, which he does right here. He's going to move it all in.
Just a snap fold from John. From Bert.
Because you put it in 4-bet.
These 4-bet jams, yeah.
7 fold.
The snap fold there by Bert, misspelt Perry. We're just going to lay it down. Malcolm will pick up the 425 chips.
Josh still has 10 big blinds. I thought it was a bit shorter than that. So, yeah, I've just not much more to say about that hand, but just giving the casual viewer a bit of an insight into what what Bird is thinking there, and he's always probably going to be erring on the more aggressive side. I feel a bit more comfortable commentating Bert's hands than anyone else, because me and him go over a lot of our hands together, and we do our study together, and we're always chatting and talking about poker. So I can, once he makes his decision, I should be able to
relate to him,
and try and explain to the viewer why he's doing what he's doing. Yeah, Natalia's distribution has just been horrendous. Really good to see Natalia at the final table. You know, females are definitely underrepresented versus the population in poker. Just it's a function of a lot of things, but you know, some of the best players in the game are female. There's just so few of them, and it's good to see female representation here at the FT, and especially from such a great player as Natalia.
6 fold.
You know, to complement that, you know, I learnt a lot of my mixed game strategy through Jennifer Harmon, who is you know, one of the greats. I think a Hall of Famer. She's unbelievably good mixed game player, and she wrote a little chapter in Doyle Brunson's Super Systems, and that was where I learned how to play mixed games, which is my chosen format of playing poker.
7 raise, 220,
And
220.
you know, Bert's partner Jen is such a great player as well. She you know, she won the WPT main event. You know, Bert's partner Jen she's got a 100K score in that tournament. I think it was the WPT main. Someone can correct me in the comments, but you know, a very accomplished tournament player herself. It would be hard not to be with you know, living and sleeping in the same bed as Bert. They'd just be talking about poker all day. You know, she's naturally just going to get better, and dealt the game for a long time as well. So. Yeah, it's just good to see. It's just good to see someone like Natalia on the final table, and you know, Natalia, Aussie Millions ring winner. She won the deep freeze on the final day in 2020. I remember I was there. She won it for, off the top of my head, I think she won it for about 150K. That would have gone straight into more profit in Poplar Omaha cash games back in New Zealand. Of course, of Russian descent, resides in New Zealand now.
So Barbie here under the gun +2 has raised it to 160K with the natural 9 baccarat, the 10-9 suited.
5 raise.
For those baccarat players at home.
Okay. I said 465.
And Chad's picked up the ace-queen off here. 2.7 in his chip stack in the hijack. Elected here to what appears to be a raise. We haven't got the number up on the screen at the moment. He's 3-bet it to 465K. First folds the ace-jack suited. Fold back round to Lucy Lee with the 9-6 off. She's going to fold it as well in the small blind. And Malcolm's going to fold the king-10 off in the big blind. It's actually going to get folded all the way around. The chip counts you can see on the screen at the moment. Misspelled Bert Perry, the lead at the top of that list.
Look, if you didn't hold the 10,
Really has been an amazing series down here at the Bankstown Sports Club. An amazing venue. I did say it last time I was on it. Just a really phenomenal venue. Lots of restaurants.
The venue for the poker player is incredible here. I couldn't recommend it enough. We have good food options, good accommodation, good food options for for a player in the long run. A player such as me have just travelled around all year, and most of the time we're eating garbage. You know, I couldn't tell you how many chicken parmesanas I've eaten this year. I'm not even kidding. Like, you know, and having great food options all through. We haven't had to leave the venue.
Yeah,
we actually
no,
haven't had to leave
100%.
the venue. Like, it's such a good venue that all the tables and everything, it's just set up so well here. It's been really well run. The numbers have popped off. It's been a great series.
Just a myriad of different types of cuisines. You know, for those those of you who are watching, you know, the Bankstown Sports Club used to be a train station, so they've actually just sort of remapped it out, rehashed it out, and they put in sort of an Italian section. There's some Sanchuro in there. There's beautiful coffee. Just going to go back to the action here before I continue with that comment.
Yeah, Malcolm's got an easy jam here with 8-9 small blind v big blind for sub 10. What are we looking at here? Yeah, 8 big blind jam from Malcolm. Josh has got an easy call with the queen 10 and has fought Malcolm absolutely dead. Not
pretty
dead.
pretty close.
Pretty
to
close
it,
to dead. It's
Definitely
Josh.
dead
It's
now.
Josh McCulley though. He's dead. Malcolm's dead. There's going to be no running. There's going to be no running 7-6
straight.
or
Yeah,
anything like
gotcha.
that. You know, that's standard from both players. We're going to look down at 8 big blinds from the small one with 8-9 off and jam, covering the big blind nearly always, and just unfortunate there that Malcolm's run into him. You know, you might see some players fold queen 10 suited, which you should never do that, but like he knows Malcolm has 10-4 suited, 10-5 suited, 10.
The range is massively
correct. Queen 5, he's jamming any queen.
Yep.
You know, we dominate so many jams from Malcolm, specifically because Malcolm and Josh are very good regulars, and we're going to a break here, aren't we?
Does look like it.
15-minute break. We're on a 15-minute break, so we'll jump off commentary. We'll be back in 15 minutes for the rest of the final table of the vault.
100 plus ticket. You guys are good out the back. Alright, good luck everyone. I'm guessing I don't have to wait. There's someone not here. 4 folds. 5 folds. 6 folds. I've genuinely been to 7 raised, 200. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold.
We are back. The commentary, but we're back here after a 15-minute break. Braden Jinx here with you to take you through the next little while. Natalia's horrendous distribution continues. Very easy to not get a playable hand in an hour or so. It just doesn't want to, it's just not a spot that you want that to occur. There's $150,000 up top.
Heads up. Check.
Chad cannot for check or bet here. 10 diamonds in our hand, I think we prefer to do a little bit more betting. Barbie probably just looking with the call. His hand is good a lot of the time, especially with the ace of diamonds in his hand. Can roll into the backdoor flush as well. Especially with ICM, as harped on a lot, but it's a spot we're going to see a lot of just check bet calling, and we'll be playing a lot of turns. Don't mind the bet here from Chad, especially with the 10 of diamonds. I like. Don't mind the bet. We have a good hand, but we don't probably have a. It's probably a hand we want to be putting into. We want to be putting into a bet. So just
check. 5 check.
Right back now. Missed the turn action. I think it's gone check. This is definitely a hand. I think that this is definitely a river that I think Chad would be looking to bluff. I think we have a good candidate to bluff as well. We're often no good. Our showdown value is. Maybe Barbie's going to opt for a block here, so he doesn't have to face that. We might be facing a 60 or 70% bet on the river from Chad. And Chad's reaction there, I think he could have been looking to bluff. Very good candidate for him to bluff with his specific hand, I feel. But well played by a Barbie. He just he decides to block the river, and that is also a function of sometimes value betting and sometimes just betting, so we don't have to face a bluff from what turned out to be Chad's specific hand. So I don't mind how both players have played that hand there.
51.
You're back with us.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a quick toilet break, straight back into the booth. Josh Monk with you here. David Hurst under the gun. Looking down at the old ace-9. Headphones in, making a decision. Then they got 930k in chips here. Contemplating either trying to steal the blinds here, jam this in and hope that he doesn't walk into a bigger hand.
I feel like this is probably one of the worst hands we can possibly jam here, even for 9 big blinds under the gun with ace-9-0. You know, we've got a lot of ranges to get through, and I feel, obviously, we don't be drawing dead, but, you know, ace-9's not really a hand, you know, ace-9's more of a hand we want to be jamming from, you know, probably hijack onwards with ICM. You know, stacks are a lot more shallow now. The bliss blind level is now 100, we're now at 100k big blind. You know, Malcolm's got 11 bigs and an easy jam here with ace-king. Natalia looks like she has some type of decision. We don't know what her cards are yet. She has been getting poor distribution, but I think from memory, Natalia had about 850k, so around 8 big blinds, and she's called all in.
C4 fold.
With an unknown hand.
Malcolm's not going to go anywhere with the ace-king off. He snap calls it.
He actually had it.
We're probably looking at 9s plus here and ace-queen plus from
straight into
Natalia, and that's, you know, that's the bottom of what she's going to be calling off with, but she just doesn't have a better hand here from 8.5 big with ace-queen.
Dominating both suits too, by the way. There.
Yeah, this has been the story of Natalia's final table. Really poor distribution, and she's just been clawed. Run out, but it's not looking good for Natalia.
She's put the jacket on. We haven't seen the board yet, but usually the jacket's a good indication that the
prince
she's
is
busted.
Wow,
What
it's
a
a queen
flop
high
there.
board.
Unbelievable. The jack, the gutter ball on the turn completes that straight at the top end with the ace-king.
Never in doubt.
Dominated ace-queen does get beaten by the ace-queen on the turn with a gut shot jack. Thanks for coming.
What a liar.
Natalia on her way. Down to 7 runners now at the final. Little shout out there to Jacob in the dealer's chair. He's been probably best on ground all series, to be perfectly honest, up there with a couple of our other premium dealers. Worked with him all week. Lovely fella.
7 fold. 8 fold.
Those fucking young kids, ace-king.
And to Josh McCulley in the cutoff here with the 7-5 suited. He elects to fold.
Josh is greedy, but that's just a little too greedy.
Something I'd probably play in the hijack, to be honest with you. But what would I know? Barbie here is going to raise to 220 on the button. We don't see his cards. They haven't registered quite yet on the RFID table. Chad, however, his cards. He's picked up the pocket 3s, also known as the crabs in the small blind. He's elected to fold. Rounded David Hurst has picked up the 6-4 of diamonds. Nice little suited connector here. It's going to cost him 120 to call. He's also already put in the big blind ante plus the 100. Elects to fold it.
It's a little surprising to me, sub 7, that he can fold, because we have a lot of options to us post flop. You know, especially as the shorter stack. You know, it isn't as important for us there, and you know, there's a lot of flops we can just donk jam. You know, Barbie has an unknown hand, but you know, 6-4 suited seems like a good candidate to be able to just call. You know, if we do flop a pair, we just opt for an easy check jam. You know, if we flop some type of gutter, flush draw, backdoor flush draw, you know, we can just stop and go, the old stop and go. It's surprising fold, especially as the shorter stack, but he'll have his reasons for it.
Another big slick here. Ace king off. Lucy Lee has elected here to pop it to 220. Seems to be the new going raising rate. So 220 here, popped with the ace queen. Chad here with the king queen off on the button. Going to elect to lay it down. David Hurst with the 3-2. He's not going to play. Round to Bert, which we are getting the spelling updated to Bert correctly. We'll fold in the big blind. We're off to the next 10.
Just going back to that fold there from Chad. You're going to see King Queen do a lot of calling there versus under the gun 1, under the gun 2 range, especially with King Queen suited. But again, sound like a broken record, just with ICM versus that range. King Queen is a hand that we can put into our folds. Sub 16 is probably more of a function of that. If the under the gun has 25, I feel like we would see a lot of calling there, but fold is good too. Craig Abernathy has asked, can we get Adrian Sportelli commentary cameo? I dare say the answer to that is absolutely not.
Actually, as a matter of fact, I was TDing just before on the 5K when he busted out. I believe they've all gone for dinner, so I don't imagine he'll be back in the building for a few hours.
Right.
7 all in.
But has a... It's jammed 16 here with 8-6 suited.
Today fold.
I think that could potentially be a function of, 8-6 suited is a hand that we could also limp there for 15 effective, and fold to a jam, but I feel like, Bert's going to take the more aggressive route more than often. I think potentially too he might be, it could be a player-specific jam as well, but I'll go too much into that. But I feel like, all options on the table there for Bert, and he's chosen jam there for 15, and we're going to see Bert take a lot of the more, if we have an aggressive route 40% of the time or 30% of the time in each certain node, Bert's certainly going to be taking all those spots with this chip stack.
It's just power poker played perfectly, to be perfectly honest with you. So raised to 210 here by Chad with the King 9 of Hearts.
One call.
So Malcolm has all options available. Jam is good. I think we'd probably jam the Ace Queen offsuit. The Ace Queen suited is a good hand that we can call with as well. Plays so well post. I feel like Malcolm probably would have jammed the Ace Queen O, but we certainly have an interesting flop ahead of us.
Absolutely. So as you can see, Malcolm here has flopped second pair with the top kicker, which is beaten at the moment by Chad, who has picked up top pair with a straight draw, but that straight draw would give Malcolm the top end of the straight and Chad the bottom. Don't worry about it though, says Malcolm, as he picks up the queen on the turn and taken over the lead in this particular hand.
If there was an echo for any of the viewers, that issue has now been fixed. Oh, goodness me, haven't seen the turn.
Yeah. No, I commented for you whilst you were checking that out.
Are we seeing a lead here? Yeah, lead small here. So good from Malcolm. Such a good card for his range, of course, for his specific hand as well. But, this really puts Chad in a tough spot. And this is often a card that's going to go check. It's often a card that Chad's going to check back. But he also has to call a small bet with Ace King, King Jack, King 10 suited, King 9 suited. Jack 10 suited probably has to peel a bet here. Maybe we could fold. I think I'm not sure we get to this point with Jack 10 suited. Probably goes check. But such a good lead from Malcolm. He knows that this card, Chad's very aware that it's a very good hand for his range, and Malcolm could be doing that with all tons of nonsense, but very good for his specific hand too. I just feel that that Malcolm knows that card's going to go check so much, and he's opted to we don't see a lot of leads in the general population here, but Malcolm's obviously extremely good reg, and we're going to be seeing the turn lead, something we see in that spot there, and he's played the hand well.
Maurizio Pazzucci has now taken a seat in the dealer's chair. For those of you who don't know, he is originally from Melbourne. He has won the award for the best dealer of the series. He came up here. It's the first time him working with the APT. We got mentioned about it earlier today. So congrats to Moz. Done a tremendous job this week, actually. He's been here from start to finish, as I have. They're long days, so he's done extremely well. So hats off to you, Moz. It's been folded around to Bert Perry in the cutoff here with the ace-6 off. He raises it up to 200k. Lucy Lee will fold the jack-10 off in on the button. Fold there in the small blind black background to Josh McCulley. The natural 9, the 10-9 off. Contemplating his next move here. He's counting down his chips. He's just trying to figure out how much he's got. He's going to elect to lay this one down here. So Bert will pick up the
I would have folded to a
pot.
shove.
We'll move on to the next hand.
I don't ace.
Never shoving.
How have you been enjoying the series here, Jinxie?
Oh, it hasn't been personally great for me, but you know, probably had a deep run in nearly everything I've played. I busted the main event today, 6 or 7 off the money, I can't recall. And then deep run in the mini-main event, deep run in the poker shop, no good in the vault. But other than that, just one of those series that, you know, things don't go your way and you just move on to the next one. It's been certainly been a good place to play. It always makes things just a little bit better. When you're in the bin in the middle of nowhere, and you haven't cashed or had any type of deep run, it can be quite a depressing place to be. But he has been good. You know, all of our friends are here, good crew here, and it makes the great series just a little bit better.
Chad here under the gun. It's going to pop it up, make it 200k to go with the King 10 suited. Lucy Lee with the pocket 7s has elected just a flat call here in the cutoff. Malcolm's got to fold the Queen 10 suited. Round to Josh McCulley, folds the 8-5 suited in clubs. A Barbie's going to also fold. We're going to have 2 players go flop here.
It's definitely Lucy's biggest spot, as I've said before, and you know, we've seen should just go bet, fold. You know, Chad's going to continue his entire range on this board. Surprised if Lucy peels one off here. Lucy tends, you know, it is a big spot for her, and she's found that, you know, there's been a couple of spots where she's been to certain decisions, points in hand that she probably shouldn't be, even with ICM. Hasn't adjusted like she should have, you know. You just need to be bidding 7s there, or if we're going to play jam is good too. First under the gun. I just feel, you know, I'm not sure if are the players allowed to watch the stream. I'm not sure.
Yes,
they are.
The players are, because
so if Lucy had been watching, Chad's had some Chad's opening a proper range from under the gun. We just saw King 9 suited, King 10 suited. We've seen a 3-bet with Ace 2 suited. You know, so those hands are in Chad's range. You know, so we can deny a lot of equity when we jam a hand like 7s. Fold is good too, but jam is also good. We just should never opt for call sub 15 big blinds, and you know, it's just a function of, you know, this is a difficult game, and you know, a lot of people haven't been in this spot before.
For those of you at home who don't know, we're actually commentating on this on a 30-minute delay to protect the players' whole cards and the integrity of the game. So what you're seeing up on the screen, we're commentating what appears to be live to you, but we're actually 30 minutes behind. It's just something that we've put into play for this series and series going forward, just to make sure that the integrity of the game can be held up on all levels, not just on the floor, but also back here in the commentary box, which is usually a little bit different to that of other streams you might have watched online where they commentate live and then they put it on a 30-minute delay, with actually the opposite way around. We're on a 30-minute delay and then we commentate on that.
Shout out to Victoria's finest, Sean Oy, for taking down the 5K for $63,000. Adds to, he's just had it. Sean's just been running so bad all year. It's good to see Sean take down a 5K. Of course, being incredibly sarcastic, he's had the most incredible run of any player that I've ever known. He's won the APL Millions for 560K. He's cashed the 10K, and he's numerous 1 and 2K wins this year. But in all honesty, all jokes aside, it couldn't happen to a better kid. You'll see Sean and Yan. They live together, and you'll see them at every series, and they're here, they're playing everything. They play everything. It's good to see. It is good to see, a player that's going to be playing every series. That money comes back into the community and buy-ins. A lot of those APL winners, if you go there and you look up at the banners, I haven't seen half of those guys ever again. You're going to be seeing Sean Oy and everything, and
lovely guy too, super lovely guy. I completely agree with you, Jinx. Like, I was there TDing that 5K event. He just played out of his pants and ran hot in certain spots, but that's poker. But in terms of,
doesn't sound like Sean.
but no, he's a lovely fellow and very gracious winner. Took a photo with his friends when he won, and played excellently and deserved the award.
One day in a tournament, Sean Oy flopped bottom set twice versus top set, and in both hands hit quads on the turn and river when his opponent had top boat. I can't recall the last time I've played in a tournament where that happened, yet it happened to him twice in one tournament. If that doesn't explain Sean Oy, I don't know what does. But we do joke that he runs well, but he plays extremely well. He's such a good guy. The money, the money he's won this year, he deserves, and all praise to Sean Oy for winning the 5K.
Like my mate Simon Shaheen, Wahesh down in Melbourne would say, you can't make that story up in a fairy tale.
You can't make it up.
You can't make it up. 100% you can't make it up.
Shout out to Simon, both very close. Simon's one of my best mates, went to school together, and he had a great run in the 8K main event a couple of weeks ago at the WPT for a 40K score. And that is his favourite saying, you can't make it up. And that you couldn't make up. You couldn't make that up even if you wanted to.
There you go.
But well done, Sean.
Got it through.
The man's only showed down.
Back to the action here. Lucy Lee here under the gun with the 9-7 off. She's going to elect to fold. Round to Malcolm, who's picked up the Queen 10 suited. Under the gun +1. Easy fold here. Josh McCulley with the 8-7 off. Also going to fold in the hijack. Round to Ababi, who folds a 10-5 off. The cut-off. Chad's picked up the same hand. Likes to fold it on the button. David Hurst here. Most likely going to jam, I'd imagine, with the King 4 of diamonds, which he does.
Very easy jam.
And just hope he doesn't walk into it, and he does too. Walks straight into the ace-jack.
This could be Bert's tournament, to be honest. He's had, I know this is only this very standard sub-5 big blind spot, but he's picked it up. His bluffs have worked. His raised folds have worked, and when he's raised an opponent's jam, he's had the nuts every time.
Oh, bang, and a king on the flop there for David, taking top pair.
Spoke too soon, maybe.
Queen on the turn won't help. It's an ace or a 10 will get there, and it doesn't. King 4 will hold. Pair of kings take down that pot. Pretty unlucky spot there. I mean, obviously it's a standard jam there with the King 4 diamonds. He's walked straight into it, believe it or not, into Bert there with the ace jack, and got lucky on the flop and helped.
450, 480.
Thumbs up, as you can see. Pretty happy with that outcome, as you would be when you're playing for this much money.
By King 4? Probably. Good. Bad call, hey?
I thought you would like at least have the ace of spades. Should have. Wrong ace to call.
Yeah.
Any spade would have been better.
That laugh. Yeah, the cheekiest laugh.
That's like that's the cry laugh.
Yeah.
When will it end?
Just when.
Shout out to Thatch, wherever you are, Thatcher. When?
Just fixing a couple little technical issues that we've got with a bit of a slight echo here. So I'm just going to try and commentate it solo for the moment, whilst Jinxie's out there getting that sorted. Malcolm is going to pop it up, make it 200k to go there with the ace-3 suited, fold it all the way around to Bert, who we have now updated his name, the correct spelling, B-R-T, who's got the ace-deuce of diamonds, contemplating a decision here in the small blind.
I think that's good.
7 raises to 700.
Bert's going to pop this up here. He's going to raise it up to 700k with the 3-bet. Lucy Lee's going to fold the 9-8 off. Back round to Malcolm. Ace-3 suited. As Bert dominated here, however, very likely that they both flop top pair. Kicker won't be in play unless they obviously hit it.
It's more of a function of a pre-flop, bit of a pre-flop war here, as we said. You know, Chad finding the 3-bet with his exact combination prior. These are just so, these hands are just so good to 3-bet and put our opponents under pressure. You know, if Malcolm has a hand like ace-10 off here, and, you know, he's gonna, this is a 4-bet or fold, obviously, and Malcolm's found the 4-bet.
What a player here, Malcolm. I love this. I absolutely love this. He knows his player. He knows that Bert could potentially be making this play with a hand that's weaker. Gotta love that 4-bet there, Jinxie. What do you reckon?
Yeah, no, it's amazing. It's just...
and he gets the fold too. Excellently played. I mean, you can't play it any better than that.
No, you
Period.
can't. You can't. And now Malcolm's out to 40 big blinds. We're going to be seeing a lot of that now. You know, those are, you know, those hands there between two really good online regulars. You know, that's a common spot for them. But
his 4-bets is all range every time.
Obviously, Bert's talking about that hand now. But you know, as I said, sorry.
Young kids these days.
It's Bert finding those combinations of bluffs. Now, it is a bit of a leveling war. Malcolm knows that Bert has those bluffs, and he's got a really good hand. He's got a really good hand to fight back. Obviously, not a hand we want to be calling and taking to the streets. And you know, Malcolm's decided to put that in his 4-bet range. And you know, such a well played hand by both players. You know, we won't be seeing that too. You know, we wouldn't be seeing that too regularly on our, you know, final table streams, but we've just got two of the best players in the country at war with each other, 40 big blinds deep. We're going to be seeing a lot of that between those two.
Tell you something, Jinxie. It doesn't happen very often, and I said you can't make it up in a fairy tale, but just before we had the pocket 9s in the following hand, he picked up the pocket 9s. Bert's actually picked up the ace-2 suited in the last hand and then picked it up here and flopped massive, if you don't mind. He flopped the straight and the flush draw.
You know, we saw this with Malcolm prior with the ace-queen suited. Just a function of ICM and how well his hand plays. You know, they're 40 deep now. Bert and Malcolm aren't really going to be tackling each other. Their stack is worth so much real money. And, you know, when we call here, we keep in a lot of Bert's hands, like ace-6 offsuit, ace-4 offsuit, ace-7-0, queen 10-0, queen 9 offsuit. So very good hand to flat here versus Bert's range. And, you know, we could find a 4-bet with a 3-bet with the ace-queen off. But I think against Bert's stack, I think we're always just calling a lot of our range here. We could have some spicy turns. Maybe the 5 of clubs would be spicy, but this is a really interesting card. Actually, I feel like Bert's going to be, you know, Bert. This is not a board we're going to be facing a lot of check raises on from Malcolm. So this is a board we can continue a lot. It's very good for our range. And once we're called, we obviously still have the nut flush draw and a gutter to the
wheel.
To the wheel. So, you know, we're going to be seeing Bert continue here a lot. You know, he would definitely tell me to be continuing this, and we're actually, of course, we're going to see a continue. Such a great card for Bert. You know, really puts Malcolm's range in the blender here, and he's got the best hand he could probably have to do it with as well. We're just not going to see it. It would suck to be folded off this equity, of course, but this is just not a no. We're going to be seeing Malcolm you know, check raising a lot, if ever. Basically, if ever. So that's why we're going to see Bert continue on this turn nearly always.
I'm actually thinking about it here. He might have a stone cold read here if he decides to make the call, which he does with the ace queen, which is the best hand.
I mean, this is just on another level at the moment.
Forget about it. There's absolutely no way I can play poker at this level. Repeat 3 at the river.
Now, this is interesting. We hold cards, not specifically with the 2 of spades a lot, but we hold cards we want Malcolm to have. So this may not be the best combination to bluff. Yes, we block ace-king, but Bert knows that. He's just so good. I feel like, you know, a lot of players there will... Bert's just... that reaction there is calling that turn bet. I think he's a little bit shocked. I think that call on the turn's incredible. It is. You know, we're basically putting, you know, we do block hands that Bert's going to be barreling there, like queen. I mean, we may not barrel queen jack. Actually, we would, because you know, queen jack, queen 10, and you know, Malcolm's just gone with the stone cold read there. That, you know, Bert still has a lot of turn barrels because Malcolm knows that turn is great for Bert to barrel.
Correct, spot on.
You know, and so he's just going to call one, and you know, once if Bert ever finds a jam on the river, but he's in a really tough spot. But just going back, I spoke about this yesterday. Bert does not have a good hand to bluff. A lot of people will think we just want to bluff our flush draw because we missed. A lot of that is actually incorrect. You know, we want our opponent, depending on what the board is, but when we have when we've double barreled our flush draw there, we want our opponent to have the ace of spades, and the 2 of spades is not very relevant. It is still relevant a little bit, but maybe if we had ace 5 of spades, ace 6 of spades, you know, we want our opponents to have 6, 7 of spades, you know, ace 8 of spades. So we hold one very important card, but 2 pretty important cards that we want our opponent to have, which turns our hand into a candidate that we shouldn't be bluffing a lot.
David Hurst here in the hijacks just pushed it all in for 1.1 mil. Josh McCulley's just looked down at the ace-jack suited. I think stock standard position here to call. Josh well in front, 60-40 favourite here. And off to the flop we go. Another amazing spot here from Josh. You know, keeps picking up the hands when he needs to.
Yeah, very standard from both players. 10 big blind jam and a 10 big blind call, and we don't get off 10 big blinds. We don't get better hands than these. And Josh McCulley, I don't think you know, it says 31% equity there for David.
Oh, and the king on the turn, if you don't mind.
Drilled it in.
If you don't mind. That'll do it. The king, queen off. We'll take that flop down. Off Josh, who's now been eliminated with the ace-jack, kings and 4s. He's actually made 3 pairs, but obviously we're playing the best 5-card hand.
So gracious in defeat, Josh. You know, he's been in that spot more times than any of us, and he, and you know, he's such a great player. And it sounds bad, but you know, the rest of that table are very glad that Josh McCulley has been eliminated.
No doubt. Back to the action here. David Hurst, under the gun +1, has ace-king off. Selected to raise it up here to 200k. Round to Bert. It's going to fold. 7-6 off. Lucy Lee with the queen 4 off. It's going to fold back round to Malcolm. King 5 off, folding as well on the dealer button. Now Barbie here's picked up ace-jack. The big blind. Correct weight, off to the flop we go. Dry flop, to be perfectly honest with you, in terms of players' hand ranges here.
Yeah, I think we could see, you know, a lot of check back calling. You know, the Barbie's still going to be ahead of hands like King Queen and you know, King Jack. We do block that, but there's going to be a lot of continues from David. There should be a lot of continues from David that we're ahead of. Just run into the top of David's range, but these spots, depending on what the turn is, a lot of the time we'll just go check back call, check turn, and
that's all she wrote.
And that's all she wrote usually, depending on what the river is.
David's elected here to bet 175, which was actually less than his raising range pre-flop with the ace-king off, I should say. Barbie here's picked up the ace-jack.
Yeah, look, we just always really just want to be betting small on this board texture, especially with ICM. Basically, really only ever going to be seeing small betting on the flop, 20 to 30%. You know, there's a function of a lot of things. But you know, you'll often just see that Barbie's just found the check raise with the ace jack no heart. It's interesting. Probably not a hand that, you know, he's had so many good results. He'd be doing it for a reason. Not a hand I think we'd be putting in the check raising range here often because we are still ahead a lot of David's continues. He's just going to bin it.
He's just going to lay it
down. I mean, he has to bin it.
Yeah,
he's got to bin it. You know.
What a play!
Yeah, most definitely. But you know, we'd be looking to do that with, you know, 4-5 with a heart if we defended it. 4-5 of hearts, hands that contain a heart that we can continue on the turn. So an ad here for Usopp in Da Nang in Vietnam. It's such an incredible series over in Vietnam. Bert Perry, who's on our final table, won the Vietnam high roller in Vietnam. That was in Hanoi. This is the Usopp in Da Nang, which is prior to that. And you know, we've got a jam packed schedule there, and from what I recall from seeing, because I was thinking about flicking this in, and there's tournament structures for everybody. You know, there's mixed games on every day.
Yeah,
Josh.
beautiful. That's me.
Yeah, that's you.
Hello.
You've got your name written all over that.
That's
There's mixed games on every day. You know, sub $100, $200 buy-ins all the way up to. I'm not sure if the big high rollers are there for the 25K, but you know, there's daily high rollers, 5K USD, 10K USD. Such a great series, and I know a lot of the boys. Josh McCulley was over there, Bert Perry was over there this year. Dylan Wayne, one of Australia's greatest players, you know, they were over there this year. They loved it. They loved it. They had really good results.
Yep.
And you know, it would be definitely a great series to flick in, especially Da Nang right on the beach in Vietnam. You know, Hanoi is a little bit more populated, but you know, Da Nang right on the beach. It's there at the resort. You know, if you're looking to combine your you know, tournament playing with a little bit of a holiday and relaxation, Hanoi, Da Nang is definitely the place to go.
That's it. Right between sort of the 17th of November to the 27th of November. That's where you want to be, either on the beach or playing cards. I'll probably be there, Jinxie.
Myself, I was thinking about Hanoi, which is the week after. Da Nang, there are some local clashes with Da Nang, but I know a lot of the really good I think Bert, who is on our final table now, he'll be there. You know, Bert will be there, Josh will be there. A lot of really good local players will be there, and the numbers are looking to be popping off.
Back to the action here. 50-100 with 100 BB ante. Bert Perry, you can see now, Jinxie. Correct spelling. Folded the 9-3 off.
I know his mum's watching, so she's going to appreciate that.
No problems. Malcolm's picked up the queens here in the cutoff, raises to 200K. Barbie's picked up the ace-2 suited on the button. Effective stacks here. Basically, they've both got almost exactly the same in chips, only off by 100K. 4.9 mil versus 5 mil. Barbie's got him covered by 100. Looks like a Barbie's going to make a raise here on the button with the ace-2 suited.
You know, it's funny, we've got, as Simon would say, you can't make it up. We've got a lot of, you know, these hands that we put in our low suited wheel aces that we put into our 3-bet range, ace-2, ace-3, ace-4, ace-5 suited. Every time it's been ace-2 suited.
Yeah, it's crazy,
there's been one ace-3 suited 4-bet, but it's been ace-2 suited specifically every time, and I think it's been diamonds probably.
Oh, bang. And a massive flop there too for the ace-2. The queens shrivel up, they go down to 4% here. Barbie just taking a commanding lead in this pot.
This is already a big pot, but I just feel like, you know, Malcolm Queen of Spades, you know, we're probably just going to have to call a C-bet. But it wouldn't be, actually, it would surprise me to just see a fold at this stage, but we're most likely just going to see a check bet call and then a check bet if it's a no spade, or if it's a club, you know, it's going to see a check, big bet fold, but it's just unfortunate for Malcolm. He's function of flatting this hand with ICM also, but we also get to keep our opponent's worst hands in. We get to disguise our hand, protect our range. Good hand to do that with. But unfortunately, Barbie has flopped the world. Issues, but
looks like a Barbie is taking this pot down. We can't quite see our
turn
in
went
the
check.
studio here.
Having a little bit of trouble. Turn went check check. I wouldn't surprised to see this go check check. You could say, has it gone check check? I can actually see. But yeah, it did go check check from the look of it.
Here we are, we're back on here.
Yeah, so I think it's gone check, check, turn, check, check, river. You know, it's probably a little surprised. I don't mind the check, check, river there because we do reopen up the action to a player that is extremely capable of bluffing, and we have too good of a hand to face that, but not good enough to face a jam. So the problem there is if Malcolm gets there with, you know, ace queen, ace jack, ace 10 suited, it's a little bit of a disaster when we only get one street of value. But I don't blame a Barbie for taking the check check line. I think we could also go, 60-70% on the turn and check back most rivers. You know, Malcolm's going to have 10s, jacks, queens, not as much, but 10s, jacks, 9s with a spade that have to continue the turn, especially queens with a spade. He's probably have to continue the turn to 60% or 50% bet. I know we're bluffing pre, but we've fought the world, and to get one street of value in that 3-bet pot, is not great. Yeah, the spade's not great, but I think the check there, just to think about it for the viewer at home. We do have 2 pair, yes, but we also reopen the action. To a player who's incredibly capable. We saw the 4-bet jam with a 4-bet to a sides with ace 3 suited from Malcolm. So that probably played into a Barbie's mind a little bit. Plus, he just gets that. There are times where you just want to win the pot, especially in a 3-bet pot on a final table with ISIM implications.
100%.
He knows 95% of the time he's got the best hand, but that's just the function of the check there. Just trying to give a little bit of reasoning, and we'll roll into another advert here for Kings in Sydney, held at St George's Leagues Club from the 9th of November to the 24th. Now, from memory, we definitely have a 1K mini high roller. I remember playing that, but our main event is a 250K guarantee for first, and that's a 2K. We've got multiple re-entries over three flights. First flight on Saturday, the 11th of November. That'll be popping off at 5:30. A lot of recreationals tend to fire in those events on the weekends, and they're very good fun fields to play. And an array of other options throughout the week there at St George's Leagues Club. Definitely be getting to that series, I'd say.
7.
I actually apologise for that. It's 250,000 guaranteed for first. I do recall that they announced that quite some time ago. It's 250,000 guaranteed for first. Now this is a little similar. That could, depending on how many runners they get, I think from all reports are going to get quite a lot of runners. That could be another spot similar to this where the payouts are quite skewed, but the 250K guaranteed for first is. It's just incredible as a poker player, especially as a professional, to go into a tournament knowing you're guaranteed a certain amount of prize money. It's very hard to make guarantees in tournament poker. Anyone that's ever run a series is gonna tell you that. But guaranteeing a certain amount, so great for the player. They know they're playing. They know they're buying in for $2,000 with a chance to win 110 buy-ins, 115 buy-ins, whatever it is, and. I think that guarantees are so good for poker, and they've put that 250K guarantee out a long time ago, and we've got 3 flights to flick that in and try and bag onto day 2 and the 250 lacquers.
Yeah, there we go.
Huh? You are? No. You are going to play it. So nice.
How you like it?
Let's go.
Comment was posted by one of the viewers watching AA Poker. What are the payouts? We'll go through them again if you would like. First prize will be taken away 150 big ones. Second, 50,500. Third, 37,000. Fourth is 29,000. Fifth is 23,000. Sixth is 19,000. And seventh will be $15,250. Reason why it's so skewed at the top end is we've guaranteed $150,000 for first. A lot of cheese at the top here. Anyway, back to the action. Here we go. King 8 versus the 4-2 suited. Board comes double ace jack, the ace jack in spades. Very likely that Malcolm's going to c-bet here, and it's going to take it down instantaneously with the King 8. You min bet too there for 100. There's plenty.
What do we have here? I'm not sure what's going on there. I think they're trying to take the PWIS out of yourself, Josh. But
yeah, that's fine. That's fine by me, mate. No problems whatsoever. When you're doing 20-hour days, mate, everything just blurs into one, mate. If they want to take it, it's perfectly fine. As long as everybody at home is enjoying our commentary here in the box, and those people who have been at the series have enjoyed it, it's fine by me. Fold all the way around to the button here with Malcolm with the King 9 off. It's going to raise it most likely here on the button in position to 200k, round to a Barbie, Queen 6 suited. Going to elect to lay it down. Chad here, again, believe it or not, the old ace 2 off. Selected to call, off to a flop we go.
You could definitely find a 3-bet there with where Chad, you know, ace 2 off definitely doesn't. You know, ace 2 off's definitely not a hand that we want to take to the streets post, but I just think sub 25. I actually think we still could find a bluff there with the ace 2 sub 25 for a little bit deeper. I think, you know, Chad would have found that, but it's going to go bet, check, bet, fold. Very standard.
Just found out there, Jinxie, that was a bit of an internal little joke there that popped up on our screen that the viewers at home couldn't see.
Okay, I wasn't too sure what was happening.
No, perfectly fine.
Just getting the...
Just on the preview screen for us, they thought they would, you know, give me a little stir up a little bit.
Apologies to the viewers.
It's all in good fun, no problems. All enjoying ourselves here. We hope you are enjoying it at home or wherever you're watching. Action will continue here at the feature table. Burt, just under the gun, just picks up the pocket tens. 2.9 mil. We did have 5.2 earlier today. Just lost a few pots, but strong enough player to win them back. He's going to raise it up to 200k. Folded by Lucy Lee with the ace 8. Folded all the way around, as a matter of fact, into the small blind. Chad's picked up the ace 6 off, elected to fold it as well. David Hurst with the King 4 of hearts in the big blind.
Easy defend here for David. We did see him not defend a hand he should have prior, but this is a little different. We're just going to see an easy defend from David with King 4 suited, sub 14 big blinds, and we'll see a flop.
See if he can spike a king again.
Very true. He's just been flopped out too.
Definitely didn't flop a king here.
Oh, sorry, I thought Bert had ace 10. He's got tens.
He has got tens. Definitely hasn't flopped a king here, and the tens are still the best hand.
You know,
Bert's going to continue and
easy continue for his range. Obviously, he doesn't like the board, but it's such an easy range bet for Bert, and you know, we're going to take that bot down a majority of the time. If we have King 4 of diamonds, well, King 4 of diamonds probably too good to raise. We're looking at low suited diamonds to be able to raise. Obviously, we have hearts there, but just to viewer to think about how our ranges work on a specific board. Usually don't check raise those ace high boards a lot, but you know, Bert was always continuing his range on that board, no matter what his hand, and easy takedown for him there.
Sevens again here for Lucy Lee. She picked them up about 15 hands ago. She's under the gun. She's going to jam here for 885k. See if she can steal the blinds here, get to 1.1 mil. Fold all the way around for the time being. Bert's picked up the ace 10.
He's got a... This is fun. This is funny. He's got a very easy call. it's an 8 big blind jam.
885, let me make sure.
Ace 10
4,
performs
8.
well, but he's got. So, I was going to get to the reasons why he could fold, and he's already been it. But so it's more of a player exploitative fold, especially against Lucy. She's shown, it is her biggest spot, and she's been on the tighter side for sure. It isn't under the gun jam. Ace 10 just performs so well versus a jam. I mean, she's jammed basically from the from the low jack. So I just feel that Ace 10 probably doesn't perform well against the specific player type that's jammed there. Even though more often than not, an 8 big blind jam, Ace 10 suited, Ace 10 offsuit, we don't get many better hands than that in that spot. But I don't fault Bert for finding the fold there. 8 big blinds though, it's a tough one to let go.
Fold around to Chad in the cutoff here with pocket sixes. 2.6 mil in the old chip stack here. Action back on David. He's picked up the Ace 10, very similar actually to last time with the sevens versus the Ace 10. Let's see how David chooses to play this here. He does have 2 players behind him in the small and the big blind.
I mean, David just has a pretty easy. He should have an easy jam. David's kind of shown that he's taken the more passive route, but just versus a cutoff range sub 13 bigs, Ace 10, we don't get better spots than this.
Eyed him up too, just quite
yeah, he has, and he's jam. I'm very happy to see him find the jam there, and Chad does have a decision. We've lost the screen a little, but Chad does have a decision, but he's just going to find the fold, and he does. Very standard, well played hands by both players. Sometimes those hands don't go the way that we think they're going to when we're in the commentary box. And we're on screen here, are we?
There we go. That's us, Jinxie, Josh Monk.
Hello,
welcome
guys.
back. Hello to everyone. It's good to be here. Beautiful day outside, actually, as a matter of fact, in Sydney. Action's been fast and furious today. Poker room's booming. Just a wonderful event to be at. Great series. Really looking forward to the next one. Obviously, we got the Vietnam one coming up.
What do you think of this shirt?
Look, I'll be honest with you. There's
No.
only a few men who can pull off a shirt like that, mate, and you're one of them. I can tell you that much for free. I've worn black since I just wear black every day because it's slimming, according to Ricky Gervais. So
Yeah, well,
I'm a black guy.
I wear this shirt regularly on day twos. This is my day 2 shirt, and I just for the first time I've seen what it looks like. I'm not too sure.
No, it suits you perfect, mate. I love it. Goes with the hair. Love it. Anyway, back to the action here. We got King 2 versus King 4, both suited. Flop comes out the 3, Queen 7 with the 2 spades. Neither have flopped a pair or a flush draw. Most likely we'll go check, bet, fold. C-bet here by Bert on the button. In snap fold here by Malcolm. And we're going to move on to the next hand here. As you can see here, the chip counts 6.2, 4.4, 3.3, 2.3, 1.7, and 885k for the Lucy Lee. She's got 8 bigs. Basically needs to find a hand, try and get it through, double through, get to 16, get to 32, and she's off and racing again. Whilst the cards are in the air, I might give a little shout out to a really close friend of mine, Ash Gupta, down in Melbourne. Ashish, if you're watching, just a big shout out to you, mate. Looking forward to catching up with you when I get back.
Isn't he just one of the great humans?
Honestly, he is one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet, period, ever.
And he's very underrated. I actually spoke to Josh McCulley about Ash, and Ash might not be, might not have the heroics of big tournament wins and whatnot, but Ash is in the mix there, playing the big buy-ins online, and he's not out of place. Ash is such a good player. He's very underrated. Hope he's listening in, but he's just such a great dude.
And hilarious too, just quietly.
Hold on a minute. What have I seen?
Got raised in the hijack to 200,000 by David Hurst, and a call on the button by Lucy Lee with the King Queen.
Is this real? Hold on. So the hijacker's raised off 15, and Lucy's flooded the button off 8 with King Queen. I mean, this is the 4th or 5th hand now that, you know, Lucy not being in these spots is probably is biting her a little bit. This is just not a thing that we should ever be doing. You know, I would love to see a jam. We have a good hand to jam. We don't get, you know, just call. We just don't have any calls there sub 10. You know, in this spot with ICM. We have a good hand to jam. We don't get many better hands off. That was 8 big blinds. It was 2. So we don't get many better hands off 8 big blinds. You know, it definitely is Lucy's biggest spot, but you know, just a little bit of a lack of you know, it'll come for sure. Just a little bit of a lack of, you know, hands. You know, in spots like this, just not sure what to do with her ranges. We have an easy jam, and if we have you know, we can also exploit fold it. We're probably never doing that, but you know, calling and seeing a flop sub 10 with that, we just, you know, these are things we shouldn't be doing. You know, but hopefully she can spin it up.
6-7 folds. 2-8 folds.
Anyway, back to the action. Pardon me, Malcolm here on the button. King Queen off, 4.4 in the stack, has raised it to 240k, takes it down.
Unfair, isn't it? It's unfair, isn't it?
Look, Jinxie here in the commentary box, I agree with him 100% here.
And you can't even defend.
Not a very good decision there to just flat the King Queen off there. And you've got 8 bigs in that spot there, you just jam. But again, Jinx, you know, we're not sitting at the final table, we're in the com box, so they must know a little bit more than us, but it seems like a very standard thing to do.
Look, it's a function of a 1K FT. I mean, you know, if we get to the 5K or 10K final table, we will never see that. You know, Lucy's playing, you know, I've spoken to Lucy a little bit, and you know, she's playing for, you know, she's playing because she really enjoys the game. But what we're going to see a lot in these 1K final tables is a lot of recreational players, you know, getting very good card distribution to get to the final table, but unfortunately under the circumstances we're presented with ICM, those type of players we're going to be seeing making like large mistakes that would never be found out at Chip EV at the start of a tournament. But because we have so much money up top and our stack is worth so much, we need to be really careful of how we approach those spots. And you know, I feel like that, you know, this is an extremely good 1K final table. This could be the final table of the 5 or 10K, but usually in 1K final tables, we'll often see mistakes like that. This is not one of those because we've got so many good players here, but, you know, Lucy's made her way through, and, you know, it's just a shame to see the, you know, the hand played like that, given our stack is worth so much real money. But that'll come. That'll come with time. It'll come with experience. We all started somewhere, and, you know, hopefully, you know, she can spin it up. Ooh, I like this from David. You know, he's leveraging his image a little bit here. You know, he's probably been one of the tightest players, and, you know, again, a function of not having a hand that plays well post. Ace-6 specifically is not a hand we usually use as a 3-bet, but you know, we might be looking at, we might be looking, there's no 4-bet here unless it's all in, but you know, Ababi could find the 4-bet jam with the Ace-5 suited if he was feeling very frisky, but this is probably not a combination we're going to be seeing him doing that with, especially versus David. We probably will be seeing a fold. He shows the ace and folds. But David, that's very well played by David. He's leveraging his image there. He's got a good hand with good blocking properties, which we harp on quite a lot. And, you know, it's good to see David mixing that up.
Absolutely. Look, it's very easy for us to commentate in the com box about how people play. I mean, you know, we both agree that that hand might have been misplayed before by Lucy, but if you want to see some mistakes playing poker, come and watch me play. I make non-stop mistakes, and you know, it's cost me a bit here and there, but look, it's all fun
We
and
all
jest.
do. We all do. There's no perfect way to play.
Anyway, Lucy Lee here just picks up the ace-3 under the gun. She decides to jam it here for the 5 bigs, 6 bigs, 5 actually. 5 bigs with the ace-3.
We have missed a blind level increase for the viewer, so we're at 61.20.
Yep.
So we're now looking at a 6 big blind jam. 5 big blind jam.
Anyway, gets through, back up to 8 BBs now. Almost $1 million in chips, 985k. Got any questions for us in the booth, or anything that we can help make the stream better for you guys watching at home? Let us know. Just hit us up in the chat. We'll do our best to answer your questions and concerns.
Potentially losing me soon. I might go flicking the PLO5.
Oh,
it's a very hard tournament for me to miss. I play PLO5 cash every day online, and it's going to be so hard for me to miss a live PLO5 tournament. I did start at 6, but I was looking to kind of late reg it, and I was enjoying the commentary, but we've still got quite some time. Obviously, it'd be very hard. Fun, you know. I'm not sure what the buy-in is, to be honest. I think it's low, but can't miss the old PLO5.
Tell you what, if I was up here as a player this week, mate, I'd be jumping in that too, mate. It's
It's so hard not to play. Easy jam here from Bert, sub 8 big line. Actually, I keep saying 61.20s, 7 or 8 bigs now.
Just picks up the natural 8 there, suited in the small blind. Only has to get it through one player, that player being Lucy. She's shown that she's been relatively tight throughout the series. She's just going to lay down the 7-8. Bert will pick up her big blind and the dead big blind ante. We'll move on to the next hand. Bert's going to pick up the button here too. Look, to be honest with you, it's anyone's game here. You know, even with Lucy on the short stack here.
Yeah, look, I think that, you know, especially with Bert and Malcolm, you know, Ababi's got the chip lead. You know, very accomplished player, an APL main event winner as well. And he beat James Byrne, affectionately known as Jabba Heads Up. That is no mean feat. You know, Jabba is a heads-up specialist, and Ababi, from all reports, really put Jabba in the blender that day and took that home for a couple $100K. So he's got a lot of tournament experience. He's had a few scores since then. He's got the chip lead. So what we're going to see, I think, most likely, you know, if Lucy busts next and another player busts after that, with the distributions the way they are, we'd likely see a 4-way ICM deal. I think just with the function of this $150,000 guaranteed for first, there's not a lot of edge when the stacks are so evenly distributed with players like Bert and Malcolm, who are just as good as each other. Chad can hold his own, and as we said, Ababi's had so many great results. So, you know, I feel like that it is anyone's game, but just with this specific tournament, I'd be surprised if we've just got Lucy folding the 7-6 suited from the button. Did that? She has. So she's folded 7-6 suited on the button off 8 big blinds. Look, the decisions are starting to add up a little.
Yeah, a little bit.
You know, which is, you know, it's. But as I said, that comes with time and experience, and you know, just such an easy, good hand to be able to jam there on the button. We don't find too many better hands than that, you know. But unfortunately, because ICM is so brutal and our stack is worth so much real money, those decisions tend to add up and don't often correlate into a victory. So, as I was saying, especially with a player as great as Malcolm, Bert's still on this final table. I feel like there's an ICM chop in the air just with this guarantee, but you know, we've still got a long way until that happens. 2 or 3 to go before I feel like that will be discussed.
Yeah, I think you're 100% right here. When the pay jumps, what, $100,000 between first and second. You know, people don't want to be flipping cards for $100,000 very often, unless you're used to playing sort of the big leagues.
Yep.
So very likely that an ICM at some stage or a discussion amongst the players will occur, especially in this event. But you never know. I thought there was going to be an ICM in the 5K. There wasn't. I thought there was going to be an ICM in the 10K, and there wasn't. So, you know, it can happen. Malcolm here just betting almost straight into just betting it dead here almost for 425k into this pot here. He's walked straight into a barbie. He's just flop top 2 pair. Thank you very much for coming. Puts in a small raise here, and that should get it done. Blind 60k, 120 with a 120k big blind ante. Just joining us, we're down to 6 here. Main event of the vault. 150k up top. Guaranteed. Good friend of mine, Moz, in the chair, dealing with cards. In the box here with Jinxie. My name's Josh Monk. Thanks for having you with us, I should say. David Hurst here under the gun with the king 4 off. He's going to muck it. Bert Perry, spelled correctly, he's going to fold the 9-5 of the bookend. Lucy just absolutely card dead, I have to admit. She hasn't picked up many big hands here. She's going to fold the 10-6 off. Jack 3's in the bin. A Barbie here with a Jack 7 in the small blind. Might apply a little bit of pressure here. Experienced tournament players know to raising the small blind here is a good play. Puts a lot of pressure to only get through one player.
Jack 7 off's quite a good hand, kind of a good combination to put into our raising range here. It's not the best hand we want to be able to limp call, and we really don't want to fold limp. We don't want to, we don't want to limp call off a raise with Jack 7.
Yep.
So I feel like because we can make straights, it's a good combination to just raise, and if we're called, we have some post-flop playability. We're not going to get called often, but when we do, Jack 7 is not the worst hand to be able to take to the streets. We just get to fold out, king deuce off, queen deuce off, queen 4 offsuit, all these type of hands. It's a good combination to put in there from the Barbie. We have a very good hand to jam here. Ace 2 offsuit for 5. For 6, sorry. Looks like we're about to get this through.
Move the butter for you.
See how even our stacks are here with the top 4. It's going to be really interesting what happens more so than any other tournament with ICM. Just this incredible pay jump from first to second. I'd be very surprised if some type of deal isn't spoken about with these current distributions. If we lose 1 or 2 more players, and we are incentivized to play quite tight if we are these middling stacks like Chad and David. They're in really tough spots. Again, a function of ICM is that we just have to play tight when we are those 3rd, 4th, 5th chip stacks. No real ICM implications for Lucy. She just has to find her good hands and jam. But, Chad's definitely going to be aware of how tight he has to play here. See David limp there off 20, but like the fold, he would probably limp a hand like 6-4 suited. We know he didn't defend 6-4 suited before, so I would have been very surprised if we just saw him with 6-4.
Barbie here with 34% of chips in play here with 6.5 mil. Malcolm there, 4.2, got about 30. again, like I said, it's anyone's game. Poker, you never know. Just a chip in a chair can win events, tournaments, hands, whatever.
I really don't want to talk. I really want to talk about the players and the cards. And I know it's never a good idea for commentators to talk about their own hands and personal experiences. But you said a chip in a chair. Yesterday in the main event, I ran kings into queens, and I looked over at the stack, and he had me covered. So I just got up and walked away. I went to the TAB. I put a quaddie on. I was there for 15 minutes, and I got a phone call from Smurf, the tournament director of the main event, and he said, "Mate, you've got 800 chips left. You've got less than a big blind. You better come back." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So I run back over. I'd lost, like I'd been blinded out through I'd just been blinded out through an orbit. I look down. I'm all in blind under the gun, whatever. I've got 6-5. I've got 4 callers, flop the nuts.
Oh, hello.
5 big blinds. Next hand, I jam, and within 3 hands, I was back up to 20 big blinds after being out and called back in from the TAB by the tournament director. So you actually couldn't. So you are never dead. You are never, ever, ever dead.
How'd you go in the quaddie?
How do you reckon?
6, 5, 6, 7 folds. Seat 8 folds.
You'll have to start charging me for this.
That's okay. I don't mind at all. It's just I have to open some names again.
Difficult as there. We're back now. Yeah. So like just. I mean,
what a story though.
I mean, I didn't bag, but I'm just saying that like. I think the big blind was for 1K big blind, and I was called back, and I'm under the gun for 800 chips within 4 hands.
Watch my dog.
I have a really good rejam stack. I've got 15 big blinds, and I can actually take that to a bag. So you are just never, ever, ever dead, ever. You know, if Smurf calls me 1 minute later, I'm all in on my big blind, and I'm most likely out of the tournament.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm away for 20 minutes. I've been stacked. I'm called back. And it's just a function of how incredible tournament poker is. You are never dead. You are never, ever dead. Yep. The old chip in a chair saying.
There's only one time you're ever dead in poker, and that's when you're facing a good friend of mine, Trung, induced to 7 triple draw. Every single time he gets there, and you just know it's coming. He's a funny character, Trung.
The great Trung. He 25K high roller winner from WPT last year.
Outside of that, yes, a chip in a chair. I totally agree with you. Always got a chance.
No, a really good hand we're putting into our 3-bet folding range. Very, very good hand to bluff. Good equity when called, etc., etc. We're harping on the same concepts a lot, but if we're just tuning in, really good for the viewer to be able to aware of what we're thinking if we're Bert Perry. Very easy for me to think like that. Me and Bert speak every day about poker, and I'm a little bit biased, but it's just such a good hand to be able to, you know, your king, queen offs and your low suited aces to be able to 3-bet, you know, and Ababi's got, you know, a good hand to call here, and this is why king, queen O is such a good bluff candidate. It's because, you know, we have good equity when called by jacks, 10s, 8s, 9s, and even Ababi's specific hand here. So we've got a flop that isn't registering.
Queen 7 flop here. Bert taking a big commanding lead here on this flop. He's 95% here with 3 of a kind queens.
And I just think that, so we're going to see a lot of small betting here from Bert, especially with the king of spades in our hand. We've got this board so locked up. You know, we're going to see probably 350K, I would imagine. Probably nothing, maybe 400.
7 bets, 200.
I mean, I've said 350, it's way smaller than that, you know, so I feel like that, you know, really good to bet out a whole range, especially on this pair board, which we do have, you know, Ababi does have a lot of queens in his range, don't get me wrong. He probably has more than Bert, but, you know, with our specific hand, we really just want to be betting small with our whole range. Sorry, with our whole range, not a specific hand, but with our specific hand, we do have the king of spades. You know, and just with the SBR set up here, I feel like we'll see something in the realm of, you know, Bert now wants, we're bluffing pre-flop, but we now want to get our stacking because we do have the best hand. So I still feel like we're going to be looking at some type of 30 to 40% with his stacks, probably a little too much. We want to set the SBR up to a reasonable size where we can profitably jam the river. You know, I feel like if we bet 600,000 and get called, the pot is now 3.3 million, and we can just jam our remaining 1.8, and we set our SBR up at about 0.6. Double flush draw here, Bert won't be too worried about, I don't think, especially because Bert does have the king of spades. I'm really interested to see Bert's size here. Of 700. 700. I did say 600. I was close, but I think that, you know, the function is the same. So once if a Barbie calls, which he probably just has to shut the hand down right now. You know, we've got a pot of 3.5 million, and we set an SBR up of about 0.6 when we jam the river. Means we can jam the river profitably with our whole range. We jam our river with bluffs. We still have enough fold equity to get that through, but we still have a good SBR for our opponent to call down with a hand like pocket 8s, pocket 9s, especially if we don't have a heart or a spade in our hand. You know, we just probably can't continue here if we're a Barbie. We're facing too much pressure. He's obviously running to the top of Bert's range. But just to give a little breakdown of how 3-bet pots are. 3-bet pots are very difficult. I'm just airballing, but I kind of was very, quite accurate with how Bert's played this hand. It's just a function of me being very good friends with Bert. But, you know, we're going to see a call here. Goodness me, he's a non-believer. The heart in our hands, probably we don't want to have a heart in our, actually, you think about how these suits
can't really blame him here, though, to be perfectly honest, to Barbie here. You know, Queen, Queen, 7, you know, if he thought he had the best hand on the flop and he's called with the under pair of 6s, the deuce isn't going to change much, hence why he would call a turn. But, you know, Bert really locking this one up, making the 4 at the river with the repeat deuce. Pretty tough spot here for a Barbie. If he doesn't believe him, there's a possibility he could actually pay this off
so
here.
Bert's size on the turn to our opponent. We are now, once we've bet the turn, but once we bet this size, we're polarizing ourselves to Queen X, bluffs, and look, I really don't think aces or kings would really go this size. Maybe we just go check on the turn and call off a river bet, because a Barbie can have bluffs that contain spades. So it depends what suits we have our hand, if we have aces and kings. But once Bert goes this size on the turn, we do polarize ourselves to Queen X and bluffs. And
he's going to come out and lead here.
I mean, what are we doing here? I think that I've seen, you know, a Barbie blocked third pair before, which was quite good. I'm really sure that this is a thing. It could be a little bit over my head, but you know, all in. He's just called. Okay. I mean,
very interesting.
Right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a very interesting line taken, to be perfectly honest here, by a Barbie. I mean, obviously it makes sense for him to peel a card on the flop. The spades don't get there if the spades was in the range. He's led the river here when the repeat 2 hits, thinking he does have the best hand, hence why he called the flop and the turn.
Again, it could
very
be
interesting though.
It could be a function of look. It could be the SBR is 0.6. This could be a function of a Barbie not wanting to have to call a river jam.
Yeah.
His hand doesn't contain a spade. It does contain a heart. You know, if we have 6 of diamonds, 6 of clubs, and he feels that Bird is bluffing, you know, he could find a call, but instead he chooses to lead so he doesn't have to call that jam. I feel like, honestly, we could just, it's easy when we see the cards, but I feel like with our specific hand, we can just fold the turn. But a Barbie was a non-believer, and I don't blame him because Bert can get quite, you know, Bert's quite an aggressive player.
Well said. Let's go, baby.
We've just been informed we have the highest viewer count of the entire series so far. So I'm glad that, you know, the numbers are showing that at least people can tune in and listen. But I do feel like those numbers are a function of having, you know, players such as Bird and Malcolm at the table that people are tuning in to watch more so than listening to us talking some dribble.
High-end dribble.
High-end dribble. High-end dribble. Very true. Very true.
So raised to 250 thou by Chad here under the gun with ace-queen suited. He's got to get looked up here with queen 2 suited by Ababi.
Heads up. Easy raise and easy defend.
Yep. Oh. Actually, kind of funny. It's a good flop for both hands here. Chad's picked up the gut shot straight draw with flush draw, the nut flush draw, and 2 overs. And Ababi here's picked up the up and down draw. Turn card comes the flush, bang, if you don't mind. Chad here with a big check mark next to his name. He's picked up the ace high spades, and actually he's picked up a routine draw as well. Ace high spades will get this done. Ababi drawing absolutely dead in this pot.
The problem we've got though is I know we don't have the spade in our hand, but this is our board. Once we defend the big blind, this is our range. Now, this would be better if it was some type of heart. So we have the 7 of hearts. We have the best hand to lead. We do have queen high. We can't win. We have a flush draw as well. We're going to generate a lot of folds from infinite amount of better hands. Of course, we've just run into it, but the lead here is designed as a part of his range. So once we defend, we have all these hands, 5-4 off, 3-4 off, 4s, 3s, 5s. We do have bluffs as well, but you know, I really like the lead from Ababi. I'd prefer if we had a spade or it wasn't the 4 of spades. But you know, I still don't mind the lead. Probably not, as I said, probably not the best term, but I still like it. And Chad doesn't have any a more simple thing. Chad has no 4s here. Okay, so Ababi has all the 4s, and this is also a hand that we can just utilize to put a lot of pressure on our opponents. Again, prefer that card to be the 6 of hearts or the 7 of hearts, 8 of hearts, and we can really put pressure on Chad. But we also have all the 4s and Chad has none, so we can decide to, you know, use that portion of our range to be able to put pressure on Chad here. But he's just run into the
Stone cold nuts, basically.
Well, yeah, the relative stone cold nuts.
Yeah.
Well, usually I would say that, but we do defend 5-4, you know what I mean? And we do defend 3-4, and Chad just has to jam.
Yep.
You just have to buckle up and, you know, hopefully get called by, you know, a 4-6 suited.
Yeah.
You know,
Poor Taylor.
His little T-Rex arms.
Running bad.
yeah, sorry, just getting back to that.
No reception.
You know, we've just got to buckle up and jam. It's the best hand we're going to get there with if we're Chad. And, you know, if Ababi's got 5-4 or 3-4, I mean, it's just
So
call
be
up.
it.
It's
Yeah.
just so be it. We can still get called by infinite amount of worse flushes and random 4x. So, you know, in infinite amount of combos, my brain can't do math that quickly. We've probably got 30 combos of hands that we can get called by if we think about all of, you know, because we are defending 8 2s, coming big boardies, 8 all of our spade hands, nearly every suited spade hand as well. And because we have ace queen, our opponent can still have jack 10 spades, queen 10, jack 10 of spades, 9 10 of spades, king x of spades that have to call off our jam because we never get to that river with full houses.
Yep.
So Ababi has to think, you know, does Chad have ace queen with the ace of spades? Does he have worse value? You know, aces with a spade, he still has to probably jam there as well. But, you know, I think I quite like the hand as played by both. As I said, probably not the best hand, even though it was a 4, the best card for us to lead if we're Ababi, but, you know, still like it,
Chad just got a bet here with second pair with the king kicker. Ababi here's picked up the 2 overs with the gut shot jack to make the straight. Most likely going to call this bet for 175.
4 calls.
Which he does. Off to the turn we go. 4 of spades won't help Ababi whatsoever. He's going to check it at a position back onto Chad. Most likely we'll barrel here again with the best hand. No, he doesn't. Check. He wants to try and trick it up a little bit. Interesting check, in my opinion, on the turn. That's perfectly fine. He's still got the check mark next to his name. He's got the best hand with a pair of 8s with the king kicker. Might entice Ababi to have a bluff in his range here, but he doesn't. He checks it. Back round to Chad here. Might try and induce some value, put in a small bet, which will almost certainly take down the pot. Definitely won't be checking back here, I can't imagine, with everything missing. Very likely he knows that he's got the best hand here. Might try and bet sort of 350, maybe 4. Hope to be called by worse.
5 bets, 355.
Pretty close, so I was on the money. Bet here is 355k from what I can see. Might be 375. 355, bang right in the button. I was between 350 and 400k. Thanks for coming.
I'll give you that one.
Thank you, sir. A Barbie here.
Just a size really designed to get our trash portion of our range to call. You know, Chad does have to bluff here a lot of his hands. A large portion of his range does bluff, I feel, and we just have it this time, and we can still get looked up by our random 2, 4, and 3x. Worse 8s. And if he's got a 9, that's tournament poker.
Don't really know what a Barbie's thinking about here. I know he only has queen high here, but even trying to represent a bluff here is probably a bad idea, considering the diamonds have missed, and the only thing that has hit is a backdoor straight.
He's got to think about his specific hand as well. So having queen 10, you know, we said this before when we miss our spades on the river. You know, these are combinations that we don't want to bluff. Now, we're holding 2 cards we would prefer our opponent to have. We want our opponent to have queen 10. So because he's thinking about raising. Okay, so now if a Barbie's got a hand that he does, we want our opponent to have these hands if we're going to put in a 4-bet. But I mean, I don't know. If we're thinking about a call with queen high here, I'm not sure what he's really going. The cogs are clearly turning, but you know, queen high call could be designed against a jack 7, you know, a 6-7, jack 7, a 10-6. There are some hands that you know, Chad that a Barbie can beat there, but more often than not, we can just let that one go profitably.
Did make the fold there. Just a little scan of the room there. There's Nicky Stoles, one of the TDs out there. It's the current look at the moment of the room.
Another one for Chad, huh?
Have a few events coming up. I know that you wanted to play Jinxie, the PLO 5. I believe it's one of those tables out there.
Yeah, I'll be in the mix there shortly. I'll just flicking a late red bullet and enjoying my time here too much with yourself.
Yeah, thank you so much. Me too, to be perfectly honest. So first time in the box together.
Yeah.
I think we feed off each other quite well. Back to the action here anyway.
1 fold.
9-3 folds. Lucy folds 4-2. 10-3 fold. 8-5 here on the dealer button here for Barbie. In position. Probably going to...
I mean, what are we doing here? This is a tad greedy. This is also a function of Chad and David have to be playing quite tight. Now, Chad now has a Barbie covered. So this raises you know, a tad greedy. But it is a function of David playing a little tight out of the big blind, has shown, you know, David is a good player. You know, David has a WSOP final table this year. So, you know, he can play, but he has shown tendencies that are a little tight, which is why we've seen a Barbie deviate with his hand. Yeah, it's probably 300 pips lower than we really need to be. But that's what it is a function of. But, you know, this is just not a hand that we can use. This is just not a, you know, a Barbie flicked in that check raise with the ace-jack on the 10-3 deuce, 2 hearts without the heart. You know, I think a Barbie's just a player that is more a function of that's not theoretical, and he just looks you in the eye. And there's Bert's beautiful partner Jen railing on her boyfriend, trying to see him take down the 150k. She's had a 100k score before. She's a great player in her own right, but getting a bit of camera time is Jen. Yeah, so I think a Barbie's more of a player that's literally just looks you in the eye, and says, you know what, let's go. Hey, praise it. He's got, you know, he's got the moxie to do it, but you know, we still need to, you know, the problem with that is math does catch up in the end. You know, math will catch up in the end, and he's got some great results, and he's not going to do that all the time. You know, 8-5 suited, we could probably justify 8-5 off. We've just got to bin it, but you know what? Sometimes you just got to look a man in the eye and take it down with any two. And look at this. Next hand he's at the top of his range.
6 folds.
It's a good balancing act here. He's actually raised it to the exact same amount as he raised it the hand before. It's a good way to balance the hands between the hands that you pick up the premiums and the hands that are a bit trashy. A lot of the players here will be thinking, is it possible you can pick up 2 hands back to back? That's the idea of balancing your range when you've got poor cards and good ones. You want to keep your players or your opponents off the centre a little bit. So you have to balance your range a little bit.
7 calls.
It's been flat called here by Bert Perry with the Jack-8 diamonds. Absolutely dominated. Flop is a king, king, queen. That should be all she wrote here after a Barbie C-bets.
This would have been interesting if, just say we have a diamond, just say, you know, just there's a king of diamonds here, okay, and then the turn's 3 of diamonds, we would see Bert lead. And, you know, Barbie might just bin it, you know, so, you know, we've got a snap check back too, and, you know, Bert's just obviously not interested in this hand whatsoever, but, you know, this could have been a spot where if we turn that flush draw, we just get jacks to fold. The reason obviously why it's such a good hand to defend that plays well post. We're dominated here, but we're just going to go check, 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 check. And
7 checks.
see, I mean, Barbie has found some very, very thin value bets throughout this final table. He's found leads where most players wouldn't be leading. You know, he's found very untheoretical but correct plays specific to what our opponent has had.
Yep.
Once it's gone check, 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 we have a pretty easy value bet, especially with the 6.
Terrible board for jacks.
Especially with the 6 coming on the turn on the river. You know, a Barbie might want to find a value bet there with jacks and get Bert to call a hand. Maybe that we just had 6-7 suited,
Yep.
8-6 suited, some worse pairs.
Definitely in that calling range. I totally agree with you.
Of course, but Barbie's found some very thin value. There he's got an easy value bet on the river. Very easy, and he's just looked at, it's probably a function, if you've got jacks, he's looked at the board and he just said, I'm just happy, I've had enough, I'm happy to win this pot. You know, but, you know, if we get to that river, Bert never has a king. If we get to that river, if Bert had a queen, a Barbie would have found out by now.
7 raised, 2,060,000.
So, you know, surprising to see that. We've got an all-in and a call here.
Small blind versus big blind.
You know, Bert's jammed the 9-4-0 for 7. Again, this is just a function of, you know, a player-dependent jam. Bert feels like he's going to get overfolds from the big blind. You know, 9-4 is a couple of pips lower than we really want to be.
Oh God, if you don't mind. The 9-4 just gets there.
Bert Perry, ladies and gentlemen. That's such a brutal beat for Lucy. You know, she has the absolute best hand that she possibly could have versus a Bert Perry jam for 7 bigs. Best hand she can have is any ace-x. She snap gold.
Seat open, vault table.
But that's tournament poker.
That's what a brutal flop there, Jinxie. Just the
ace in the window.
Ace in the window.
Ace in the window.
4-4. Thanks for coming. The 2-2 side's coming down. 4-4 ace.
That's all she wrote.
And that's all she wrote. 9-4.
So let's have a think about what's going to happen here. So we've got, we still have 5 left. I'm not sure we're going to see an ICM deal just yet. But if another player, no one really has a commanding chip lead anymore. You know, Bert doesn't have those chips that he had. You know, and he should be around where Malcolm's at. Both 2 extremely good players who both are going to think have an edge on this field. And that's just a fact. So what happens here is that if we get to 4 and there's an ICM deal, Bert and Malcolm are going to be looking for a little bit of extra money because they're so well-credentialed and very good players. 5 left. I'm not too sure. You know, I'm not too sure that we'll be looking at an ICM deal just yet. But with these staggered payouts, if one more person busts, I wouldn't be surprised if we pause the tournament with this top-heavy structure and we discuss the deal. So we'd be getting close to that.
6 rerows all in.
Well, this could be it. This actually could be
bang,
it.
Bang, bang. Here we go. Ace Queen versus pocket 5.
I don't see a Barbie folding. He's asking for a count. It's going to be, I mean, we just never folding here. So we're probably taking a little bit longer because, you know, a tighter player has jammed. He looks like he's in the blender, but you know, I think we're going to dig deep and find a call. He's going to count out the stack, make the call. And look, if Ace Queen defeats the pocket fives here, I wouldn't be surprised if we were stopping the tournament with these incredibly staggered payouts as a function of our top prize guarantee and discuss a deal. So if we have 4 left, what are the payouts? 150, 50 is 200. You know, we're looking at about 260K left. If we come fourth, we come fourth for $27,000.
Yeah.
But if we deal, our stack is actually worth $60,000 to $65,000 of real money. A stack is worth real money.
Yeah.
And to not capitalise on what our stack is worth with these staggered payouts for what's left in the prize pool, it would just be a disaster to come fourth in this tournament for $27,000. So all of our good regulars know that. I wouldn't be surprised to see some type of chop as a function of our first place guaranteed prize. Taking a little bit longer than I would have thought.
Barbie just asking for a chip count here to find out the exact numbers. Figures are 1.7 mil.
It's just no.
And he's called here now with the Ace Queen.
It's
Ace Queen.
now.
Standard race situation here, I think. Ace Queen versus pocket fives. David left with not many choices but to jam those fives in and hope they get through. He's walked into the Ace Queen.
I mean, David has an easy jam. I know Barbie's under the gun, but he's also raised 8-5 off on the button. You know what I mean? We just look down at pocket fives. We fold out a lot of equity, and we have a nice easy jam here, and that could be all she wrote for David.
Barbie here just hitting top pair with the second best kicker. Turns a king. Only the 5 and 5 only for David. Otherwise, we're down to 4. Another ace won't get it done. Trip aces with the king queen.
Such a great run for David, but it's so brutal. He's going to come 5th. His stack before that hand was probably worth $40,000 to $50,000. You know, and he's just going to bust here for 17K. It's brutal. You know, 17K is a lot of money, but just to explain that, you know, just to explain
Seat open,
to the
vault
viewer.
table.
Yeah, we are. Are we going to see a discussion? I would be shocked if we didn't. I really
look,
would be shocked.
we could take, I mean, we've got 17 minutes.
I'm happy to.
I think they're discussing it now, Jinxie, just amongst themselves at the table. That's why the dealer hasn't started dealing yet.
5-minute break, 5-minute break.
They're calling over a TD to maybe talk about the numbers. Just on the side here, just for filling in the players, what's going on with the rest of the room at the moment. Shane Pearce leads the national champs. There's 14 left. He's got 2.28 million in chips. That's obviously the national championship, which is going on behind us. 14 left, 2.28 million in chips. Just waiting here again, Jinxie, on the tournament director to come in and talk about potentially organising a deal. Like you've been mentioning the entire time in the combo box here, with such big money up top, be silly probably not to consider going to ICM and having a look at the numbers.
I just don't see a world in which we don't deal. Obviously, not trying to induce any action. It's just a function of our first place guarantee. You know, our stack. Let's just say we come 4th, we bust for $27,000. But Chad's stack here, as the short stack, it's probably worth 60. Off the top of my head, it's probably worth $55,000.
Yeah.
ICM, as a function of how the math works, does favour short stacks, but it also allows us to decrease variance. If we're playing tournaments for a living, we want to capitalise on what our stack is worth. Now, you know, a good example of this is if this happens with a lot of people that don't kind of understand how tournaments work. For example, I'll go home and speak to, you know, family or friends. Say we come 5th for, you know, $14,000 in a 2.5K high roller or something like that. You know, we're often disappointed. We're often very disappointed, and we should be grateful. You know, we've often won 7 or 8, 9 buy-ins here, and $15,000 is a lot of money in the real world. But when we bust, our stack is often worth infinitely more than that. You know, a stack could be worth, you know, $50,000, $60,000. And, you know, that's why the professional tournament player is quite disappointed. We go home and, you know, our parents or relatives will say, oh, what a great score that is. But we haven't capitalised on what our stack is actually worth in real money. Now, as a function of this first place prize money, being so skewed because of our guarantee. You know, we've got 4 professionals left in the last 4 tournaments. The last 4 players, these players are all play professional. I'm not sure about a Barbie. I think he's a professional. I know that, you know, he's obviously had some big scores. Chad's a professional, and Bert and Malcolm are 2 of the best players in the country. So they're going to be more incentivized to cash in, per se, what their stack is now currently worth, because we have so much in the prize pool, yet we have so little for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So that's why we've stopped to have a chat. We did predict this a few hours ago that around, you know, around, I can see Bert there talking to Coach Josh McCulley, discussing a deal. Now, look, this is going to be interesting. 4 very good players left. An APL Millions main event winner. Chad plays the game professionally. But Malcolm and Bert are 2 of the best players in the country. You know, and you know they're probably in the top, you know, the top echelon of players worldwide for sure. You know, obviously Bert Perry being Daddy Cool 44, and Malcolm Happy Whale online. You know, if we've got any online regulars, they'll certainly have played with Bert. They certainly would have played with Happy Whale. They certainly would have played with Young Bloods and you know, like, they're going to know that they have an edge, but they also know that the variance of this tournament with this payout structure is not something that they're really going to be willing to negotiate. So they're going to be looking to lock up what their stack is worth, but they're also going to be looking for a little bit more than what the ICM calculation is, just because of a function of how well credentialed they are. So I wouldn't be surprised if this negotiation takes some time.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you there, Jinxie. I think they're a few minutes away from the break too, the dinner break. So I wouldn't be surprised if they have a think about it, maybe come back, play a hand or whatever it is close to the dinner break, or they might actually, you know, contemplate thinking about it, then being put on break for the dinner break and coming back after dinner and coming up with some sort of solution to what they want to do with all this money at play.
Yeah, and I think likely we'll see close to a straight ICM chop. We'll be playing for however much they want to play for. Maybe they'll put maybe $10,000 to the winner or something small. We might have some type of rule where they've got to play for some type of money, you know, $5,000 to the winner plus the trophy.
Yep.
And of course, the $25,000 valued bracelet from Drakakis.
Yep.
You know, such a prestigious piece of jewellery. Now, I do have a Players Champions ring myself, and I love it. Like, I gave it to my mother. You know, it's a $13,000 ring, and it's a lot. It depends what you're playing for. It depends what you're playing for as a poker player.
Yeah.
So, you know, you might want to just cash in that bracelet if you're just playing for the money. But this is a prestigious, very, very expensive bracelet that you might want to keep for the rest of your life. Something you want to show your kids and show for your effort for how hard and grueling tournament poker is. So we do have that to the winner, the $25,000 bracelet as well. So I feel like just trying to predict a little bit about what's going to happen. We'll have a close to a straight ICM chop with this skewed payout, but we'll pay for maybe $5,000, $10,000, and then we have that $25,000 bracelet up top as well. You know, what an amazing thing that would be to take home from Drakakis Jewelers.
Totally agree.
I'm not sure if we should allowed to do this, but we might turn the table sound up, and we can get a little bit of an insight into how this deal is going to go down.
Play on until the next break, yeah.
All right, well, there you go, Jinxie. Like I said, here's that there might be a break coming up soon. They've decided to play on. I don't know if any of the numbers have been discussed. We haven't heard anything, obviously, here in the studio. So it looks like we're going to play on until the next break. The next break is the dinner break.
Yeah.
I was just informed. So likely that the players, if they do make the dinner break, they'll be discussing numbers then. It'll be a 40-minute dinner break, or it's either 30 or 40-minute dinner break. We'll let you viewers at home know what the story is as soon as we get that information. Anyway, back to the action.
Just I want to address a couple of comments we had there. Josh Strange, no need to flex the ring, Jinxie. That's more of a function of Josh coming fourth in that tournament that I won the ring in, so he might be a little bit salty.
He's a bit
He might
salty,
be- I was
yeah.
more just trying to, you know, the viewer that maybe hasn't, that's watching from somewhere else that has never played APT. You
Yeah.
know, these pieces of jewellery are amazing. I'll never sell my ring. You know, it's a function of hard work.
Yeah.
And you know, it's something that you can show to your family and friends. And you know, I think every ring winner is quite proud that they've won it. This ain't a ring though. This is a $25,000 bracelet.
There you go.
And Alf in the comments has addressed that Kia doesn't play professionally, which is very impressive. You know, there are some you know, unorthodox plays he's had, but his results are off the charts. As we said, he's won a lot of events after he's won the APL main. David has more online volume than the whole final table combined. Now, I don't know how many hands David's played online. If he has more volume than Bert Perry, I would be shocked. Bert has played millions and millions and millions. David may as well. I don't know David personally, but you know, Bert has played millions and millions and millions of hands, and you know, Malcolm would be close to that as well. But David is no longer in the tournament. Liam Murray. Let's not talk about that final table anymore. Let's talk about it for just a little bit. Sorry, Liam. I do remember that Liam did. I was chip leader and Liam was second. Liam was third in chips, but he had a lot of big blinds. And
right.
Josh Strange just found the 4-bet jam with ace-7 off into Liam Murray's queens, and Liam Murray was no longer in the tournament after that run out occurred. So that I know that one hurt Liam, because you know, Players Champs is a tournament a lot of players actually want to win when they come to the APT. You know, it's a prestigious tournament, and you don't often get to that spot. And you know, I like Liam a lot. I was glad that Liam busted because he's such a good player, and you know, I didn't have to deal with him after he busted. Sorry, Liam, you asked me not to talk about it, but I chose to only because you said that.
Just a little update on the on how the ICM would work if we ever got to that stage. We do need to play for, because the prize pool is more than $50,000 according to the APT here. We have to leave at least 5% of the prize pool, the total prize pool at ICM, up for grabs for first. So it'll be 5% of whatever the combined prize pool is when we get to ICM, if we choose to go that way. They have to be playing for at least 5%. If it's over 50,000,
okay.
If it's less than 50,000, it's 10%.
Okay, so we're going to be playing for, 12,500 or something?
Give or take, yeah. I'd need to run the figures, but
yeah, so
give or take, something like that. But like you said before, that 25K bracelet.
They're not playing for the, once they do the deal, they're not playing for the 10K. They're not playing for the 10K. What, for some reason, every single player that was on the final table when I won the Players' Chances in the chat, Darian's just chimed in with the no more talk about that final table. Poor guy, we got it in. Darian was heads up. Poor guy, we got it in King Queen versus 9s. He flopped a set, and I've hit running hearts for the $13,000 ring.
Bang.
So
there you go.
now, no more talk about that final table. It just appears that everyone that was on there appears to be watching. Glad to have everyone in watching with us, but I think. I really doubt we're going to be seeing a lot of action here. I think that players, they know there's an ICM deal in the air. You know, so
and they know that the break is also pretty
correct,
just around the corner.
Correct. So someone like Chad, if Chad busts now, there's been no deal. There's a couple of questions in the chat. There's been no deal yet. So what they're talking about is we're going to get to it. They're going to play through to the dinner break, and they're going to discuss a deal at length. We've got a half an hour dinner break schedule. Now, usually, you know, if we're just playing a tournament, we wouldn't be harping about on ICM so much, and I'm sorry to sound like a broken record. It's just because of this guarantee. If you're just tuning in, you know, there's so much money in the prize. There's 260,000 in the prize pool. 150K to that's going to go to the winner. So what we're going to see from now to the dinner break, maybe in 15 minutes, 10 minutes, what we're going to see is, you know, if I'm... Oh, actually, Chad's got more chips than I thought, but with a function of how even these stacks are, we don't want to lose any chips. We've got this is such an interesting spot we're in now. It really is, because we've got 15 minutes. We want to lock up what our stack is worth, okay? You know, if we bust, we get 27K. If we can get to the break with 3.7 million, we're most likely going to lock up $60,000-$70,000. Okay, and you know,
125.
everyone's going to be. Everyone's going to be playing extremely tight, and no deal has been made yet. As we've said, the comments keep coming in. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm not sure if the viewer can see.
Dear.
Yeah.
Canton.
There's a little bit of a bait there by the boys in the studio.
I'm sorry. I apologise. I do live and breathe the game. If you just want me to stop talking, I can. But you know, this is.
You have a notepad?
I love it. This is a spot. This is a spot. If you play poker for the next 20 years, you may never be in this spot again. Like, this is one of the more unique tournament spots you're ever going to find. It was always going to happen because we had that guarantee, and you know, I wouldn't be like. Bert is a sicko. We could find some type of funky stuff here with he knows. He knows that Chad is incentivized to play extremely tight, and Bert has him covered. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a 3-bet or a call. We do find call. Josh has asked, with a more flat payout structure, would there be a deal discussion with how close as these edges run? No, I don't think so. Bert and Malcolm, I think they're going to have quite a large edge. But as we saw in the 5K, 25K and 10K, all of our high roller tournaments, there was no chop, there was no ICM deal. It's just everyone's having a crack at me about using the word function. I'm sorry, but it is a function of this incredibly skewed distribution of prize money, and you know, this is not a spot we're going to be in maybe ever.
Yep.
Rightio, so we've had an update. We've got about a 13.
What's up? Five checks.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking at it. We've got 13 minutes. You know, this is like we're in the NFL. You know, we're on the last drive. We've just got to hold. We've just got to run the ball to the 10-yard line. If we're in AFL, you know, if we're 100 runs up in a cricket game, we've got to hold on for 13 minutes.
Yeah.
And this is going to be the most incredible, stage of play of this tournament because, again, Chad just got the nuts here, but, you know, I feel like we've just got to hold on. It would be such a disaster to bust now. You know, we can't actually guarantee a deal will be done. You know, Bert and Malcolm, if Bert wins a big pot, let's just say the hands are reversed here, right, just for example, and Bert goes into the break with 8 million, he's probably now incentivized to not deal, or once he discusses a deal, he's really going to leverage the other players. He's really going to leverage the other players into, giving him more money in the deal. Okay. Now, he could also just say, you know what? Well, let's play. You know, let's go.
Yep.
And let's play for the money. And if we go three-handed, we're now more incentivized to do the ICM chop because we can lock up, $90,000, 100K, 100K, and 65K or something like that. But the next 10 minutes is really just going to be something that something that we're never going to face in poker for a very, very long time, if ever. And Bert's running, as I've been talking, Bert's really running an incredible bluff here, polarising himself to a jack or a bluff. This is a function of what we've been talking about this whole time. Chad's got 15 minutes to hold on. Bert has him covered. Bert's really going to be putting the pressure on. He's such a sick puppy that, he's just going to run a 3-streeter against Chad because he's really incentivized to not bust. He's just run in to the stone cold nuts.
So the bet here is 1.2 mil by Bert Perry. Chad here. Not quite the stone cold nuts. There's obviously, you know, 2 lots of quads and a bigger full. But essentially the effective nuts here with Queen Jack. Jack's full of Queen. And Chad's just going to consider what he wants to do here. Almost certainly he can't put in a raise here, which he does.
Raise.
Now,
2.6 million. 5 raise, 2.6 million. 7 folds.
A comment's come in about Chad, but I've played with Chad a lot. He is a great player. He's a great player. I'm more talking about what Malcolm and Bird are going to be thinking going into the deal. Okay? Now, they're going to leverage their experience and incredible volume online to try and get a bigger payout when they're talking. It's called a deal for a reason. It's an ICM deal for a reason because the players need to make a deal. Trad's a great player. You know, we know that Kia isn't a professional, but he has incredible results. You know, so I'm just trying to give the viewers some perspective in how Malcolm and Bert will approach this deal with their stacks. Maybe not as much now. Bert's gone from 5.5 million down to 3.8, so he doesn't have he doesn't have as many bargaining chips.
Really?
Sorry for the
Chad. Big blind answer.
He's picked up aces here, so he doesn't have that many more bargaining chips to get more in the ICM deal as he had before the Queen Jack hand with Bert. But, you know, just giving a viewer perspective of how Malcolm and Bert will definitely go into this deal. They're professionals and they want to try and get as much money as they can. But Chad is absolutely holding his own here, so I don't think, you know, anyone's bagging out Chad. I'll play with Chad a lot and he's a great player.
Raises 250k here under the gun with aces. Bert Perry, if you don't mind. Picks up the aces, makes it 250. He's going to get a call here in the big blind by Chad with pocket 5s. Off to the flop we go. 4-7-8. 7-8 suited. Chad with a gutter ball. Ace is the overpair here, commanding lead in this pot. But Chad does have some outs to scoop a pot here.
Let's think about how our... Okay, so...
What's up?
I was going to say this flop is likely going to check. Our range versus the big blind range on 7-4-8 with aces without a heart is just a 50-50. Now, we're not 50-50 against Chad's hand. We're 50-50 against the range of the big blind when we're under the gun. So aces now is just a bluff catcher. Now it's a little bit more. It probably leaves less equity on 6-7-8 or 5-6-7. But how we want to play aces in this spot, you know, we might look down and think we've got an overpair of the ball. We want to charge flush draws. We want to charge, you know, 8x, 7x, you know, straight draws, hands like Chad has. We can't think about poker like that. We have to think about the equity we have versus the range. This is the big blinds range all over, okay? So we don't want to go 3 streets, depending on what the run out is. We have 50 to 45% equity on this board versus the big blinds range. So it sounds a little silly, but our hand becomes a buff catcher because this run out is going to generate a lot of bluffs from the big blinds range, okay? Now, Chad actually has showdown value here, so it's a little bit different. But if we have 5-6, sorry, it's a straight. So if we have, you know, if we have some random 5x with a heart, you know, 6x with a heart, that we're going to be looking to bluff turns. Bird is aware that Chad can find bluffs here, so on this board, it's nearly always going to go check when we don't have the ace of hearts, because we just want to bluff catch versus the equity that the big blind has on this board, especially with ICM.
Craig Abernathy said, is that an extra card near Bert? Definitely not. It's actually it's a seat card, or a table card. It says, you can actually see the one on feed here in front of Chad. It says 5 on it. It's a final table seating card. So all the players who get a seat here get given a card.
Now, Bert's image has got him paid. that pot in real money is probably worth $5,000 to $10,000 when this deal comes about. Bert knows, Chad knows that Bert's going to have to find a bluff there with Queen Jack with a Queen of Hearts. We probably bet the flop there because we don't have much playability.
Why after I
most of the time
donate
we might
2
not.
million?
So, you know, Chad knows that Bert's going to have to find bluffs from somewhere that contain a heart. Just run into the
Give me a break.
relative nuts. We've had it, you know, so once
How
it check,
dumb is that?
once
I
the
know.
river goes check,
I know,
Bert
and he
knows.
raised.
Once the river Chad checks the river, Bert knows he has the best hand. But you know, Chad knows that Bert's going to have to find bluffs, and Bert is the player that finds bluffs, and it's a little unlucky. But I feel like just with the break coming up, we could let the fives go. Not too sure.
One fold.
Now,
Four fold.
just want to, the viewers that have been with us all day are going to be annoyed, but we're getting a lot of comments about the difference between first place prize money, which is telling me we've generated a lot of viewers. I think we're at all-time peak viewership right now. And, you know, we've obviously got a lot of new viewers, and they're asking why the difference is, and that is because this was a guarantee for, we guaranteed $150,000 for first, and because of the number of the runners that we've had in this tournament, the payouts are skewed, so we've got to guarantee the $150K for first, and then it's skewed for the rest, which is why the next 5 minutes is going to be fireworks, because you know, the players are looking to get to that break and to discuss that ICM chop to chop up that $260,000. Again, apologies to the players who have been with us all day. I have been harping on that, but this is one of the most unique spots we'll find in tournament poker, and we do have a lot more viewers than we had this afternoon. We're at record viewership here, and it's just because we've got so many great players left in this tournament, and you know, we have such a unique spot for tournament poker.
7 bets, 400,000.
So Chad's checked here. Bert's bet 400K.
Yeah, 5 fold.
Chad's elected to call to the river here. River doesn't complete anything for Bert, who was looking for the inside jack or a 10 potentially. Inside jack would give him that straight to the queen. 10 would have given him a better pair than the 9s. Chad's going to check here with the best hand. Back onto Bert. He's thinking whether or not he can go 3 barrels here. Barreling, obviously, indication of trying to barrel off with a bluff hand. So he actually hasn't made one yet. Guess you could assume that on the flop he was semi-bluffing. He could have caught up and won the hand, or picked up a jack or a 10 to complete the best hand on the table. He hasn't, however. So the action's back on Chad, I should say, here. With the natural 9, King 9, top pair, second pair, I should say, with second best kicker.
Just got a question from Noodles. Is it live streamed elsewhere? It definitely is. We're on Twitch, APT Facebook page, and on YouTube. There's, you know, I think we are on 4 different services of streaming, or 3, I'm not sure. 3. So we've got YouTube, Facebook. You know, a lot of the viewers are. I know a lot of the viewers are on Facebook, but you know, we're also on Twitch and YouTube as well. So 150 people have subscribed to Jinxie Coaching. Thanks, Taylor. Yeah, haven't seen the money yet.
Yeah.
haven't been
haven't
been paid yet. But,
good one, Taylor. I like that. Very well played. And he's made the call here. Bert's going to show absolutely nothing, 10 high. Chad's going to take it down with second best and second best kicker.
Geez, we're seeing some really big, you know, it was going to be one or the other. I was going to say we're going to have fireworks or we're going to be playing extremely tight, but Bert and Chad, they're in the mix. They're really in the mix. You know, Bert's taking every possible opportunity to increase his stack for the incoming deal. And that'll be it. That'll be it. So we're going on break. It's going to be a half-an-hour dinner break. I assume, I don't want to assume, but I would assume very heavily that we'll come back to some type of negotiated deal just with these payouts skewed and how this tournament structure is being put in place. But we've got half an hour to work that out, and we'll be back in the booth within half an hour. I won't be here, so it's been really good to be able to try and explain one of the most unique spots we've had in Australian tournament poker. I'm going to go flick a tournament myself, so hope the four-handed goes well, and we'll be back in half an hour's time.